Players are coming in now. Very with a smile on his face, and I'm not sure if that laughter was due to the stream. And let me make some room for you guys. Okay. The dream final we were hoping for. Liereyy might come a bit closer to the microphone as well. Just in general, how do you feel, guys? Maybe we start off. Liereyy, you just beat MBL 5-0. Did that give you more confidence against the Viper, or did you think like, okay, that series in the books, I was already focusing on the finals anyways?
No, it definitely gave me confidence. Like, I did quite some mistakes against Viper, which I didn't do today against MBL. So I'm looking forward to it.
Liereyy, probably your strongest competitor here, and the guy that you always said like he can take series away even if I play very good. How scared are you?
I think scared is an appropriate word, but I mean, I know of course there is always going to be a threat, so I need to play my A game if I'm going to win today.
Okay. And yeah, I'm super excited for that. We will have the draft here. As you can see, Liereyy obviously already experienced more than me, because I didn't add the names. And we are having you from Norway. We have Liereyy flying in from Austria here, and so we can update the draft. And it will be a best of 9. So again, we will have 2 home maps, then 1 map ban each, 8 civilizations, and 1 civ ban. The Viper, you are first in the group stage. You will decide on the first home map.
Land Madness.
Land Madness. And we'll write down his civilization. We'll pick a nice pan for himself. And Liereyy goes into the tank here. And will tell me what his civ will be.
Burmese.
Burmese. And we have the Viper playing Franks. Interesting. So that's basically map number 2 again from the MBL against Liereyy series. And now the home map of Liereyy.
Arabia.
He will pick Arabia. And we will have the Viper finishing his civ, and
Mayans.
Liereyy is going for Mayans. And we have Aztecs against that. Then we have 2 more maps left, and give me a ban, please, the Viper.
Prairie.
Prairie will be banned, and a map ban.
Golden Hill.
We'll have Golden Hill. And now we pick the map order. Map number 3 will be Mediterranean. Map number 4 and 5.
Acropolis and Gold Rush.
Acropolis and Gold Rush. Putting us into game 6 and 7.
Pawn Arena and Regicide.
Sid Fortress. And the game's potential 8 and 9 are
Cross and Eldorado.
Eldorado as a finisher of this best of 9. And now we go into the civ drafts here. Let's take a look. I will try to enlarge that a bit. Okay, we will have to work with that. And the Viper, it's your time to pick the first civ.
Italians.
Start off with Italians. Liereyy with 2.
Malay Indians.
Malay and Indians. 2 more for the Viper.
Chinese. Mongols.
And 2 more Civ for Liereyy.
Berbers.
And
Malians.
Mayans. 2 more Civs for the snake.
Slavs. Huns.
And Hans. Civ 5 and 6 for Liereyy. Koreans are indeed banned in this tournament.
Incas.
Incas. And
Britons.
Civs 6 and 7 for our player from Team Secret.
We can do Vikings. Celts.
And Celts. The top 2 last pick for our Austrian player.
Japanese.
Japanese.
And Ethiopians.
Ethiopians. Last pick of Nilis Apartment Cup.
Byzantines.
Byzantines. And now we have 2 bans. Liereyy with the first one.
Italians.
He bans Italians and TheViper bans.
Malay.
Malay quick bans here. So civilizations that never have been played are Teutons, I believe. What else did we have?
Koreans.
Koreans, Saracens, I believe Vietnamese, right? And Persians.
Persian? Okay. Did Khmer actually get played?
Are the Saracens even on the list?
What the hell is Saracens, man?
That's
Saracens
why no one
aren't in
picked
the
them.
overlay.
That's why no one picked
Well,
them.
you gotta restart the whole tournament now.
Too funny. Okay, guys. So sweet here. Okay, best of 9 your way. I couldn't be more excited, guys. I think this series has to be super incredible. Entertain us. Good. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Saracens are not on. I think we have to reset everything. That's probably the reason why Dowd prepared all the Saracen strategies. And then sadly, well, that didn't really happen for him. Okay, or work out for him. Okay, guys. We are before the first game starts. We had 3.5k viewers. Just too sweet, and I should do a screenshot of the draft. I'll kick someone in the room, but since I know him, I will say sorry before that. Will we break 5k viewers? I hope so. If not, you failed your responsibility to let everyone know that this event is happening. Guys, the moment of truth. It is Nilly and Mr. Killer B awaiting the great finals. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I got my Age of Empires shirt on. I'm locked and loaded. I had a little nap. I saw some World Cup action. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Oh, I couldn't get a nap, so... Well, you should be well rested, and you already came over to me and had some questions.
Well, I was reading the room. I'm not a pro player, but I'm sitting next to Tato. I'm sitting next to a couple of pros. They were really surprised at two things. One, that neither player picked Spanish. Mm-hmm. They were actually thinking like around the fifth pick for each guy. Oh, he's going to pick Spanish. Oh, he's going to pick Spanish. And we didn't see them picked at all. And that's kind of a surprise to them. The whole room reacted when Viper picked Huns at his fifth pick. They were all very surprised by that. So just a couple of observations from the room over there. What do you think? Is it crazy that nobody went for Spanish here?
I think we've seen Spanish quite some time, but that was mainly on Cross, which is a very late map this time. But on the other hand, we had early Chinese pick, which would be like the El Dorado. So yeah, Spanish was fine, and like picks like Celts and Byzantines, those were picks we haven't seen.
It's a little surprising, right?
That often, yeah.
Well,
let's
in a
take a look.
9-game set, we're going to see new civs, of course. See the players jumping in.
just drinking some before the game, and we will jump live into this. I am super excited. I hope so are you. Send your energy to the player that you love, and then we can jump into the live game. Just adjusting the headphones there, and yeah, the Viper just had a spider on his screen. And we are jumping into Nilla's Apartment Cup, the grand finals, best of 9. The Viper against Liereyy here. With me is Killer B, and let's talk about the map, Land Madness. We will have Liereyy in blue, the Viper in red, all games, because we have colorblind people as well.
Sure.
We have Burmese against Franks. Tell me your thoughts.
I think Franks has been the pick we've seen a lot, but we did see, as you mentioned during the draft, Franks and Burmese in the NBL versus Liereyy series, and Liereyy kind of showed us how a blueprint for winning versus the Franks versus NBL, but that blueprint included getting a lot of damage in early with men-at-arms, if I remember, and if the Viper can defend that, you have to think Franks are going to have a nice power spike in Feudal Age. So this early game could really decide it. I think the first couple of, first maybe 15, 20 minutes is going to be really, really important. Can the Viper stay strong, stay alive, and get the Franks rolling?
Yeah, and that's like Burmese just feel like such a strong Civ because you have the power spike in early Feudal Age, like lumber upgrade, and also the +1 attack on those M&A, and so you most of the time have a small advantage, and then transition into the castle age and probably have the most cost efficient or the most cost efficient unit in the game. Burmese, they are good.
Yeah, let's see how this goes down. Of course, Nilly mentioned before that Liereyy will be playing here in the blue as Burmese. We've got the Viper in the red as the Franks. And it's the grand final, guys. Best of 9. Winner is going to take home a grand. Second place, $700. We will see 2 Rees for each player, and we'll actually see Liereyy use one of his Rees here. Do you see what's wrong with his map or his early game?
Well, didn't really go for the board properly. I'm not sure. Didn't scout too poorly. I'm a bit surprised by that. Looked somewhat okayish. Maybe he forgot to queue up a villager or something. Well, we didn't see that. And, well, so let's calm down the hype a bit, and we will just take a look into their faces. Obviously, everyone is super calm here. And I liked, like, the methodical way of the drafting. You really saw how they scanned through the draft. It was always like razor sharp, like this map, and you really saw that there was a lot in their heads going on.
Yeah, and it does take a little more strategy because it's a best of 9. We're going to see 4 civs more than we've seen in all of the group stage, so people have to figure out what can I do with these less attractive civs to try to still pull out a win. And of course, the longer this series goes, the more of these civs we're going to have to sprinkle into the mix. So we'll see. The Viper choosing Celts and Byzantines at the end of the draft. I don't think I've seen very many games with those 2 civs in the tournament, so it'll be really fun to watch them.
I think Celts have not been drafted. Byzantines got drafted once, but instantly banned.
Okay.
I believe that was the Viper against Jordan series, if I remember correctly. But yeah, let's just jump into this game again. So next try here. Liereyy in the blue, playing with the Franks, playing with the Burmese against the Viper with the Franks here on a Land Madness. With me, still, the master himself, Killer B.
Yo, man, it's good to be here with you. I should say we're actually together in the same room, so it's a little different than usual. Yeah, he's really here. This is not a bug in your screen. We're going to see another match here. Viper again as the Franks, Liereyy as the Burmese. We're going to see Liereyy in the blue throughout this set of games. Viper will be playing in the red trunks, even though you guys know he's probably yellow under that. Liereyy called a Re in the last one, which was a little surprising because we didn't see anything wrong with it. But he's trying to get off to the right start. Let's see how he looks here. I mean, should be a fine map for him. There's not a lot of things that can be wrong with this particular map, in my opinion. But we'll see if he likes this map better.
Yeah, and he had a close wood line as well, so must have been a hiccup there. But I think it's so important to start with a good energy, with a good vibe, get into a real good first game to start off this long series. You don't want to get like, that didn't feel right, and then going like not 100% motivated or even with some doubt into your own home map, and it can really snowball so quickly if you're down 0-2 already.
Yeah, and this game's going to require a lot of focus. We set it up in the previous generation of the game that Liereyy will likely go for men-at-arms and be strong early, and the Viper's going to need to be sharp in defense. So if Lierey's not feeling sharp from the jump, let's get a re-in, let's restart the thing, and let's see what we got to work with. For now, it seems like it's going to go through, but we're only at 310. Just a reminder, 2 Rees for each player, and Liereyy has burned one of those Rees.
In a best of 9, it only makes sense to have some restarts. I asked all the players before the tournament. Actually, I would have been a fan of no restarts at all, because the series are somewhat long, right? In the group stage, you're playing so many games, having a bad map, but they said, we want to play on the highest level possible. Give us restarts, and I delivered.
I think the strategy of drafting civs has become more popular over the last few years, or the last year, and the strategy of Rees has always been something that's really important. You have to use them wisely at the right moment. These new elements of strategy beyond actually what happens in the game, I think they're really important, and they make it a lot more fun.
Yeah, and simply that the Viper is picking Land Madness here after he saw Liereyy crushing MBL on a map where MBL always looked super strong. This is just like, there is a world-class player looking beastly, getting beaten by that guy, and then you pick exactly those settings? That's pure confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And throughout that series with MBL, we obviously saw Liereyy looked great. And the whole time I'm thinking, well, now that Liereyy has won, can the Viper do some things that MBL wasn't able to do? Can he get around Liereyy, for instance, on a water map and try to, actually keep him a little honest on those maps, get a win if he can? And in this case, we'll be seeing Burmese versus Franks again. We'll see if the Viper can get a better result than MBL did.
And speaking of water maps, the Viper's first non-home map pick was indeed Mediterranean, so he wanted to play that quite early on. I believe he even started with the Italian pick there, so yeah. I think that really showed that he is confident on land and on water against potentially the upcoming superstar. Or he already is the superstar, but maybe the guy who can finally uncrown the snake.
Yeah, I think that's totally a possibility here. Can't wait to see this set of matches. I favor Liereyy in a shorter series than the Viper. Just because of how we were at a meet and greet till late last night. Liereyy has played 5 high-level matches already today. We obviously all watched the World Cup. It's not as though he's been, napping and resting. But we'll see what happens. Anything could go down here in a best of 9. For now, we're watching the Viper. He's gotten a little bit of scouting forward on his opponent, Liereyy. I think Liereyy might just have been pushing deer here early on in the match. So he did circle around the Viper's base really quick. Got an idea of what's going on there. We are seeing the barracks coming up right around the 20 villager mark. Looms coming in. And it does seem still to be a men-at-arms play for Liereyy, which is not a surprise at all to anybody.
But could be to the Viper, because he scouted those houses, but not the barracks. Now trying to go over here, so not scouted. But look at that. A solid fuel age time by both players, 8:57 and 9:46.
Yeah, Viper is up on 18 villagers there. Very aggressive build, presumably into scouts, but we'll find out soon. And then Lierey's up with a 20 vil men-at-arms play. Has Loom in. I presume the Viper does as well. So we're ready to lock and load and get this thing rolling in the feudal age.
Killer B actually just subscribed. I'm not sure if that's a fan of yours.
Okay.
And if you just made the name. But yeah, pretty sweet stuff there. And you were talking before that Liereyy already played a lot of games and already has a best of 9 kind of in his bones. But, well, he kind of speedrunned through MBL there as well. So shouldn't be too rested. We had 3 hours in between the series as well.
In my opinion, beating MBL in 5 games is critical for Liereyy to have a chance to win this. If he and MBL played 9 matches, the level of fatigue I think could have been a problem. But Liereyy here should be fresh, as you said. Coming forward with those militia, soon-to-be men-at-arms, we presume. Viper on his side is up to the feudal age, dropping the stable. First couple scouts will start rolling out. Can you see any damage that could be landed by those men-at-arms? Is there anything that Liereyy can hit this early on here in the feudal age?
Well, the Viper is missing them, so he isn't really... Oh, but wait. Is the overlay lying to us? He's adding a spearman before the actual M&A. So that's pretty nice against the scouts. You want to take that fight with these spearmen, makes it so much more efficient. But to answer your question, this looks pretty solid.
Yeah, this is the Viper pre-walling. He's playing cautiously. I mean, in a non-tournament game, he might leave that a little open and quick wall it when the time was right. pre-walling here just to make sure that he has some safety to work with. Lierey's militia are going to be men-at-arms. He could still cancel the upgrade if he wants, but I'm sure he's going to want the men-at-arms here to put pressure on the berries.
Absolutely, and let's take a look. Now we have the engagement. Viper is trying to go in. Some scouts getting microed back. All those M&As still with reasonable HP, but lost some. Maybe now going for one loss here, but microing beautifully. No losses yet, although quite some fighting.
Yeah, Lierey's Spearman shows up, in my opinion, quite a bit too late. He's very late to the party with that spear. Viper able to micro around that fight without losing a villager. Did lose some HP on his scouts, but you know, Viper needed to take that engagement. If he knew what we knew, that a spear was on the way, he would be very happy to take that engagement sooner rather than later.
Well, honestly, like, if we take a look at the HP here, he isn't that scared, right? Well, that M&A is close to death. He doesn't have the highest HP either, so he doesn't feel that threatened and was just thinking about, okay, I will just go to the other side, but maybe he feels, okay, let's just clear this up and then go for the attack.
Yeah, Viper now with 6 scouts waiting in the wings. He can come down off that hill. He can open the gate and bring the Vils in too, like you said. For now...
Sweet snipe. Did you see? Yeah. He instantly, like, pulled 5 back. 1 went for the kill for the 1 HP. But execution.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. 1 man-at-arms down there, basically for free from the Viper. Still keeping Liereyy busy. Now I think he's going to go back to Lierey's base, don't you?
Well, I think he will just clear it up. Will maybe add 1 or 2 skirmishes. Actually is going for an archer. So he is sending villagers over. And, well, Liereyy is going back home. Let's take a look what he's transitioning into at the moment. It looks like towers. So no archer range, not anything more built out of the barracks except some spearmen. This will be a quick castle age transition.
And if we are comparing this to the game MBL versus Liereyy earlier, we'd have to say that the Viper fended off the men-at-arms a lot more effectively. He's still got all of his scouts alive, even though some are weak, and he can potentially flip the script, but it is now his time to get in some damage. This group of scouts is a big investment, and he needs to get something done with this group in the next few minutes.
And defending that off is absolutely true. Not a single unit lost by the Viper at the moment, and that's against aggressive 3 M&A plus a spearman plus the scout. They're from Burmese, so solid G for now.
Absolutely, and you know, a 1 HP scout doesn't sound scary, but you still have to hit it to kill it. So that's 1 less hit you get on something else. And if that's a hit from a spearman, that's actually a lot of wasted damage. You're killing something on 1 HP with 18 damage or so. So let's see if the Viper can use those low HP scouts to micro. What do you think about the archer here? He's got to be the only archer in this match for Viper, right?
I am wondering. Well, we will see. It did add
second one walking forward.
Some more, and now even adding a second archer range. So he wants to go for some aggression. On the other side, Liereyy will get the tower up and look at his resources.
Yeah, Liereyy at 600 food, 250 gold. Wow, he's really quickly up. Couple of towers to defend himself. Viper for now is going to try to micro around. He's still jumping in to get a poke or 2, but he's going to lose that archer.
And probably wanted to have some more there. The Viper even going for fletching, so the feudal age aggression will continue here. Liereyy needs to be safe, needs to build more towers.
Yeah, Liereyy seems to be in a good spot to me. I think he can tower up a few more places. He's got a prophylactic tower on that northern stone. He's already got a tower up on his woodline. There's not too many places for the Viper to do damage, but 1 more would probably be pretty nice to defend this base. But Viper going fletching and archers, he's going to be up to castle a lot later than Liereyy.
And, well, we will need... Oh, nice!
Beautiful.
Quick wall here, and that was just too nice, buying himself so much more time. Could have lost some over here for sure, and even getting the kill. That was pretty nice. And I think Liereyy needs to build a tower pretty soon, because he doesn't have any gold control at the moment.
Yeah, Liereyy does not have gold control. He's getting the market down, I think, on the front. But Viper is now diving in, trying to get a little bit of damage. Still no villager picks from either side yet. But the Viper has dealt with the men-at-arms, and now he's forward being aggressive.
Yeah. But how aggressive can the Viper really be? Will deny some farms here at the front. That doesn't really hurt Liereyy at the moment. He doesn't need a single food income. Honestly, like, he isn't building villagers. He isn't building any units that need food. He just needs gold, stone, and wood at the moment. Get the castle up. Probably something over here, secure the gold, or just in the back. He isn't even on gold, because he knows a Ramby production will only start in roughly 3 minutes.
Yeah, and that tower coming up on the right side could be a useful point for him to jump from in the next couple of minutes. Lierey's stone is going to be ticking down a bit, but he's still got 5 or 6 vills on stone. So a castle will be coming soon, we presume. And those archers, they're going to get some damage, but they got to get out of dodge here.
But only doing like some damage against villagers that are close to TC, close to towers, is very unlikely to really be important in this game, especially because we feel with the earlier castle age timing for Liereyy, he will be the aggressor this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he will. I think he'll drop a castle down to secure one of these 2 gold piles, and I think he'll start rolling to Eremby. Viper has a lot of work on his hands to try to get in some damage with these feudal units that he's built. Big investment. You can see he hasn't even started the castle age upgrade, so he's going to be in feudal for a while longer, and he has to get something done.
And yeah, you said a lot of investment here. Don't you think with that amount of army, 21 military, that he should have committed in some way? Just rush under the tower, try to kill as many villagers as possible, because those archers and scouts won't do much once the Rerun are out.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point. I think that committing there would have been nice. I don't know exactly where to do it. Maybe that back wood line was the place to go, but he was worried about Liereyy maybe walling him in or something. But yeah, for now we're seeing Liereyy starting to get his castle up, I presume, near that tower in the north. And the Viper's army still having trouble finding pay dirt.
The more I think about it, actually, having Crossbowman still alive is kind of good against the Rerun as well. So I think, like, if he does not know that he would do damage, I think just staying back is fine. The problem will be, though, if you build Crossbowman against the Rerun to counter, well, Mangonels will perform pretty good against your army again.
Yeah, and the Viper right now is trying to find a place to harass that castle and slow it down. Taking a little damage from the tower, but every moment he can buy where that castle isn't up is a nice little advantage for him, because Lierey's only army for the foreseeable future is going to be probably Eremby coming.
And look at that, the Viper, he will go for full aggression. 2 archer ranges, still producing. That will be mass archers and stable number 2 added. Even going for the +1 defense, the Viper will regroup, will get all his upgrades, and his aggression will continue.
And I think it's a nice move. I mean, if you want to find a way to beat the Burmese, letting them boom up and get Eremby going is not the way to do it. So maybe Viper can get really aggressive in early castle and knock Liereyy out of the game before he can get momentum on his side.
Yeah, and how better to be aggressive than, well, just outnumbering him 10-1 when it comes to military. Obviously, a Mangonel pretty scary still, but once Knights out and Crossbowman, I feel the Viper could find some kills here.
Yeah, Crossbowman Boncanero coming. People will note, Frank's not usually a civ you're going to go into crossbows with. So a pretty interesting strat for the Viper in a series that means so much. I mean, we're in the grand final here. Obviously, every game really, really matters. And Viper's committing to a unit that we almost never see people building with the Franks.
And let's take a
Very
look.
cool.
Those villagers. Oh, it needs to go back. At the same time, we have the attack with the Crossbowman, but still a bit off. And, well, Liereyy not reacting. That's pretty untypical for him. We'll have 2 villager losses. We had some dance here with the Mangonels. So that is perfect timing by the Viper, distracting Liereyy over here and attacking at the top.
Yeah, really great double attack there from the Viper. People who watch his stream will see him plan those attacks. I'm going to make the alarm bell ring here, and then I'm going to attack there. Lierey's waiting in the wings with a Mangonel. He needs a bada boom here, because he just lost a few more vills.
Oh, and he's doing a lot of damage there. Oh, the Viper actually eating a big shot. The Mangonel is getting saved here. Oh, sweet stuff. And the Scout's doing major damage. So I love how the Viper is putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, Viper really pouring on the pressure, like you said. 2 villagers or 3 on the wood line, and then 3 villagers in the north denying that TC. Liereyy is not going to be happy with that. Eremby even getting sniped for extremely low prices. And the Viper's rolling, man. Frank's Archer's OP.
Frank's Archer's OP, indeed. Well, it is simply because he's dodging the Mangonel so well. You saw he's trying to outmove the Mangonel. Liereyy at the same time knows if he just right-clicks it, he will never have a good shot. So he did the ground attack, but the Viper with the dodge now goes back, tries to regroup, lick his wounds a bit, and then will charge in for another attack with the Knights.
I mean, he grabbed 2 or 3 Eremby during that attack, so he knows Lierey's army is still going to be small. 4 military total for Liereyy. I think it's 3 Eremby right now for him. So it's still not a scary group yet. for Liereyy after taking that damage. Husbandry on the way for Liereyy. Viper keeps upgrading the eco. You should also note that Viper is now up by 10 vills, so that eco advantage can help him in the later part of the game.
10 builds ahead, indeed, and 1 TC ahead, so that will even increase further, and will snag another villager. Low HP scout though. Okay.
Yeah. Not going to get her. She's going to live to see another day, but Viper is going to use that low HP scout, I presume, to scout extra resources on the map. At this point, it's not really too useful to do anything other than actually scouting. Crossbowman number is still high. Viper's still waiting up there with Bodkin Arrow. Maybe he'll dive in again soon, but for now, both guys going back to their respective corners.
Yeah, and that's just an incredible play here by the Viper. Honestly, it feels like, why is he not attacking? But he knows he is heavily ahead in villagers. It's super tough to take favorable engagements against a Rambai and Mangonels, even if he has somewhat of a hill control here. So he just goes back, continues his boom. Now 4th CC coming up, and I think he will camp it out even till to the Imperial Age.
Viper on 4 TCs is nice because those 5 or 6 Arumbai groups that are going to be running through his eco, and 4 TCs gives you a lot more protection. That could be a really easy thing for him to do, just jump back into his town centers to defend. We've also got a monastery up for the Viper, and we will see if he can grab a few relics and maybe convert a couple of Arumbai.
That would be obviously super good. Those Rambai could then snipe the Mangonels themselves. At the moment, well, even that's what I said with licking his wounds, right? He is healing that crossbowman. He did get some hits, but most of them survived. Let's take a look if we see a double attack. Maybe the moment Liereyy attacks here, the Viper will move in with his knights.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Let's see if he can pull it off this time and make Liereyy not react again. Town bells are ringing, you guys can hear it, so of course that is the case. Knights in the north still waiting in the wings for their moment to shine. So no engagement here and no dive in for the Viper. Not yet. Very patient.
He's even pulling them back down. Probably wants to go for the sniper and the Mangonels, and Mangonels somewhat out of position here. The Rambai not protecting them too well. The Viper trying to go for the dodge is going for the attack. That was not enough. One Mangonel will go down here at the top. He is committing completely. He needs to go back and will dodge that shot. Beautiful move. And now I believe he will engage this and should look pretty good. Let's take a look. Mangonel down. Indeed. Beautiful engagement here by the Viper. Sniping all of the very threatful units.
Yeah, it came at a cost of a couple of knights, but of course those crossbowmen can now walk around with impunity. No worries for them. Ballistics even coming. Frank's archers, man. Frank's crossbows. Who knew? Arumbai still rolling around in good numbers. Leary's going to try to get in some raids here on the left side now, and maybe defend back at home with some more mangonels, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Well, the crossbowman alone, not too scary. It has to be composition. And now even going up to TC number 5 here. The Viper, he wants to have his villagers well protected.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Arumbai raiding is going to happen all game long. He can protect vills in his TCs, and of course he can reproduce his villager numbers faster with 5 town centers. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense. We'll see if he can get something going, because that Arumbai number is going to continue to increase for Liereyy. He's up to 14 now.
And now he kind of wanted to go into that one-dimensional push like a Rambai Mangonel, but getting sniped. All those Mangonels over here did just really put him, just took the wind out of his sails, and now Rambai only left.
A risky engagement for the Viper. He dodged a lot of the Mangonel damage, not all of it, but he got the 3 mangoes like you said.
And that was all he needed to just go aggressive again, and now coming around, and the double-pronged attack again.
Yeah, of course, diving in the north with the knights, coming in from the left side with the crossbows. Crossbowmen are going to grab a couple vills from Liereyy. Lierey's reaction seems quick enough, but not very good, because he's going to the back of his economy now, where those knights are waiting with open arms. Lierey's doing nothing with those. Ooh, okay. Good shot from Liereyy there. Lots of damage, lots of splash damage.
And, well, those knights lost some of their HP against the Rambai there. Let's take a look if he can finish the Mangonel. No repair coming over. One more hit would be nice. And the knight could even save his life. Oh, another great step in towards the direction of the GG of Liereyy. And now it's coming in. And what a clean play by the Viper.
Yeah, 95 villagers at the end. 5 TCs. Frank's crossbowmen, those OP units, they could not be overcome. Very nice game from Viper. A little bit of a surprising game to me to see him go that deep into crossbows, but hey, it worked. Protecting his whole eco with TCs. Do you think Liereyy here was totally GG, or could he have fought on a little longer?
He knew eco-wise he was behind. His raids over here were all cleaned up as well. We had 3 conversions to fight that we didn't see because we were watching the Mangonels over there. So again, the Viper with a better macro and overview of everything happening than us.
Yeah, absolutely. He's making it fun for us. There's been a couple of these games where I'm a bit surprised at what he does, and that's why we watch the game. Yeah, I hope people out there are enjoying. Get hyped, people. Let's do this.
Okay, let's take a look into the achievements as well here. KD pretty even, but that was obviously a lot of cross-command against like Mangonels and Rambai. So if we had like unit cost there as the difference, the numbers would be way better for the Viper.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely the case. Players are waiting in the room. They're thinking about getting going soon. So guys, get hyped up for game number 2. Game 2 is going to be Lierey's home map. Liereyy choosing Arabia. Liereyy choosing Mayans. And as soon as he chose that, Jordan started whispering, Aztecs. So the Viper might have something here planned out. He might have been ready for Liereyy to take Mayans, and he wants to get that Mayans-Aztecs matchup.
But why? Like, it was really surprising. Liereyy and Viper obviously already faced each other in the group stage. Liereyy picked Mayans there on Arabia as well as his home map, and the Viper just went for the mirror. That went out well for him. Why would he kind of risk it now to not play the mirror match?
Hey man, I could tell you, but then I would ruin the foreshadowing. I mean, I know all the answers, but I don't want to ruin it for people. Let's keep it a little bit secretive here. I'm not exactly sure what his plan is, but I think he does have a pretty solid plan in order. I mean, it sounds like he and Jordan might have been thinking about this for a few days. So.
It feels like it, and I even spoke to Liereyy the other day, and he was like, Hans, like, he kind of tried to explain how the circle like of countering works, like Mayans beat Aztecs, Aztecs beat Hans, and Hans beat Mayans, but it's more like a 50-50 there, he said. And he just felt, Mayans, you are always with the safe pick, and he should really put a lot of thought into, like, what is Viper up to, what will Viper go for, and we are in the 14th position to find out.
Yeah, right here, right now, guys. We're ready for game number 2. It's Nilly's Apartment Cup Grand Final. I hope you're pumped up for it. You can see on the scoreboard the Viper won game number 1. Liereyy here looking to tie things up. Liereyy used 1 re. Viper has 2 re's left. Liereyy has 1 left. Let's lock and load. Let's do it.
And look at that beautiful map of the Viper here when it comes to wood and berries. Very close to him, will be super protected against potential drush aggressions. Gold, a bit more on the open side though, so especially with that hill, think that could be a spot for a restart.
That's an ugly hill. That is a very ugly hill, and it's one of those hills that's just far enough from the TC that you can't put your own military buildings on top of it and guard it, so it's a great launching point for attacks, and it's a wide hill as well. You can't just take one part of it. Let's see also Liereyy maybe stealing a boar.
Talking of taking one part of it indeed, and the Viper, does he see it? We go into his point of view to understand how he's trying to block this. Now always a question, do you go for the boar block or do you go for the eagle block here?
Yeah, I think that he's going to go for HP on that eagle, but let's see. Let's see what the Viper does. He's found that boar steal very, very early, so he should be able to stop it. And it might be Liereyy here using another re if he loses his scout. What do you think?
I think he will never lose his eagle, but I think he will just potentially run. I think he took 3 hits from the boar there instead of normally 2.
Yeah, he did, and he's about to take 1 more here. It's not a downhill shot, I don't think. Viper will block the boar. Liereyy will go back on low HP.
And you see, did you see? He looked at the top of the screen there, looking at the timer, so he is thinking about it for sure.
I think it's worth considering. Let's see if he does it. That boar will go back home to safety, and the Viper is now on the front, and the Viper can steal a boar, and Liereyy can't really stop him because his eagle is on quite low HP. I don't think he'll be able to stop this.
Ooh, and that would be funny. Like, if Liereyy now tries to block this, I think this has to be a re. But then he used 2 restarts in the first 2 maps.
Certainly not ideal to use it, but...
And you see, Liereyy, he's a guy who likes to pause and think about it. That's what we saw at the Gamescom as well. And Viper just says K, and Liereyy goes for the restart. 2 restarts taken in the first 2 maps. He does not want to go down.
Liereyy taking the re here at 4 minutes. I can't disagree with it too much. I think the first re was actually the one that we were a little surprised by. Why did he re in the first game? But Liereyy uses a second restart. So the Viper, who traditionally likes to hold on to his re's, for instance, is going to have 2 re's in the bank ready for the later part of the game. Liereyy is going to have to play it as it lies from now on, no matter how bad his map is or situation is. So,
And the big problem with not having Reese is that your enemy can just always be like super, super risky. Viper can go for boar lane every single game from here on, and Liereyy cannot counter it. And if Liereyy is successful by blocking the boar, the Viper falls back, says, let's take another try, I will restart. But Liereyy, he really needs to watch out for that now.
Yeah, I think that people in the chat will have fun talking about if they think that was the right call or not. For me, I think it is the right call because you're using it in a way that's going to help you because your scout there cannot get your boar back. Like, that was going to be a really hard game to win. So maybe Liereyy can get lucky and not get any bad maps, not need any rees, but we'll find out as we relaunch game number 2.
Players, well, their focus, you see, Liereyy, he isn't super happy. The Viper, he just feels so much more focused than like compared to Friday, I would say.
Yeah, Viper looks on point. He obviously was not around earlier in the day when Liereyy was playing MBL. He was probably resting and getting ready and doing his pregame ritual. Viper should be extremely rested for these matches, and we'll have to see if he can keep the momentum in game 2.
And we will take a look into that. We'll have Liereyy here with a solid map, I would say, defensive wood, defensive berries, and defensive gold. Not too great when it comes to walling though, and somewhat in a crater.
Yeah, the shoe is on the other foot now. It was the Viper with a terrible hill in front of his base. Now it's Liereyy who's going to have to show us how to defend a really awkward, really wide cratered hill.
And Eagle, well, he's already quite far away from the TC. Seems like right-hand side scouting was done with the sheep. Is he going for the lane? It seems like no, he wants to find his resources first. On the other side, the Viper.
Yeah, still looking around. Still going to find maybe a few more sheep and get things rolling. He's got a couple sheep there revealed. He can actually get all of his resources, I think, in the next 30 seconds or so. He's got view on both of those sets of sheep. 2 forward stone piles for the Viper. A lot of structure way out in front of his base. Maybe in the later game he can use that, but a lot of resources on the front early. It's not a fun map to protect either.
Oh man, this is like super open. It will be so easy to raid that. Look at that, all the 3 gold spots over here. I think with that map, like in a scenario where we don't have restarts, he needs to play a forward M&A aggression here. There's no way to play a normal game, I would say, with this one, like both just producing from their home bases, but maybe the Viper will take the restart. And, well, the hand was off the keyboard there, just itching a bit, so that kind of indicates he might not be 100% in this game.
Yeah, the Viper could take a re, and Liereyy could be here in time to block that Vil. Looks like Viper will quick wall in and lose the Vil, and almost guaranteed now to use a restart, right?
I would be super surprised if he didn't use it, and that would be so sick. We didn't even finish game number 2, and we'll have 3 restarts already taken out of 4.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, the Viper likes to save his rees, but in that situation, you got to spend it. There's no reason to hold on to that one. It's almost a sure loss after losing that Vil. It would have been incredibly tough.
Oh man, I didn't expect to go that way. And yeah, you said it several times, he likes to hold on to them, and I like that. And Liereyy, well, we thought he scouted his map first, but he was instantly there, was there for the kill.
Yeah, Viper trying to do some quick palisading there. What was his plan? Was he just trying to stop the boar's aggression, I guess?
He knew that if he was, like, I think I want to show that also on screen to understand easier. So the boar is coming towards the town center here, and Liereyy would always block it with his eagle warrior, so that the villager would be blocked against the boar. And to prevent that, the Viper was trying to quick wall himself in, so that he would take no damage from either the eagle or the boar. Yeah, the boar would run back, but the villager survives.
Sure, gotcha. Yeah, and the Viper's eagle was nearby. He might have been able to get over there and rescue the situation, but one villager down in a terrible map.
Yeah,
good use of a reef.
And like, that's like a double reef for him even, right?
Yeah.
That's like, I would have felt like the map was a restart and the start was a restart, so I feel, yeah, it's a pretty easy one for him.
Absolutely. Absolutely, guys. So we're going to see Mayans Aztecs relaunched here again, the 3rd time now. We'll see if the Viper can use whatever strategy he has up his sleeve to pull out another win as we launch into Game 2.
For the 3rd time indeed, and we have the Mayan start here, and that is a gold that I would call not bugged. I think you can access enough, I think you can get into woodline later on, so I think that's not a spot where we should think about an admin restart, right?
Yep, it's 2 panels. We'll see We'll see Liereyy with that awkward back gold. His main gold you saw there on the right side. Looks to me like a wallable map on at least the sides so far. Pretty easy to defend map for Liereyy, but the front is a bit more open for him. For now, he's searching around for resources. What do you think about this map for Mayans?
I feel like that's a spot like double archery range over here and some walls over here, and then try to maybe group up himself on that area. I would say the rest of the resources quite nice. Let's take a look at the map of the Viper.
Yeah, Viper on the other side in the red as the Aztecs has a back wood line to work with. He's actually got two nice little patches of wood behind him. Wood line up to the north of his TC creates good structure. Berries out toward the front a bit, but this is also a map that you can defend a lot, except for the very front side, which is going to be wide open.
Oh yeah, we have some cliffs here, but and potentially another steal. We have the boar over there, but Liereyy is more going towards the top, so he knows that the TC will be placed at the right-hand side. Not finding the boar though.
Yeah, Liereyy is going to go past that boar for now. Maybe he'll work his way back to it. The Viper's eagle is in the middle of the map, so if Liereyy goes for a steal, Viper might be able to find him on the way home, but I guess we'll see. That eagle from Viper is just kind of chilling in the center. He's looking for his opponent's boar as well.
And he will find it with more success, and well, that is kind of the story of this series so far.
Oh yeah, and he sees that villager. He's going to let her get the boar's aggression and then try to block her. Let's see how this goes, Nilly.
Luckily, she has loom, so might get some more hits off. But as we know, 7 hits needed here. And that looks good. And we saw Liereyy with the same move here. He built a house there for the boar, did run back. And the Viper now needs to block the boar. Let's take a look. Trying to go for the for the villager here. Oh, what a dance.
Viper making Liereyy work for it, but Liereyy deals with it. He gets that boar in. Of course, Mayans with early loom because of the way their game starts off. Liereyy will not lose the villager. He'll move back to the berries and get things rolling. A little bit of annoyance, but probably not any idle TC or anything like that from Liereyy. It's all fine.
Yeah, man, he got just too smooth there as well. The sheep are giving you more food, so shouldn't be the biggest problem. But I think he is still lacking those 2 sheep, and now even getting them with a villager here. Untypical.
Yeah, Lierey's going to walk back with the villain and grab those sheep. His eagle is still on the front, still looking around and getting all of that scouting information. He's waiting and camping on the Viper's boar. Here we go.
Not camping anymore. Oh, wait. He's passing by.
I think he's going to wait for a Vil by the looks of it. Both guys trying the same tactics. The Viper did loom. I noticed him clicking loom a little earlier on, so I believe he should have loomed up villagers.
Oh.
Ah, Viper doesn't know about that boar.
Oh. But that's interesting. But he kind of has to know where it is, right? He has enough sheep to keep the production rolling, and well, villager still not going to the front. He scouts the boar now, and you saw the villager was moving there. I think he went to the berries first.
Yeah, Viper's going to grab his boar and keep things rolling. Both guys with a little work early on. Here we go. Little eagle fight. Lierey's going to have to go back.
Why is he building that house there before getting the boar? That's surprising to me. I like the house placement in the long run, but I think I would have placed it here to just run to see a bit better. And well, that's a weird fight. The both are taking it without even trying to micro here with any hills.
Yeah, and the Viper's going to go back. He's seeing that he's not going to win the scout fight, and he'll go back home for now. Should be quite okay for him, but Liereyy is going to chase for now, but not going to get that kill.
And well, the late boar, not that bad if you're going for a drush anyways. But is really the drush the strategy he wants to go for? If Liereyy is playing this, that looks like a drush FC potentially.
Yeah, Liereyy for now is building the militia in the Dark Age.
I think it will be drush flush, right? Like 3 on gold, then only 4 on wood at the same time. I think this will be some feudal age aggression behind that. The Viper, let's take a look at him, and he will just play this in feudal age, so well, still a reasonable start. 10-17 is uptime.
Couple seconds of idle, but a lot of micro with his eagle and 2 different awkward situations involving boars. So, you know, a couple of seconds is not a big deal. We'll see Liereyy dropping down some more farms, and we'll keep an eye on what his build is going to be. We did talk about his map being really defensible, but Drush FC seems like a really risky move for him in game number 2 here.
Well, we'll see. His map, as we said before, not the prettiest gold spot, so Drush FC maybe not his option. This, though, feels like now a quite high number. This could be the Drush FC that we kind of aren't recommending him.
Well, let's see what he has in store. Going up on 25 villagers now. He's got a couple militia on the field. It will be 3 militia for him. Viper's first couple militia are out. Viper should be okay to defend this. He's actually going to even take this fight, which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, without his own eagle, kind of interesting as you said. Now he's trying to micro this as best as he can, and well, Liereyy will keep his eagle alive and will get some kills done. Somewhat of an even trade.
Yeah, it's an even trade, but I don't know. I thought the Viper would micro back a bit and either get his eagle back home or get a few villagers involved, but I guess he's happy to basically neuter those units. I mean, they can't really do much more damage. Scout on about 5 HP, 6 HP, and that 1 militia is low as well.
2 villagers to the front, and they aren't even scared. They will try to chase away themselves. And yeah, as we said, the Drush into flash here from Liereyy. We will go into a normal game, and it feels like skirmishers from the Viper and the Liereyy will go for a skirm archer mix.
Yeah, I think you're right. We saw the Viper taking a little bit of gold long distance there, but I have not seen him on gold at the moment. Chasing a couple of those units around with his Vils. Viper looks like he's going skirms. You can see them already queued, and he'll be ready for Liereyy. He'll be ready for him.
And Killer B, I should have you here every Sunday because we just broke 5k viewers with you. Thank you so much for being around.
I can't take any credit for it. It's been a great tournament. People have been pumped about it. We got a whole room in the other side full of pro players. I mean, what could possibly deserve 5k viewers more than this? It's been a great tournament, man. Congrats.
Thanks.
You made it happen.
Thanks. Yeah, super happy with everything, guys. As I said, I just teared up a bit before the series started because feedback has been incredible tournament, and well, the series is promising to be exactly that as well.
I really hope so. I think Liereyy can, if anybody can give Viper a run for his money, it's going to be Liereyy. And let's see. I mean, Liereyy needs game number 2 here. That would help him a lot. We are going to see 2 ranges, I presume, coming down for him on the north of his TC. And we will see his production start to roll. But just 2 Vils on gold there, and he has moved a couple villagers to stone. So he's going skirms as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not on stone. My apologies.
He is going for skirms for sure. The question is, will he mix in some archers or will he also build some eagles? Not sure.
We're going to find out soon. For now, it's Liereyy just grabbing some deer on the front, fleshing out his eco. The Viper is adding in another range as well, I guess. Is that what that foundation is? Yeah, second range coming from Viper. It's going to be an archer-skirmisher mix, but mostly skirms for the snake. And let's see.
Even killing the deer now, and well, mainly skirms as we said, so the dance will be real. The Viper still getting some scouting off. Doesn't really know about, well, he knows about the 2 lumber placements, and
ooh, housed.
Yeah,
that's annoying.
I think that's, if I could name something of a weakness, it could maybe be being housed of the Viper. Sometimes he just forgets that, but now is building up more. And we said we wanted some walls here. Didn't really happen yet.
Yeah, slowly Lierey's making some makeshift walls. It looks like a blacksmith and a couple houses will be able to block that side eventually. But for now, he's still open. Military numbers are 12 for the Viper, 10 for Liereyy. Viper's got mostly skirms right now, and I think Liereyy has skirms with a few more archers mixed in. So a little bit better if the Viper can engage with the more skirms.
For sure, and numbers are looking better for the Viper. Blacksmith only now finished, still lacking some. He miscalculated. He doesn't have enough gold for fletching. He is lacking 10 gold, now sending a villager over, and that's a hiccup. I believe Liereyy with +1 attack, +1 range, can maybe go into some microfights.
If there's anybody who has better micro than the Viper, it's Liereyy, and he's here with fletching, with the Viper without it. Viper's standing on that little tiny hill, trying to get a little damage bonus, but Liereyy can micro around this pretty easily. Gonna grab 1 skirm already, should be able to get in more damage. Still no click of fletching, so it's gonna be a while.
And the problem here is the villagers carry 15 gold, so actually 5 gold of an over collect there. And Liereyy with the micro, maybe a small misclick here, but very little losses for him, and he's dealing some damage.
Yeah, Lierey's getting some small advantage here on the Viper, pushing him back into his base, still reinforcing, like trickle reinforcements, 2 by 2, all coming to the front. He's not massing up at home, he smells a little bit of blood, and he's going to keep pressure on the Viper.
And yeah, he's so good with doing that. We saw that on the other games as well, and yeah, there he let it slide a little. The Viper had the chance for the comeback there, did stabilize, and well, Liereyy now with some kills here. It feels though that they're somewhat trading evenly.
Yeah, Lierey's going to get a couple more units, I think, out of that fight. Kill death right now is 10-6 in favor of Liereyy. Doesn't seem like a big deal to kill a couple of skirms, but in this particular matchup, Lierey's doing a pretty good job to keep the Viper's number a little thin.
And resources, 100 food, 100 gold here. Liereyy looking at similar numbers. We see the skirm splits are continuing here. It feels like Lierey's outplaying the snake here.
Yeah, he's absolutely out-microing him early on. That mistake of getting fletching late is probably the key to the difference in kill death right now. But yeah, give Liereyy the credit. He was the guy who got fletching early enough, and he's keeping the pressure on, peeling a couple archers off to go to the north. He's not going to find damage there, but it's a smart move anyway. They're not very useful in that fight compared to the skirmishers.
Yeah, and the Viper with horse color maybe a bit late. Liereyy now squeezing in wheelbarrow, increasing his eco there, and the dance of the skirms continues.
The dance of the skirms, and we talked about the Viper picking Aztecs instead of Mayans in this case. If he did anticipate Liereyy going Mayans like he did before, he was going to have Aztecs ready. We still don't exactly know why that is, because in a straight skirmisher fight, it doesn't become clear to me why you'd want to have Aztecs in this case.
If he is like super crazy, he tries to go for the +1 range, +1 attack there out of his castle. But Aztecs, castle in castle age, not going for Jaguars, then that would be too costly in my opinion.
Yeah, it seems like there isn't an obvious reason for that, but maybe it's not the early game that the Viper is planning for the Aztecs. Maybe he's thinking about the later part of the game. We'll find out soon, but for now, Viper's still hanging in defense with mostly skirms. Liereyy went up to the north, but he hasn't found any damage there, guys.
He's just owning him so well. Look at that, getting kill after kill. So many spears flying here, but Liereyy with the micro.
Yeah, man. Liereyy, the Wonder Boy, is absolutely putting down good damage. He and the Viper squaring off still, but you guys can see that kill death is 14-11. Lierey's still keeping up the pressure. Wheelbarrow coming for the Viper. These guys are going to shift to Castle Age in just a minute or so now.
Oh, but now he had like 4 losses with only 1 return, so the Viper, well, he wants to play there as well. Military numbers, very even. KD, very even. Villagers, dead even. Damn, they're evenly matched.
Yeah, both guys full walled at this point. Both guys with equal or similar skirmisher numbers. It's hard to foresee too much damage coming in now. But what are we going to see next, Nilly? I mean, we're going to shift to the Castle Age here in a moment. What's the plan?
Good question.
I mean, I'm thinking Eagles, right? To get those skirmisher numbers down. But what are your thoughts?
Well, for now, 1 barracks for Liereyy, and he has just clicked up to Castle Age. At the other side, we have the Viper, still a bit later. Maybe he sent too many villagers on gold too early.
Viper's building up another barracks inside of his eco, so that makes a lot of sense. I don't think that will surprise Liereyy. It's a relatively straightforward counter. Is Liereyy on stone? Yes, he is. So Lierey's got 5 villagers in the back on stone. He's also stonewalling parts of his eco, but not the most important part. He's going to need to secondary wall that area.
Oh, that will be tricky. Now deleting the house here to maybe get some defense over here. But we'll need to fight against the hill. No eagle production, for sure. He only has 2 on gold.
Yeah, the Viper's going to take an aggressive stance, I suppose, as Liereyy tries to build up some stone for a castle. The Viper can come forward with a couple of eagles. That will really tilt him in this fight. Viper with the hill advantage, but Lierey's fighting this, Nilly.
How? Why is he fighting this? I believe that makes very little sense. He was so clumped up there. The Viper may be missing 1 shot, I would say. But Liereyy just going straight for it, getting the kill stun. The villager actually, well, even trying to get some shots. And Liereyy, that was such a ballsy move, and I think he should have lost that.
Yeah, Liereyy climbed the hill and he sacrificed, well, looked like he was going to sacrifice a couple of skirms to get the stone walls up to get some security. But you know what? He's doing fine. He's winning this fight.
T90 fine indeed, right? And he's getting so many kills, just focusing down all those skirmishes, not even going for the archer kill. And now KD looks a bit better for our 16-year-old.
Ooh, Liereyy hits the Castle Age, and he is going to keep upgrading his eco. He's going to keep taking stone. He's going to be ready to transition, but this is a massive win for him. And if his confidence was low after Game 1 and after using both of his Rees, it's got to be a lot higher now, because he's just taken a great couple of fights.
And that's an interesting situation here. Why did the Viper fight there? Obviously, he's switching away from skirmishes, and wanted to kill a lot of skirmishes here of Liereyy. But by doing that, he kind of is announcing the tech switch to Liereyy without him needing to scout it.
Yeah, Liereyy will grab stone mining and keep grabbing stone, so expect a castle from him soon, but you're right. This is another tip of the cap that the Viper is going for a transition, and the obvious transition is going to be Eagles in this case. So Lierey's going to be ready for that. Second TC coming up for Liereyy now, and he's going to put a castle up on top of that hill. You like it?
Yeah, he has at the moment the whole map control, so he can go for the outside. Knows, okay, potentially this could get raided, but, well.
Canceled it and went back. Okay. Top of the hill would have been nice, but middle of the eco is better for raiding maybe, if there are eagles coming his way.
Yeah, well, we said he has map control, but honestly, he didn't see any eagles yet. So they could be sneaking around, so he thought better of it, and probably the more clever play.
I certainly am not mad at that. I think it's a quite nice move from him. Viper coming over with a couple of eagles now, so Liereyy does know where this army is. If he knew this a minute ago, maybe he goes to the top of the hill. But those eagles are going to start rolling forward. Lierey's not going to get any picks by the looks of it, and the Viper will clean everything here.
And what do you think about if the Viper expected this game to go exactly this way? That mass skirmishers into eagles? Don't you think like Incas with couriers could have been a better pick for the late game?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think you're right. I mean, we've been trying to figure out why Aztecs and why not Mayans, but Incas, as you're saying, would also be maybe better for this particular situation. I don't know why he's chosen Aztecs, but I guess there's more to come. So maybe we're going to find out in the Imperial Age. Maybe it's a plan that's not unfolding yet.
Yeah, well, the thing is, obviously, Aztec's eco is incredible there. The villagers carrying more, so much better food eco, efficient on the gold and wood there as well, especially if you have some longer walking distances. So I still feel Aztec's a very strong put.
Well, we're going to see plumes starting to roll out now for these two guys. 21 military for the Viper. He's been able to create a lot of eagles in the feudal age, and now he's continuing in the castle age. Has the eagle warrior upgrade and the defense upgrades. So those eagles should have a moment to shine if they can find a way into the economy, but Liereyy is full walled at the moment.
But full walled kind of gives an opportunity of maybe a potential mango nail siege here, and this villager is up to no good.
No reason for him to be there other than a siege workshop, I think. Sanctity coming for the Viper, a couple monks coming out for him now. He's going to get a siege workshop down. Villager counts are 62 and 59, so presumably 2 TCs for each guy. Is that what we're looking at here?
Well, I think we are at 3 even.
Okay.
Game has been kind of stable. So, Liereyy only at 2, but I'm expecting maybe a TC over here pretty soon as well. Oh, University, and those 3 villagers should probably die.
They're not making it home for Christmas, Nilly. Those 3 vills are going to get taken down. Viper with the faster unit should be able to grab them in. He's also attacking on the right side. Liereyy sniped a monk there in the middle, so a little win for Liereyy there, but a couple vills going down.
And, well, the Viper, I wanted to say, could get a favorable engagement here, but Liereyy just too aware of it, and he is microing like a young god.
Yeah, like a young god. I like that. Yeah, Liereyy will micro back. Viper will deny the university for a moment, so no ballistics is able to come in yet for Liereyy. But we'll see. We'll see if Viper can keep up the pressure with the mangonel rolling forward now.
It is kind of tough to pressure, though, against the castle up. The plumed archer is so mobile as well. It feels a bit like he wants to defend, but then on the other hand, you don't really want to sit back against a man's player either.
Yeah, Viper up to 33 units now. Does have that mango in the mix, but as you said, he's staying patient. He's on stone himself, so we could see the Viper drop a castle sometime in a little while. Lierey's ready for another castle soon.
And he is ready for Imperial Age as well, already using the market, and, well, he will just defend that off. Did lose some villagers here at the stone, but he is clicking up to the Imperial Age now.
Yeah, Liereyy with the faster imp. He still has that awkward hill near his base that the Viper's trying to annoy him at, but for now the plumes will push this all away. Imperial coming for Liereyy. Viper going handcart and stone mining, so presumably he'll be in castle a bit longer. Do you like the quicker Imperial play here from Liereyy?
Well, he isn't really taking damage, and plumed archers don't necessarily require the biggest eco. Obviously, elite plumed archer is somewhat costly, but once you have bracer, maybe even cheap chemistry, it's pretty good with plumes.
Yeah, Liereyy does not look like he's going to take too much damage here. He can bring the plumes back over and out micro the Viper. Also, he's pretty much full walled. A lot of houses in this makeshift wall. He should be totally safe. And these Eagles are kind of trapped.
Kind of trapped only though. They can fight a bit back. That Fundachi needs to get microed back. Wow, the beautiful stutter step micro and the Viper. Well, his plan isn't really too successful at the moment.
Not yet. He's still trying to push in on that hill, but Lierey's castle is still there once he breaks through to help him defend. A couple of plumes from Liereyy coming over. Is the Viper going to dive in here?
Oh, well, he is breaking it for sure. Killing the blacksmith and the walls behind with the stone didn't really finish, but even breaking this.
Yeah.
What can he really do? The castle is there, the wall off behind, and the TC to save the villagers.
Liereyy will have to rebuild a blacksmith, so the Viper will at least have that to rely on, but it's certainly no damage yet from the Viper. The Snake is going Elite Skirm and Padded Archer, and he's spending resources and not going to Imp yet. Still spending a lot of food here.
He is expecting Liereyy to be probably quite far away from him. Otherwise, why would he go for those mass skirmishes? Maybe, though, that's the only answer we have here in Khazad. Mangonels have no chance against Bracer Plumes.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with Liereyy microing those plumes, it's an absolute beast. Liereyy did get up another blacksmith, and he will go for Bracer now. Viper's on the way to Bodkin Arrow, but still, skirmishers with Bodkin Arrow versus plumes with Bracer, it's not ideal either, especially with this big number of plumes potentially coming in.
But Liereyy, the question is, should he add traps here? I don't really see him having any like real push opportunities. Maybe save up another 300 stone and then go for the aggression and only then add traps.
Yeah, we will find out in a moment as chemistry comes in. Viper's going ballistic, so he does want to defend this with those elite skirms. He's going to maybe land some damage, but we saw Liereyy dancing around ballistics all throughout the MBL series, so you know. Great mangonel shot. Viper popping out and getting a ton of splash damage on that group.
They didn't really get the kills, like one, but just, freeing up, the potential for the big bada boom with another mangonel shot.
Absolutely a good shot from him there. We do see the Snake in the south with a big group of Eagles still. They're just kind of waiting, knocking down a few buildings. No damage there yet, and the Trebs are starting to come out.
Look at that ballsy monk, but it is spotted by Liereyy here. Did have enough vision apparently, and probably should snipe that. A lot of upgrades on the monks though.
Yeah, Viper up to 50 HP, so that's an interesting thing to keep an eye on. The plumes, wow, look at that dead batch of plumes, Nelly.
Did get one beautiful hit off, and probably a bit risky, losing or taking already one big shot and then overextending again, maybe into more, but he cleared up the rest of the mangonels and a lot of the skirmishers and is now sieging up with the traps.
Liereyy losing a couple of plumes to the TC there while he's firing away at a house. A little bit of lost units with the mangonel. Now his castle drop comes, can he defend it?
That will be a tricky one. That castle will go up just shortly before the Viper will reach Imp, and that's not really the time where you want to fight, right? You want to wait for your upgrades, so I think he will let that TC die.
Okay, well for now, the Viper's abandoning ship with Vils. His Eagles are still in the south, or a little south of this part of the map, just roaming around, so the Viper is not hurrying to get to this engagement. He's kind of waiting in the wings, being patient.
And we kind of see mass skirmishes at the moment from the Viper to defend that off. And what's a good counter to massive skirmishes?
Massive skirmishers? Eagle, oh, well, there's this unit, the Eagle Warrior, has some high pierce armor. Leary's on the way to grabbing that. Mayans player has how many barracks? 2 or 3 down?
At the moment, 3.
3 barracks down for Liereyy. Okay, well, we'll see if he can keep some pressure going. He does need the Eagle Warrior upgrade, and then the Elite upgrade. Probably needs a lot of armor upgrades as well. But we're shifting into the Imperial Age, and if the Viper had some secret reason to choose Aztecs, maybe we're going to find it out soon.
Oh, the Atl skirmishes will now come out, and we'll try to... Oh! There's a hole.
There's a hole to the north, but that's... Oh, that is a hole to the north. Viper will quick wall everything, but he's going to lose a few villagers here, more than a few. Oh boy.
And that hurts so much. That's the only gold he has at the moment, I believe. And that's so many
God.
villagers going down. And look at that, they're running around here. And that's just so brutal. And that's the whole gold eco of the Viper.
Oh my God, I don't believe my eyes. That's 10 dead villagers on that side from the Viper due to a hole. Usually we don't see the Viper making any mistakes in these games, but not walling that pond is a really big deal. And boy, his chances of winning just became a lot harder. This became a very hard game to win now.
And as we did show, like, he scouted the side gold, but still, his main gold, dry. He lost all the villagers here. That one even under control of Liereyy. We won't see too many eagles from him for sure.
Viper's gonna have to regroup and try to make something happen, even losing another mangonel there. We did see capped ram for a moment, but it looked like it might have been canceled to me. Bracer is coming now for the Viper, so we will see how he's gonna fend this off. Still a big group of eagles for the snake, but he's still waiting for the right engagement, and he still doesn't have the right engagement, I don't think.
I don't think that he can take this one for sure. We all know plumed archers have extra damage against eagles, and I believe only elite plumes, right? So he really needs that as well. Maybe the Viper can find an engagement while Liereyy is still...
There's something happening here in the south of the map. There's a whole bunch of villagers that the Viper's just found, but he's not going to get them. Castle there to protect.
And well, we didn't take a look at the civilization for quite some time, at least I didn't. The Viper actually 40 had a bit more villagers, but well, the skirmishers, obviously not the greatest pop efficient unit.
Yeah, Viper's still fighting this out with a lot of skirms. He's gonna have to find a way to push Liereyy back. He can sandwich him, and he's coming in now for the trebs.
Oh boy, and he's trying to get the wall in here. That looks like the trap could die quite easily there with 1 HP left. And the Viper just going for the kill. He is preparing traps, hopefully trying to go for it. And this looks like the Viper will push Liereyy back here. But now the eagle switch from our Austrian.
Yeah, Liereyy is going to have a chance to get some damage in on those skirms, but his trebs are down and his castle is under fire now from the Viper. Viper needed to pick the moment to come out, and that was the right moment, I suppose.
Yeah, it has to be. Traps are out, this castle goes down, the Viper back on his gold spot that he desperately needs. Skirmishers attacking, and you have control over here. It's looking better and better for the Viper all of a sudden.
Yeah, Lierey's going plate mail armor so that he can keep up the pressure with these eagles. Those eagles rolling in now, focusing down the other eagle warriors, but the numbers are pretty low for the blue player Liereyy, and I don't think he's going to get a ton of damage before his castle dies.
Yeah, castle will die indeed, but well, if all the skirmishers are going down, I believe Liereyy is looking pretty good with his plumed archers, and this is such a close game. I have no idea who's really ahead.
Well, Liereyy with that great bit of raiding, we were thinking, oh, the momentum's going to swing, but the Viper kind of pulled back into his base. He waited for the right moment, and now we see the snake pushing out. He's got more units than his opponent, doesn't have quite the quality of an army, mostly skirms, but Lierey's going to have to go back and go to another plan, maybe. Right now, he's having trouble.
The plan will be El Dorado Eagle Warriors. They're upgrading from 60 to 100 HP. And they will take quite some damage against them and still survive and still do damage against those skirmishers.
Yeah, Viper with a lot of skirms, getting chemistry, really not wanting El Dorado Eagles to find that group. For now, Viper's taking resources around the map. He's probably patched up that hole he had in his wall, and he's getting everything in order. Little map control for the snake, but Lierey's going to have a high-quality army coming forward.
It's still open. It's still open. It's weird. Okay.
Okay, well, Viper playing with fire this game. For now, the Eagles rolling around for Viper, and Lierey's coming back.
Well, he's moving in now, as close to all the upgrades on those Eagles. Skirmishers need to micro back, is trying to focus down on those plumed archers. But, well, Liereyy, that's a damn strong army.
Yeah, Liereyy doing the old shake, rattle, and roll to keep the ballistics from hitting. He's taking down a lot of Eagles here now, but both guys standing and fighting for the moment. Let's see who gets in more damage.
Well, trapping all the traps, obviously pretty beautiful when you know that your enemy isn't too well on the gold side either. So raiding over here again, and well, that is stopped at the same time. We have action going on so many sides, and that looks like a doubt castle that we missed.
Inside the eco, just a couple of eagles there, nothing major, but some good eco damage going on.
I think it's a really risky move, moving over there with the
Sure.
fragile microphone. Just tell me and I will try to click, okay, my friend?
Yeah, let's do it. So, Viper coming up with the castle. He's in a lot of trouble here with all these eagles and plumes sitting on the front of his base.
Trying to get another castle up, trying to control that area a bit better, but that is a strong push. Pop 120 against Pop 140, and well, I believe Liereyy didn't really adjust to that wood line properly. I think he should have just went onto that wood a bit earlier.
And the Viper's 3 eagles there getting a lot of villagers down. Liereyy on 72 vills. Lots of eco damage coming in from the Viper there onto Lierey's economy, but Lierey's got the big bludgeoning attack sitting on the front of the Viper's base, and for now the Viper can't break that army.
Oh man, and now I feel bad for not giving him an admin reset, but I felt like he didn't adjust to the map properly here. What do you think? Like, that's an ugly spot. That's basically his main goal income at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He could have chopped through that area and gotten to the rest of the gold, but for now, he's taking one panel of gold with 6 or 7 bumpy villagers. Liereyy focusing on the fight on the front. He's still got the military lead in numbers. He's still got a high-quality military with those Eldorado Eagles. But the Viper continuing to reinforce. He's going to take over a little more map control now.
Gold becomes so important now. 48 for food, 49 for wood. So people have been selling some. +4 attack now for both players. And still more ratings here at the front.
More raids coming in, but the Viper's castle will go up. That should help him solidify that position a bit. Liereyy for now is back on his side, massing back up. He's going to push this hill and get these vills, I think.
I think so as well. Still no elite plumed archer upgrade. Is overextending there a bit with the plumes, but now Mike from the back. The Eagles are doing a great job. And Mayan Eagles are so much stronger than Aztec Eagles.
And the numbers here are massively in Lierey's favor. He's going to grab a bunch of vills from the Viper, and maybe more importantly, win access to that gold. We talked about Liereyy having some awkward gold positions. He needs that gold, so taking over some map control on the side. Liereyy also stonewalling up in the northeast of the map by the looks of it to really solidify his map from Eagle raiding. And more barracks coming from him as well.
He's actually more scared of the scum raiding here at the moment. And yeah. Well, if we look at populations, it has not been that close for quite some time, and suddenly, well, score is super even, population is super even. Again, I feel like not really clever to not know who is ahead. It just, it's impossible to call.
It's a really, we're very lucky here. We've got a really great match on our hands. Lierey's done some great raiding. Viper's taken some good fights. Anybody's game to win here as we shift into the late Imperial Age. Elite Plume coming now for Liereyy. Liereyy and Viper still flirting on the front here and seeing if Viper can dance around ballistics a bit this time.
Well, he's trying to, and well, I believe with Elite Plume Archers and all the upgrades on the Eagles, simply the upgrades here for Liereyy is so good. Still needs a +4 on his plumes, but I feel Liereyy with this army composition, he will just group up. Will probably even go for like up to 100 military and then try to go for the big go, but it's tough against 2 castles.
Yeah, the Viper with the lower quality army, since he's got all of those elite skirms involved. Both guys are around 70 military. Pop cap is going to be a problem for both guys at some point if they keep booming up like this. Viper's getting pretty close, but Lierey's still pretty low on vills. He's slowly creeping back up toward 100, and we'll see. Relics are 3 for the Viper, 1 for Liereyy.
And 1 threat.
1 for the map. Yeah.
So, Plumed Archer now trying to take the big engagement here. Eagle Warriors dying at both sides. It feels like the damage output of the Viper is pretty big. Skirmishers in the back are surviving, so are the Plumed Archers. The Viper trying to go back. I believe Liereyy, although he's 30 pop behind, feels like he's pushing here.
Yeah, Lierey's got an army that's really hard for the Viper to break. I mean, the skirms can only really damage the plumes, while the Eagles can damage both units for Liereyy on that side. For now, Liereyy just continues to hang out, continues to mass up. Viper's got a Mangonel maybe, though, that he can pop out and get a good shot here. Let's see.
We'll see about that. I think he's checking into siege rams there, and that's what he is indeed queuing up. The thing is, we will have another attack here, and, well, he isn't really building that castle to protect the gold, because it will run out anyways. But Viper dropping heavily in army numbers here. How is Liereyy so far behind? Oh, going for another raid here.
Viper finding a hole into Lierey's base. Lierey's early castle in a defensive position will put down some damage, but those Eagles are going to put down some damage as well. Lierey's been sub 80 vills for a lot of this game, and he's going to go back below 80 as the Viper's raiding on multiple fronts.
And we will have our first 1 hour game here. I'm pretty sure about that. Ratings are continuing. I'm not even sure where's the second extra goals, but we have 1 over here, and the second one was probably in the back here for the Viper.
Yeah, Viper is relentlessly running into the back of this eco with a couple of Eagles. This time, Liereyy will be much more ready to clean it up, cleaning it up much more quickly. It is actually going to be 84 vills for Liereyy after all of this. Viper still sitting on 120, garrisoning the Rams with Eagles. Here we go.
And that will be a surprise. They obviously move so much faster than, and, well, he's just moving over the map, and then, surprise!
Yeah, absolutely. Surprise is on the way. The Viper's going to knock down some structure and head forward. Lierey's got that gold in the south. That's important.
So the Viper had an extra stone here apparently, and that's why he was able to build all the castles here at that strategic point. Those Rams, where do we want to see them.
I'm not sure yet. If we look at... Viper is continuously prodded at that same hill where Liereyy built his initial castle. That could be an interesting spot. More raiding coming in here. Attempted raiding from the Viper. Liereyy will clean it up. But maybe we'll see those rams coming forward now. Viper's got 7 or 8 of them. He's ready to go.
Interesting thing. Liereyy, only having 1 relic and seeing that the Viper picks some up, might actually, if he doesn't really look super close at the minimap... Okay, I will take back what I want to say. It will be 4 against 1 relic now.
Yep, Viper's going to chop through there in just a moment. Looks like he already has. He'll grab that relic now. Liereyy taking over that hill on the right side of the map, but in the center, Viper's ready with another push. It's not going to be comfortable for Liereyy to fight this because it's a big, massive skirms with rams beside him and a bunch of eagles inside. Let's see how this goes.
Let's go into the point of view of Liereyy. What does he see? 1 eagle should see that. And that is actually a scarier army than it looks.
Yep, that army is coming forward. Lierey's army is on the right of this now, and it looks like he's headed back over to this. He split the plumes from the eagles, but they are headed straight back to defend against this. Viper's big push kind of has to land damage here, right?
80 against 80 military. Better eco still for the snake. Now going for the raid, saving those villagers. Only 200 gold there to really fight for. Skirmishes here could easily get cleared up if Liereyy is splitting off his army, and that's what he is doing, the Viper. I think this has to be a bad engagement.
Yeah, those skirms were not really in the right position, and the rams are going to go down for cheap. Viper actually going to lose a little bit here. It's kind of a big investment for him, and no real damage. A couple vills, maybe.
And maybe barracks did hurt another one. I think that went pretty well for Liereyy. Having such a big army and so mobile was really nice for him. Oh, the quick walls over here, not in time.
Yeah, Viper continuing to make Liereyy micro everywhere on the map. Quick walls come up for Liereyy, but he does lose a couple of vills in the process. Who's winning here? I mean, Lierey's on 67 vills, but he's got 82 military, so pretty scary.
Very late 61-minute hand card timing here, but well, the wraparound around all the skirmishes is real. Oh god, and the Viper is dropping heavily here in his numbers. The villager count is out of this world though compared. Look at that, double the villagers, but that means Liereyy will have more pop space for a bigger army.
Yeah, Liereyy is using most of his pop space here. He's going to keep pumping out the plumes and eagles as much as he can, overwhelming this position by a lot. This is looking pretty tough for the Viper at the moment.
Look at that military count, 20 to 80 here.
Wow.
Just quadrupling the size. Did get the mining camp.
Are those walled in, those eagles?
Not anymore.
For a moment, yeah, okay.
It feels like Liereyy is crushing him here.
Yeah, Liereyy has certainly made the Viper switch into what could be plan B, which is a couple of Jags to try to hold on, but 19 military versus 76 is a mess. Liereyy circling the plumes around. Let's see where he goes with that army.
I think he will clear this up quite easily. Well, and that's an army that won't probably even touch the plumes. Liereyy just knows, okay, stabilize, I just killed so much. Maybe get myself onto a higher villager number, but still only 2 TCs. So he didn't add any TCs after like minute 25-ish or something?
Viper selling a ton of resources here too to try to get his production or keep his production rolling. Gold is going to be an issue for him, of course. He does have 4 relics, but that's not exactly a gold economy worth keeping eagles going with. Viper's still selling a lot of resources, and we'll see if he can put another army on the field. He's open in 2 spots there.
Well, that's open as well, so but it is kind of weird, right? He's investing into fortified walls, and then to have 2 holes at 1 spot.
Liereyy looks like he's in position to take this game. What do you think he's going to do to finish it off? It's going to be Siege coming next, right?
Well, it's kind of tough to finish a game without any siege. Some traps would be nice. Maybe some rams are an option as well. The Viper just lost the castle here, but he liked the placement.
Putting it up in the same spot. Viper is pleased with that position, I suppose, and then maybe a siege workshop beside it coming down. We'll see if the Viper can hold, but man, that number... Well, he's replenishing a lot of units. He's back up to 60, but I'm thinking it's going to be hard for him to keep eagle production going after such big losses.
Yeah, probably. Like, gold is running out. We only have it over here, and, well, that's basically it. So, and actually, like, it's pretty lucky for Liereyy. Now I'm putting it into my favor. He's still having that gold as well, so he was very frugal there.
Liereyy was on a gold diet on that back mine, and now he's going to have a little bit left to work with. His eagle number is still huge, and that's the big problem for Viper. There's a super high-quality army on the map that the Viper can't really break with his skirms, so Liereyy continues to have the advantage, but he's got to find a way to finish. Got to bring some siege into the mix here.
Viper now back to 17 military though, so he kind of, well, didn't really get the damage against himself after dropping down so heavily. Liereyy now coming over, and I think he will just take cost-efficient fight after cost-efficient fight here.
Certainly that army is not one that the Viper can afford to replace. Liereyy standing for a moment and taking some damage here, a little less microing than I would have expected. He's going to get a lot of eagles down, but I think he could have taken fewer losses there, don't you?
Yeah, I think so as well. Couldn't agree more with you on that thing. Maybe if okay, wanted to chase down to just get more eagles here, but microing back would have been the kind of safer standard approach.
Yeah, Liereyy for now does clean up that army from the Viper. Viper with the higher military number, though, after those plumes going down. Liereyy can't find any counter raiding yet, so the game continues, guys. We shift into the 1 hour and almost 10-minute phase of the game, and other than Lierey's small Vil count, everything feels pretty close.
Yeah, and you're saying how long this game is. Maybe we have to think about, like, this is a best of 9 series. This game already will probably break the 70-minute mark. What do you think about this stand here? Obviously, local time, it's already 9 p.m. here. This series takes 5-6 hours. Who do you think has the edge here?
I think the Viper has the edge in a longer series because Liereyy playing games this morning and not getting to sleep in. I can tell you, the Viper showed up around the time that the World Cup matches started just a few hours ago. I presume he was resting and he should be feeling great. Lierey's young, he's strong, I'm sure he'll be fine, but you know, if we have 3 more matches that are this long and then we're, you know, going deep into a best of 9, he could get a little tired, I think.
And that's, like, I thought about, like, this could be tricky to play 2 best of 9s, but then I thought, okay, you will have at least 2-hour break, and, well, it's just another advantage finishing better in the group stage.
Yeah, the Viper here is going to have his hands full to try to finish this game, but he is the one bringing in the siege now with a ram and a couple of trebs, or a treb, working on Lierey's castle. Castle numbers are just 3 for Liereyy, so if he wants to keep plumes, he's going to have a little trouble. He's mostly shifting into eagles. Liereyy with some trebs of his own with a counter push. Can he break this army, Nilly, right now?
Well, pop 130 for Liereyy at the moment. Military count is looking better and better for the Viper. The raids just have been real over and over, so it feels like the Viper maybe never really breaking the army. That could go for the very long ego in here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Viper's economy has been much better than Lierey's, and here we go. Raiding that gold again.
Oh, man. Hey, like, that's a 4th or 5th raid within 10 minutes. It's just surreal.
Yeah, and we have to remember that Lierey's got 1 relic and the Viper now has 4. So as long as the Viper can stop Liereyy from taking that gold, Lierey's going to be in a pinch to keep the gold unit production.
And this game took just way longer than I expected, so I will have to let you solo cast for a minute now.
Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Nilly's mistake letting me take over. We're going to see how this game goes on since it is going live. I believe my friend's bladder is just about to explode. We've got trebs, eagles, and plumes waiting in the wings for our blue player Liereyy. Viper as the Aztecs on the other side. He's got his elite eagles. For now, Lierey's got a really nice army there that the Viper can't push in against. Viper, though, took over some map control, took down a castle, and now he's kind of pulling back and regrouping. We talked about economy differences. Liereyy right now sitting on quite a bit of food and wood, but obviously no gold in the bank. The snake is also floating a lot of resources, but the snake here is pop-capped. He's got a much healthier population than Liereyy, and as we shift into late game, maybe some more trash production comes in. It could be a nice little advantage there for the Viper. We're in game number 2, guys. We're deep into it. Nilly taking just a brief moment off. Viper's raiding continues on the backside of Lierey's economy. Viper here is in a good spot as he starts to add in more ranges. Those ranges will presumably be making more skirms due to the gold situation. The question on my mind is, what does the Viper do with his 4 relics worth of gold as the game rolls on? Siege Ram, of course, seems like a really pragmatic choice. It's not that expensive of a unit, and he can keep cranking them out. They will tank a ton of damage from the plumes, and of course, a little siege never hurt anybody. Long time no siege, right? We'll see. We'll see what Viper continues to go with, but maybe it's the cost-effective rams that he'll use his gold on. For now, the eagle number is quite large for Viper, but he still can't really engage this. Lierey's got the bigger army here, or the better quality army. Viper's going to stand and fight for the moment. I think Liereyy could take this fight, but he won't. He'll go back. He will go back, guys. Game number 2 is very important here for Liereyy to win. He's got to try to tie up the series. This is his home map, Arabia, after all. He's got Mayans versus Aztecs. He's kind of got the Viper in a good spot. It's still anyone's game to win. But I hope we can see a win here from Liereyy, because I want to see 9 matches, guys. I don't want to see this one end early. Here we go. Big engagement. Eagle on eagle. Plumes firing away from distance. Viper can put down some damage on the plumes, but Liereyy is moving somewhat well between shots, trying to avoid some of the arrow fire, trying to debate the ballistics. Trebs going back on both sides. Liereyy will lose everything for Trebs, but he will go back with the plumes alive and a couple of eagles, and we will get Nilly back into the mix.
People told me to stay hydrated, and I'm not the guy to not listen to clever people, so that is what I did. And, well, skirmishes, I saw the numbers overall dropping quite a lot.
Yeah, both guys taking a huge engagement on the front. It's not really apparent to me who won. The Viper did get a couple of Trebs there, which is very expensive. Liereyy can't replace those units, so maybe a better engagement for the Viper.
We're seeing the market used heavily here. Now another aggressive siege workshop, or somewhat like the first siege workshop from Liereyy in total. First siege workshop.
Yeah, Liereyy with a 1 hour, 15-minute siege workshop. We'll see what he starts to produce. Maybe some rams here to go along with the late game, but we'll find out in just a moment. Viper keeping those 2 Trebs alive, Nilly, feels like a big deal to me. He got 3 of Lierey's, but he's got 2 Trebs still waiting in the wings.
Let's see, maybe sniping those siege workshops could just delay the push of Liereyy here, who's moving in again. Suddenly he is sitting there with 30 military. The big thing for him working all along, while we see the dance, was that he had so high military numbers, but not anymore.
Yeah, there's some raiding going in. Yeah, you can see it. Viper diving back in with some more eagles to keep Lierey's economy still around the 80 mark. Liereyy gives the GG here. I don't really feel like it was GG yet, Nilly. Lierey's in a lot of trouble without relics and without gold. He did take a lot of damage there, but I was hoping he'd fight on a little bit more.
Well, it was him going below 100 pop there, losing the big army there, and always getting raided. This has to be so frustrating as well. And look at them. He doesn't look too happy there.
Yeah, we can see on the player cams that Liereyy is, well, he's regaining his composure here for a moment. Does not look super happy. Viper grabbing a second win on Lierey's home map. This is the same result as the first time they played in the group stage. Viper won the first 2 games. Liereyy fought back and won 2 games. It is obviously a best of 9. It's going to be a long series. Do you think he can battle back here?
Absolutely. Like, this game could have gone either way. Like, we couldn't call it for such a long time. And I think, like, if he walled a bit better, like the stonewall temp of the Viper, just at the left-hand side, make sure to wall there. Just if he gets those walls up, he will get so much more gold and probably could have won the game.
Yeah, Liereyy getting raided relentlessly in that match. He finally gets a siege workshop down and some ram production going, but no gold to keep the push up. And we will see game number 2 go to the Viper.
KD, better for Liereyy, obviously fighting into skirmishes. And the weaker Eagle Warriors, it has to be the Eco that carried the Snake.
Yeah, guys, and I hope you're hyped up out there, because this is the grand final, best of 9 series between the Viper and Liereyy. In my opinion, the 2 best players in the world by a bit. And I'm here with the best caster and host in the world, Nilly. What do you see in the achievements?
6k relic gold. There was just,
ridiculous amount of relic gold.
Oh man, yeah. And, well, now we are, being forced to scratch our heads and think about what they will pick here. We have Mediterranean map number 3. The ban was Italians. Could you maybe go for Vikings here? I don't really see that as an optimal thing because you don't have Fire Galley.
So 2 things. One, the room was saying that the Viper would pick Italians first, all the pros sitting in the other room, because he wanted to force Liereyy to ban that Civ. Obviously banning the Malay is a good ban. In the last set of matches, we saw the Viper take Mongols on this map, and we saw Liereyy take Malians. So both of those civs are still here. Maybe we could see a rematch of the group stage. Both good civs for Medi, but I'm not sure. What do you think?
Well, Mongols, obviously, the fast uptime can give you the advantage here. We don't have Prairie in the map pool. It is banned, so you don't need to sell Mongols for that.
Good point.
I feel that's a good option. Also, Mongols strong on Pont Arena, though.
Oh, yeah, true. Pond Arena is going to be an important one in game number 6.
I honestly feel Byzantines.
Okay.
is the choice here. Faster
Okay.
fire galley. You should win the 1v1 fire galley fight there.
Okay, the Byzantines coming in as the last pick of the Viper, but maybe we'll see them coming in this match. Liereyy side, do you think it could be Malians here, or what are your thoughts?
It is tough to say. Maybe you go for Japanese there, but you kind of want Japanese for cross because they're so strong there. Ethiopians giving you some options. You don't really need to go onto gold that early because you get 100 food, 100 gold. Your transition to cast later is so sweet. And if you somehow get into the Archer War, that's good for you as well.
Well, let's see, guys. This one is about to shape up. Hello, everyone out there. I hope you're really hyped for this. This has been such a great event. Hopefully, some of you made it to the meet and greet last night. We got to meet a ton of the age community. Had a really great time. In the middle of a crazy festival in Hamburg, we had a really cool, rather, social, quiet event. Great job, Nilly, man. This has been great.
So happy with so many things. And yeah, guys, you have been just super great. Like, everyone enjoyed it, and yeah, I'm just so happy. And well, the best of 9 series, we could still be in here for the long run. Mediterranean, at the moment it feels the secret players a bit better than the AM players on that map.
Yeah, that has been the case. We'll see how this one goes down. Liereyy looked great on Mediterranean earlier versus MBL, but we're ready for match number 3, guys, so let's dive in.
And well, we are somewhat correct there with our TIF predictions. We have Liereyy playing as the Malians here, and oh, look at that weird shape of Mediterranean, while we see that the Viper is playing Hans. And well,
Wow.
what is that shape? Tell me, like, do you know when you try to look at clouds and see something in that? What
I think
do
it's
we
an upside down goose.
Oh, maybe. What do I see there? Maybe it's kind of weird, but that's an untypical shape for sure. Normally, Mediterranean is somewhat round there. How will that change the game? That the pond in the center is the goose.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are usually fighting for the main part of the map, which is this massive pond. And now that massive pond is looking a little anemic to me. There's still a lot of fish. It's still worth fighting on it, but there's a lot more land to work with. And we've seen games earlier in the day, or maybe, yeah, it was earlier just today that we saw a big landmass being used to boom up an eco, even if you lose water control. You can go more quickly to castle. You can try to make a push because your eco can't be hit from the shoreline. Not sure if we'll see that here. But what do you think? Malians versus Huns. Viper choosing Huns here.
Both obviously pretty strong also on water. One TIF, you don't need to build houses at all. The other TIF, every building, except the farms, are cheaper in wood. So on a map that, yeah, is basically forcing you into building units that mainly cost wood, saving wood is pretty nice.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, we've seen Huns used well on water before. It surprised me a tiny bit, but it makes sense if you stop and think about it a little bit. Viper sending a 4th villager over to wood. I think we're going to see a pretty straightforward double dock build for these guys as they transition to feudal, but I guess we'll find out in a moment. Always worth keeping in mind that in the early game on this map, your scout can be really important. You can find some extra sheep, and you can often lame the villager trying to build a dock or try to lame a boar. We have to see if Liereyy or Viper can get in some damage, some usefulness with their scout.
It is kind of interesting that Liereyy is scouting here, and he is not going for the deer push. They are reasonably close, I would say, like 1 screen away. So pushing in 1 there is what most players would actually go for.
Ooh. Yeah, Liereyy killing that sheep. He's probably annoyed by that. Yeah, he's going to double kill that second sheep. Not ideal, guys. If you're out there watching and you're not used to seeing this game so much, you want those sheep under your town center to make it more efficient for the villagers to drop off food. That's 2 sheep killed, Nilly, and then the boar. That's a lot of food rotting right now.
And we can see, look at that DK here, like 79 on that one here. This one was never taken, so that's probably 100 food loss. Here, like 85 food loss. Not too great. He did find 2 extra sheep, though.
Yeah, Liereyy is still going forward with his scout. He's working his way toward where the Viper is docking, but I think the Viper should be quite okay on that left side of the map. Let's check that out, Nilly. Looks like, yeah, Viper's walled in, so it's fine.
Luca, thanks for the 5,000 biddies there. And now going for the ball. shooting at it, but the boar didn't care.
Well, the boar didn't care, but the Viper cares. He's on the way over with his scout. He's going to be just a moment too late. It would have been amazing to lame that Vil because it has 10 food from shorefish as well, I believe. But, you know, close is not close enough in this case. We'll see the boar rolling in for Liereyy, and he's still fine here in the early game.
Kind of important that the boar could go...
Oh, okay.
I saw that coming, and the boar, it had some aggro.
Liereyy playing with fire here, but he's still okay. It's a bumpy start for him, but he's going to have to recover. He's got no Rees left, and we're also past the 4-minute mark. Viper does have a read for the later part of the stage, so keep that in mind, guys. For now, these players are just booming up and getting their fish economies going. Do you foresee anything other than a standard play here from these two guys?
5 on wood here. I wouldn't really know why at the moment. The pawn just is too important in the center, and I feel double to triple dock and contest the water should be the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Liereyy has done really nice. He's done really well in the last couple of rounds on water. He's a great water player, but the Viper is not going to be afraid of Liereyy and vice versa. These guys both need to commit to the most important strategy on this map, which is winning the water. So that's what I expect to see. Doing something else sneaky seems a bit too risky for such a big, important game. Go try to win it the standard way first, and if you start to lose, then maybe we see them transition into an alternate strat. Viper, though, is up to feudal now, and Liereyy has not clicked the upgrade yet. So at least for the moment, Liereyy is going to grab another Vil or two, I suppose, and then go up. Oh, he is up. We just have nothing. It's just not working on the overlay. Okay, so Leary's up with one extra Vil. Nothing to panic about.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised there as well. So we had 33% on the other side. We see a solid 60% for the Viper and 919 uptime. That's solid.
Yeah, Viper with a solid uptime. Leary's going to be a few moments behind with an extra Vil and a little bit of maybe idle time on his TC. Just a good point to remind you guys, it's a best of 9 series. Nilly's Apartment Cup Grand Final. We're in game number 3. You can see on the score that Viper's won 2-0. Liereyy needs to grab a win on this map as the second docks start to roll in for each guy.
And we saw the scouting of Liereyy. He scouted all the goat spots here, and now Liereyy is committing here. That's kind of surprising. Obviously, the Viper will win because he's up earlier. The Viper scouting just one time around the pond did want to confirm, okay, are you going for water or not? And now we'll get the first kill of the game.
Yeah, Viper getting Leary's scout, which is very nice. We did note earlier that Liereyy wasn't able to push any deer, so he didn't get any deer under his TC, but he did get some good map reveal. Both guys hitting the feudal age, both guys pumping out the fire galleys, presumably. Notably, these guys played in the group stage. If you guys haven't seen that, you can check it out on Nilly's YouTube. But Liereyy was able to grab a win on this map versus the Viper. Certainly should feel confident here, even though it's not his home map. He should feel confident with the water fight. Third dock coming now for Liereyy.
Third dock indeed against only 2 docks, and it kind of feels like the meta is more switching away from 3 docks simply because the castle age transition with only 2 docks so much easier.
Yeah, like you said, the Viper will save a lot of wood, not having to build houses, and he'll have 2 docks, so that's going to save him some wood as well. He certainly loves to run in and snipe fishing ships at this point, but that's not going to be the case. Liereyy with a stout defense.
Yeah, for now, and actually that's more damage than you really needed to take that. 22, basically free damage, and it feels like Liereyy sitting back now, but now the demos are coming in.
It's demo time, man. Let's see if the Viper can get a good demo shot. He can hit both of those ships, I think, if he plays his cards right here, but Liereyy will split. Nice split from Liereyy. The Viper is going to have to go back with that demo.
And you see how heavily outnumbered, nice demo here. Liereyy is at the moment because he built the third dock a bit earlier, but now he should have the better production and not taking any real losses there in the transition time.
What's there, Nilly? Oh, we've got a bunch of sheep coming over. Okay, I thought those were villagers. Started to panic a little bit.
What is that train of sheep? Hallelujah. And, well, the Viper, he was thinking about, like, oh yeah, we can hear the reaction in the living room there. And what is that? What shepherd did take them over?
More sheep than you can shake a stick at. I have no idea how he found that many sheep, but those will really help the Viper's economy. He shouldn't have to build another farm for the rest of his life, I suppose.
That train, that's just ridiculous. It's so good that there's nothing happening on water because that train of sheep, that I've probably never seen that amount.
Should this be our instant replay moment for the end of the match? Oh man, the water micro continues for the two players. Of course, the Viper on 2 docks is going to have a couple demos trying to equalize the numbers advantage. For those of you guys who aren't familiar with the meta so much, you don't necessarily have to win water in feudal, because if you can tech faster to castle, ooh, nice demo shot. Another decent demo shot as well. Viper pushing out. He's going to take some damage as well. Lierey's going to be fine here.
I think Liereyy is winning this one. He did get some damage there against the demos, but numbers are fine for him. Production continues. I think we want to have an update on the resources. At the moment, 200 food for Liereyy. The Viper has 300.
Yeah, Lierey's going to push back out. Viper will have the defender's advantage here. Demo ship from Liereyy is really nice, and Lierey's in a great spot. Viper has a demo coming, but I don't know if he can equalize this. Lierey's pushing him back pretty quickly.
Fish now killed, and well, that's a lot of fire galley still left over. That was quite a convincing win. Another trade that the Viper doesn't like, and I feel with that amount of fire galley still left, maybe he won't even lose a single fishing ship.
Yeah, Lierey's going to continue fishing with those 4 ships. As I was saying before, sometimes, what do we have?
He's going for the kill for the
sneaky
fishing ship.
demo.
Oh, please don't tell me he will get that. Okay, he will probably only get 2 fishing ships, maybe waiting for a third one to push. Oh,
It's a very nice demo. A lot of blast damage on those, or splash damage onto those fire ships. But Viper is now on the back foot. His docks are in trouble, and he's going to get this dock denied.
Yeah, look at that. Instantly scouted there, and well, the villager will get some damage, won't really die, but well, those 2 docks will probably go down. And that's just normally, if you win the water, you might have like 4 fire galleys left and then try to camp his docks, but that's just massive amount of advantage here. 10 to 2 military.
Very convincing win there from Liereyy. Viper is very close to the castle age, but Lierey's not very far behind, and with those 4 fishing ships, he'll have a nice path toward the castle age. Viper is still building 4 farms. Maybe he built those before he had this massive number of sheep. Castle age coming for the snake.
And you can see he is moving away from food, so that indicates he will contest the water a bit longer. Just massive wood income still for him. I'm a bit surprised. Like, what is his plan?
I don't know. He's going to pop out now and try to thin the herd out here from Liereyy. Try to put a demo shot down onto that group of ships. That's a pretty good demo, isn't it? Very nice little 2-for-1 trade there. Viper's just going to try to tread water, kind of literally in this case. Try to get a 3rd dock down. See if he can push back out in the castle age where he'll have a nice tech advantage.
And it's interesting that he's putting the dock there in the front. Like,
Yeah.
First of all, Liereyy will have ship there. Second, like, might even deny the villager, and then second, like, it will always instantly get scouted. A bit surprising to me.
Yeah, that is very interesting that the Viper is really continuing to force that dock up. Liereyy is going to chase him around, but it looks like it goes up, and we have an archery range, guys. And for those of you who didn't tune in earlier, Liereyy absolutely decimating MBL earlier in the day with a sneaky 4 archer forward with an early fletching. He stayed in the feudal age while his opponent went castle. Do you think we could see the same thing this time? I mean, he certainly wants to do that, right?
He's clicking up to castle age pretty soon, but yeah, we can take a look. Is he preparing a transporter? Not just yet.
Okay.
Difference will be 2 minutes 10 seconds there. Archers are coming out, but they won't even get transported. They might just go over to the other side.
Sure, they can walk around where all those sheep were just a moment ago. Archer production continues for Liereyy. We'll keep an eye on those units. Viper, for now, will have to spend a lot of resources to win back the water. But the snake's in trouble here. This is a really bad position.
Well, we'll see. War Galley upgrade now, so he could get the big demo hits in. Actually, well, one demo... Well, beautiful split by Liereyy. You see, like, every ship, like...
Yeah, Liereyy does take some damage on one ship there, but great micro from him. Viper could lose this dock. Looks like he will lose this dock before he gets the War Galley upgrade.
Do you see? He knows the timing is of War Galley would roughly be now, and he focuses down that dock because he felt like it's pretty likely that he will upgrade it there.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for the Viper, he wasn't upgrading it there, but man, what a crazy amount of mind games that go on in a game that's been around so long. Players have had so long to work out the meta for Age 2 that it's absolutely beautiful to watch the mind games happen. Here come those archers. They will find a town center on that side, so maybe some difficulty finding pay dirt in the Viper's base.
Oh, and the Viper will go there. I believe Liereyy will go there. And did you see? I think it might be denied.
We will see if he can get there in time. For now, the fight on the water is the Viper with a huge, big demo shot. Yes, very nice demo. Viper still microing around, still trying to win water back, but here comes Liereyy. These archers are the kicker. Liereyy had an advantage, and this is his advantage. It's personified by these archers. As he rolls in to put down damage, does have fletching, will get a Vil, but I don't think he's going to deny the TC. It looks like it's pretty close.
Oh, the Viper's trying to right-click it. It's 90%. Two is just going down, and now we see Liereyy. Oh, I think he could have gotten, like, he was moving away at 92% with only 2 villagers building.
Yeah, he could have gotten it, but Liereyy is going to stay cautious. These archers are really valuable. He's got 2 villagers now, and he's headed toward the Viper's berries to get a few more. Lierey's still on the water strong. Liereyy is in the driver's seat here, Nilly. He's in the driver's seat to take game number 3.
The Viper, still no barracks here, and now taking some shots, but surviving with all of them. Now goes for crossbows, and he has a lot of control. No good wooden come at the moment.
Yeah, Viper powering up a barracks of his own so that he can build an archery range and push this back. Viper for now is still trying to vie for water a bit, but not really. He's kind of given up, actually, now that I say that. Is in a lot of trouble on the water.
Did snipe all the fishing ship before that, though. Well, Demos maybe getting a good hit off here. The Viper's macro not on point, and that is one of the most beautiful demos. Man, that was so strong, and now clearing those up. That was so good for him.
Yeah, to the uninitiated fans, not seeing the ship sink is not as satisfying, but that's a really great, basically killing 3 ships down to 5 or 6 HP with 1 demo.
Yeah.
Liereyy continues to go better and better. Here we go with the replay.
And yeah, that's basically like killing them like to 90% or something. Just is so great. And there he moved in and bam, hallelujah, that was so sick.
Lierey's demo game is on point. We saw him play really well with demos versus MBL, and now he is harassing the Viper with crossbowmen inside of his base. Liereyy controls the water. What can the Viper do, Nilly, to try to win this game back?
Well, his attempt will be sitting back on 3 TCs. We'll get some CAs out trying to defend there, but CAs against already, well, crossbowmen with fletching. This will get tricky. In the meanwhile, Liereyy kind of not going for more. He stays with his 3 crossbowmen.
Yeah, Lierey's putting down damage. The Viper, you guys could see, is powering down on his stone economy. I think he'll castle drop the water and try to redock at some point in this match. But I'm not certain. I'm not certain what the plan is going to be. There's a lot of land here, and there's a second archery range coming.
It is surprising how heavily he is on stone here, right?
Yeah.
Do you think maybe Tarkans are an option? They are incredible against archers.
Tarkans in a tournament game like this would blow my mind. We already saw Frank crossbows. Some Tarkan play would be really cool. It's very good. It's a very arrow resistant unit. We'll see if that's the case. Right now, the snake remains, his plan remains a secret.
Oh man, it's so weird using that word with them now. But the Viper will have fletching, will have CA, and will clear this up.
Yep, Viper clears it up. Lierey's probably clicking on these units to see what the upgrades are. Right now, it's no bloodlines, just fletching for the Viper. But it is double ranges. Could be indicative of what he's up to. Siege Workshop coming for Liereyy. A couple stables coming for Liereyy. And camels coming for Liereyy. Malian camels are quite strong, so we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
They're pretty much like normal camels for now, but yeah, once you keep that mass alive and get to Farumba, the damage output is surreal.
Yeah, absolutely. And those camels, we'll see what they can get done. He could try to transport them, but why bother, I guess, with the easy runaround on the edge. For now, the Viper will come for some raiding. Villager count is plus 10 for Liereyy. Lierey's also got the water and 4 fish. Maybe he'll even add some more to take more advantage of those resources.
He absolutely is, and he should. He has the water control, and one of the beauties of the water control simply is adding fishing ship and increasing your eco.
Yeah, the Viper here is going to have to play this one from behind. If anybody can do it, it's him. He is adding in some more docks now. He's using his CA to try to hold that edge. He will kill a weak fire ship there for now. We'll see if the Viper can get things rolling here, but the Camels should do a pretty good job to keep these CA at arm's length.
Well, Camels kind of to counter potential Knights. For now, he's even adding some more Knights as well. I feel with +1 defense, 3 Knights, 1 Camel should easily deal with that attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Liereyy, Mr. Aftermath himself, is trying to grab this win, guys. We got a best of 9 going. It's the grand final of Nilly's Apartment Cup. These guys are literally sitting in the other room. You can see them on the camera, of course, but they're right here, facing off against each other, quite literally, sitting face to face. We'll see who can grab the win as we continue through Game 3.
Yeah, in slapping distance, but
man.
we didn't see any slaps yet, even when we had the Tyrant games the other days, but now Team Secret seems to be a bit more peaceful.
Team Secret has, they've calmed down a little bit, yeah. I think they're a little less aggressive than Tyrant. Viper getting in a little bit of raiding here. He will be able to deal with that Camel and Knight, but he's not microing around here.
Yeah,
standing and fighting.
Let's see. It's like he didn't really attack in this whole group, right? It was the Camel and the Knight first, and then later 2 Knights joined. Still scary enough at the team's damage output of a Knight. Quite nice.
Yeah, Liereyy maintains that 10 villager advantage, 6 fishing ship advantage, so yeah, basically 16 vills ahead. Viper trying to get back on water.
That's like the 6th redock he's doing this game, right? Look at that, again going for this. Yeah, I know fast fires are pretty good against fishing ship, but still, that's such a big investment over and over again.
Well, fool me once, shame on you. We'll see if the Viper is going to get back on water. I don't know the rest of the saying, but we'll see if he can get back here with a couple more docks. He has been taking stone for a long time, but I don't see a castle up for him yet, so I'm not sure if he's ready to do that or not. Does he have a castle coming somewhere? Yeah, okay, there you go, in the south.
But only with building with 3 villagers. I would have thought just a stone wall here could have been maybe good as well. That's an interesting castle. Not really protecting any resources, but a lot of wood here. Not really enabling him to control the water. It might honestly be for Tarkans.
I really hope so. That would be a really awesome thing to see. Liereyy on the way to Bloodlines. Lierey's going to keep the pressure up, but he will find a couple of monks from the Viper. Viper taking gold in the back of his base. Castle is down, and maybe we'll see a couple of Tarkans coming. For now, though, I see a lot of red on the water. Viper's trying to win back the water with fires.
Production is continuing. He is up to 3 docks, going to continue with that. Loses the monk in the meanwhile, and those villagers, well, they are really underprotected.
Yeah, they're going to have to hide in the fog of war and just hope for the best on that side as the Viper continues to keep pressure on Lierey's economy. I think he'll hide those villagers just fine. Knights are on the way. Quick walls from the Viper. Nice quick walls, Nilly.
Yeah, Knights, I think he could have broken that. He's even getting back with the villagers here, and I feel those are some solid kills, and it's not costing Liereyy too much. He is now even going with the ram from the other side.
Very strange to see that ram rolling across ever so slowly across the map. Liereyy continues to run knights around where that castle position is into the back of the Viper's economy. Already killed several vills, 21 villager advantage for Liereyy.
Yeah, and don't you think, like, going that heavily on knights, you want to have the +2 defense as well?
Absolutely, yeah. But Lierey's sticking with +1 defense there. He is still spending a lot of resource on the water. Viper is contesting, but it does look like Lierey's pushing him back.
The water is just so weird to me. The Viper, well, he obviously knows, like, if Liereyy has like 15 fishing ships, there's no way for the Viper to ever have a chance for eco there. So indeed, write that down. We need to ask him there. And well, another demo hit, pretty solid there. And in the meanwhile, where is Liereyy looking at? Well, we have 200 food, 100 gold for the Viper, far away from Imp. On the other side, Liereyy clicking any second.
Liereyy will click up to Imp. He will continue to get more tech advantages on both the land and the sea, and he'll continue to push on the Viper's position. Viper got that castle down, but I have not seen any of that secret special unit, the Tarkan, coming yet.
Yeah, it was probably just to control this area. Maybe he thought, okay, it was mass crossman, then went heavily onto stone, and then he pulled the villagers back, but already gathered that much that he just built it for defensive purposes here.
Yeah, we'll see how this one shapes up as Liereyy starts moving toward the Imperial Age. Viper is still trying to make some aggressive moves on the water. How many docks does Liereyy have here, Nilly? He's on 3 or 4? Just 3 docks here.
Just 3 against 3 of the Vipers. So in the end, and the Viper actually in a good spot taking this over. But I believe Huns don't have fast fires.
Okay, well that's a real issue if they don't. For now, the Viper is going back. Lierey's on the way to iron casting. Should we check the tech tree? You look confident, but not 100%. Yeah, Nilly for the win. Guys, Nilly's Apartment Cup. Get hyped up. Game number 3 here. We need Liereyy to grab a win. We don't need him to, but I'm kind of cheering for him secretly because I want to see this one go into 8-9 games. I want to see Liereyy maybe take a couple shots at the snake. For now, Lierey's in control of this match, but it's not over yet. He needs to get something done with Imperial Age. He's continuing to upgrade those knights, now getting +2. Maybe he's thinking about maybe beating the Viper on the land here in the early Imperial Age.
And look at that mass amount of farm share of the Viper. And that was all without horse color even.
Oh my god.
Costly for sure. And well, that is just a lot of wood down the drain there. That raid is being stopped. It looks good for Liereyy.
Yeah, Lierey's in a great spot here. He's got to finish this game. He was in a pretty good spot in the last game too. Maybe not as big of an advantage as he has now. But this time, he's got to finish. He's got to take his advantage all the way home. CA sneaking around the side, just a couple of those units to do some raiding. Maybe we'll see some damage come in, but it's just for CA right now.
Yeah, for CA, obviously, can be super annoying. So let me see, how many knights are we seeing sent back? Not really sending everything to the front. Well, 2 were going to that direction. Now Cavaliers and +4. Wow, will be tricky for the Viper to find a good answer.
Viper is going to sustain a lot of damage here. That's 10 or 12 knights rolling in, soon to be Cavalier with plate barding. You saw all the farms. That means the eco is pretty spread out. And these 2 lumber lines and that stone in the back, oh, they are in trouble. Quick walls coming in, though, from the Viper. Oh, my God. How did he do that so fast?
I have no idea.
Was that just serendipitous, or did he see the knights? Because the line of sight on those vills, he shouldn't have seen that so fast. That's amazing.
That's really amazing. Let's take a look if he can do something more here. He's going for mass barracks and some archery ranges. Let's take a look. Now gets one up here and the second stone wall.
Man.
He's moving those villagers back. Can he get another quick
Oh,
wall?
man.
Yes, he can. And on the other side, please don't tell me this guy is just crazy, man.
Everybody out there, even newer players, is quick walling in the early game, but good players like the Viper is going to quick wall throughout the game. And those quick gates, those slam gates as some people call them, those are epic gates. That is potentially... I mean, Liereyy should be killing 20 vills right now, and he's killed 3 or 4. Really great play.
And look at the Viper now going for an upgrade that we very rarely see. It is Murder Hold, just to give himself the chance to kill those Cavaliers. Having some problems there, and maybe the villagers? No, they're all going back. So, we'll be somewhat safe for now. Oh, did we have a landing?
I don't know, one Cavalier or a few of them made it in. Yeah, we do have a transport ship on the other side from Liereyy, so despite the quick walls, he gets a couple of Cavalier in. Cav Archer's cleaning that up for the most part. Viper will hit Imperial Age in just a moment. Viper's going chainmail armor here.
And even building another monastery for the monk here. Wants to deliver the package, and, well... Simply the fact that he has murder holds is making them hold this area.
I think Liereyy hasn't noticed it yet, because he shouldn't be standing to fight that castle anymore with murder holes.
Okay, now the question, army compositions. It seems like Cavaliers, probably with Farimba, is the choice, but against Halberdier CA, not really the best thing ever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Halberdier CA seems to be what the Viper's going for. Capped Ram is coming for Liereyy. He's going to continue to try to make his push. Lierey's stable count is just 2, I think, right now, Nilly. Is that true, or did he add a few more in?
It has to be higher, right? We can see 4, 5...
Okay,
5 plus,
and we've got 3
really.
more coming, so that tells us what's going to be coming soon. Continued production by the looks of by Cavalier.
Do we have a castle yet? No castle yet. And, well, 800 stone, so he could find himself a spot. And, well, now he is going for the switch that I was kind of anticipating. He is switching to the Malian champions.
Okay, here we go. Oh, Viper with the trap!
Hallelujah! He is just the sickest guy, man. Oh, what a trap, and yeah, just getting
boy.
those 10s. And what is the Viper so on point in this game, although it's looking bad for him.
I would say 8 of my 10 favorite traps have happened in this tournament. I don't know what is going on with these guys, but beautiful traps throughout the series. Great trap here from the Viper. Lierey's still got a good number of Cavalier, but he just had 8 of them trapped. It's going to take a little wind out of his sails.
Oh man, you have to remember we are playing with the low ping as possible. They're sitting next to each other, solid internet connection here, and well, they are just making great use of it.
Yeah, guys, if you're out there thinking about how to make your game better, find your stone gate hotkey and make sure you know where it is, because that can happen. Viper first saves his economy from a lot of death, and now he traps in a bunch of Cavalier. Great play from the Snake. He's ready on the other side with Halbs, and he's going to stabilize this position a lot. This game could go back to a 50-50 game, Nilly, after Liereyy had a really big advantage.
Well, honestly still feel Liereyy just has too much map control here. If we take a look at that, it will just get tricky for the Viper to still have wood control in the next 20 minutes. But before the real action starts, let's take a look into that again. That was just too sick. We are even showing the top there, not being cautious too much, and Liereyy then getting trapped at the front end. The stone gate came up there in the back. Oh, this guy is just too crazy. And you see my reaction as well. Oh, I couldn't believe it, man. This tournament has it all.
The Stone Gate trap, man, that is a really epic one, and we'll see if the Viper can use that small advantage to try to get back to even. As you said, he's still in a rough place as Liereyy is transitioning down the militia line. Viper is going to let those Cavalier out just to die to Halbs, and he's done a great job to clean that up. As you said, Liereyy with a lot of map control. Viper's got to have a wood line soon to take back over.
Huh? That's true. Well, left-hand side, he still has some wood, but if we just think about, like, if it goes, like, to another, like, 70-80 minute game, the Viper will have very little chances. And now against the champions here with +8 defense, those CAs aren't doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and of course, Halberdier aren't going to do much either, so that unit basically for Liereyy is a double counter. Counters both of the things the Viper is making. Notably, Liereyy is still controlling the water, and the Viper is going back into his base, and he has to have a plan B very, very quickly, because he's in trouble.
Well, but how does that plan B look like? Like, a good unit would be Paladins, but that's completely out of the question with his eco and his map control. So I just feel, well, champions simply might win it.
Yeah, I don't see a natural counter that the Viper can actually accomplish. He is going iron casting, but that's all we've seen from him at the moment for military upgrades, so I'm not sure what his transition's going to be. Chemistry's on the way. Maybe that could be helping his castle arrow fire a bit, but right now the Viper is on life support. He's in trouble.
Don't you think that Liereyy might have overboomed here? 150 villages, the Viper at 140 as well. That is quite high. We see them distributed quite nicely here. Yeah, obviously some of them are idle, but I feel maybe they have too little army.
Yeah, maybe so. At this point, we are getting very close to pop cap for both players. Maybe we'll see a couple of vills deleted. But yeah, the Viper's got so many problems. I'm very interested to see if Liereyy can finish this game. He's just got to finish this match. Champion is in. He's ready to dive in. Viper shouldn't be able to stop him here. Let's see what happens.
Well, the stranglehold is on. I think that this is kind of another way to finish it. It's not like, okay, I will just ram push you and finish the game, but just if you control both sides, if you're continuing taking great cost-efficient fights after one another, I think Liereyy is doing it absolutely perfectly.
It's a war of attrition. Liereyy is the one who is squeezing the snake now, and we'll see if he can finish the game. Viper's pushing out with a little raiding, but that's not super meaningful in my opinion. It's this bludgeoning attack from Liereyy on the top that's keeping the Viper from really expanding out on the map.
And oh boy, I am enjoying this series and those games, and it seems like over 6,000 people. But actually, that count is wrong. Oh, 14 HP on that one.
Oh, and the castle.
Oh,
wow.
That could be tricky.
Yeah, Viper can kill that foundation if Lierey's not paying attention. Is the snake paying attention?
He is not. He is just
isn't.
running. But yeah, the push continues here. And, well, castle after castle. Liereyy is just, as I said before, putting on the stranglehold. The Viper at pop 160 and cannot really keep up.
The Viper right now is seeing blinking blue dots being spread throughout his base, and that is really... This is pretty much GG in my opinion. The champs can't be stopped. They're spreading everywhere. Viper still has a ton of vills, of course, because he booms so strongly, but his military is 20 units. You can't win 20 versus 60, especially when those 60 basically counter your army anyway.
Yeah.
So Viper is pretty cooked here.
Pretty cooked indeed, and yeah, he's just losing so much ground here. And now, well, the Viper is doing a good job of not losing the villagers, but losing all that ground. So many farms lost here as well. We see other villagers of the Viper also at 36 there. It's kind of tough to play for him.
Yeah, Liereyy will grab Farimba. It might not actually be meaningful because the GG should be in here in just a moment, but that will beef up his damage output on the cavalry, I suppose. Those champs for now, they seem to be all he needs to win this game, but we'll see. Viper is basically inside of all of his TCs with 36 idols, 27 military for the snake, 140 pop, and that number is going to continue to drop. Lierey's got to be feeling really great about this, and I'm sure his resources are fine because he controls 75% of the map.
fighting off for the relics here as well, is getting the castles up, is getting the map control, not really picking up the relics himself. Don't like that he didn't scout that area, could have had some extra gold spots, but it does not matter. The Viper in too many troubles.
Yeah, the Viper's in a lot of trouble here, guys. Liereyy, as we said in the group stage, Viper won game 1 and 2, Liereyy won game 3 and 4. Maybe Liereyy can repeat here, and maybe he can try to tie the series up. It does look like he's going to take this game home, but the Snake continues to fight. The Viper sees a win condition, at least as a small possibility, I guess, at this point.
Well, I don't really think. I think he's just hoping to maybe have Liereyy over the waist, but the Viper should know his chances are very, very slim here.
Yeah, maybe the Viper is doing a little war of attrition of his own, trying to tire Liereyy out a bit. I'm not sure, but it does not look like a very good spot for him. Hanging on by a thread as the trebs from Liereyy are unpacking in multiple parts of the map. He's up in the north with a couple trebs, killing the production buildings. Already killed the Viper's TC there. All of the farms have been abandoned. The Viper is going to have Cavalier on that back wood line. It's over at this point, I think.
I think so. If this was a normal rated game, the Viper would have resigned. But remember, 2.5k tournament, so much prestige, so many people watching. He still wants to keep his tiny bit of a percent of a chance to maybe, get the sickest comeback.
There's always a chance. That chance is, once they dwindle to a really low percentage, players usually GG instead of fighting to the last man. Viper here still is hanging in. I don't see his win condition, but he is the best player in the world, so he may have something to do. Town Center's coming down for him to protect his eco, still fighting off the champions for now. Liereyy is going to be coming with Farimba soon. Is it Farimba Light Cav to follow this up when the gold runs out?
Yeah, Farimba Light Cav and Skirmishes, so he is kind of running out of gold. Relic count, 2 for the Viper, 1 for Liereyy, expecting that relic to be sneaked away as well, so will not be seen at the minimap, so sneaky move here. Well, the Viper, honestly, his fights have been somewhat cost efficient the last 3-4 minutes. He sniped those champions quite nicely.
Viper is still treading water. He does have a 52 unit military. He's lost a lot of vills. He's down to 85, but he still can keep some production going of the CA. Gold is going to be a problem for the Viper too. He's going to need some trash as the game rolls on. But until that army of CA are broken, I guess he's ready to keep fighting.
I think Liereyy has too much on water. Those fire galleys aren't really doing much anymore. 3 transporters. I don't really see enough army around. He has 54 military, but I don't really see like the push anywhere.
Yeah, Lierey's been battling with population space for the whole game. He's got a cost-effective unit in the champion, but as he starts to spam Light Cav, the numbers become more important. Trash units, you just gotta get more volume over quality in this case. Lierey's still pushing Viper back. He's still in a great spot, grabbing ballistics. Viper going conscription. Viper's gonna make Liereyy really earn this one. It's really making him fight this one down to the bitter end.
Look at the CA numbers here. What is going on? More than 40 CA here, and well, they aren't doing the greatest amount of damage against the champions. I think it's only 1 damage, right? Let me take a look. It is 2, apparently.
1 or 2 damage per shot is not an effective way to kill these units. Liereyy is still pushing the Viper back into a smaller space, but the Snake continues to have a 50-unit military of very high quality to defend with, and he's going to force Liereyy to truly break him before he gives the GG here. Liereyy had a few trebs that got sniped, so for now the siege is actually on pause for a moment for Liereyy. He's got to mass up again and I think get another siege going because, you know, just running into the middle of Viper's economy to fight these CA might not be cost effective in the long run.
Maybe not cost effective, but as we said several times, simply having the map control. The Viper, he will run out of wood within the next 10 minutes, and well, we're having 3 games and 2 going over 1 hour already. Those guys are so evenly matched.
This is the pinnacle of this game, guys. I'm sure some of you are here for the first time, watching Age of Empires maybe on Nilly's channel for the first time today. This is the place to find all the best action. This is Nilly's Apartment Cup. We are literally sitting in Nilly's apartment with 6 of the 10 best pros in the world. And, you know, we're seeing the finals here. It couldn't be better than this. Great matches so far.
Number 1 against number 2 in the world. In the finals, best of 9. And finally, Liereyy will get the win here. But the Viper, he just wants to keep fighting on. Pop 140. He is getting higher, but he's also losing ground.
Yeah, the Viper here, I'm trying to look to see if there's any look in his eye, but of course he's stone cold as a snake at this point in the game. He's still fighting this one through. I really do think that if he can drag a couple games really long, Liereyy having to play a set of 5 earlier as the lower seed, he could start to grab an advantage. I think, though, that he's fighting because he sees a win condition. It may be a very small percentage, but there's a lot of money on the line here, guys, and there's a lot of honor on the line. Viper would play just as hard in a tournament for a very small prize pool, so he really does have a lot of pride in this, in his ability to play this game.
Maybe it's also just like, I don't want to give you the satisfaction of a clean 40 minute swipe. I want to wrap this out, even if he knows that he loses. Maybe it's a setup for the upcoming games here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll continue to see Liereyy apply pressure. We'll continue to see Viper on the back foot. Viper's military count does look good. He's adding in more halbs now. I don't really know how he breaks this position, but he's going to keep trying. Those light cap, by the way, guys, with Farimba, they are going to pack a serious punch on this eco. 7 + 7 damage. Being able to run in and snipe a lot of vills.
And actually, the Viper's population is getting higher and higher. He only has 2 TCs though, really getting all the reach on the map. That gold spot is now running dry. 2 relics to 2, and that one's still hidden. I have no idea how and why, but the Viper kind of pushing the north attack back.
And guys, just to let you know, no matter who wins this set of matches, we're going to have an interview with both players here live, and we are certainly going to be asking the Viper, what's on your mind in this game? Did you think you could win that game, or were you just making Liereyy really earn it? We still haven't seen the GG. Maybe the Snake will push back out. It will be the most epic comeback ever. But it feels like Liereyy continues to squeeze the Viper.
Well, it is just like, still he plays 100%, just going for the splits there, microing back. He's watching them so much, trying to go for the walls, tries to raid. Like, he is playing as optimal as he could, but simply behind too far, and Liereyy is not the guy who will throw such a game.
Yeah, Liereyy is certainly not going to throw this game. He's still sitting on about 80% map control. He continues to send units into the Viper's base. Viper, of course, with 130 pop at this point. Lierey's on 193. And Liereyy has the Farimba light cav to spam in when the gold gets low. He's got a big group of elite skirms. There's no, like, end in sight for the Viper. Like, if I can tread water for 5 more minutes, I should be fine. But there's no end to this. Lierey's just going to keep coming.
And one big mistake here by the Viper. Look at the HP of those CA.
Yeah, oh my god.
No bloodlines.
No bloodlines.
And we have been
Holy
fighting
cow.
with those CA for 40 minutes.
Oh my god, I did not notice that. Viper gives the GG here. Liereyy will win game number 3. And we're going to have a lot of questions about this one. What a game.
Absolutely. And, well, this will be a very long interview because I feel we won't stop after 6 maps here. I believe how evenly matched those two are. Damn, this can go to distance.
Liereyy beat the Viper in the group stage on Mediterranean. He beats the Viper here in the grand final on Mediterranean. The next map that we will have is going to be Acropolis. And do we have a map with Acropolis? Game 4 of last series was Acropolis, and Game 4 was Lierey's game to win to tie the series. So I don't know if history repeats itself, but if it does, look for Liereyy to maybe grab a win in this next match. What do you see in the achievements, Nilly? What do we got?
Well, better food income for Liereyy here. The Viper still with the same wood amount, but, well, didn't really have the ground there. So many farmers idled, and you can see Liereyy 99% map exploration. He was really pushing in there, and what a lovely game from the two of them. And I can give the go. And let's take a look at the living room here as well. People are getting crazy, and whoa, why am I? Well, why are you sitting in the dark? Guys, there's a light switch. Oh, we can see, like, let me take a look. Who is there? So, left hand side, the guy behind the laptop is out of the troll. Jordan next to him. Then in the back, we have Doubt lying there in the very far back. It's kind of tough to see.
Yeah,
it's
you got
Eddie.
Tato, you got Doubt, maybe Eddie in the back row.
Guys, turn on the light. In the front, we have Hiko lying on the left, then UKF Red Baron, the guy behind all those overlays. And holy moly, I didn't take a look at the last donations. Walt Dweller with $430 there. Lucas with 50 as well. And thank you so much, guys. The guy in the white at the right-hand side front is Scarface Frostborn.
Yep, SFFB.
Oh,
And next to him, Zero Empires, you got Felix, you got Hiko, and now we have a little flashlight. These guys they're a little tuckered out after a long week of games. Nobody willing to get up to get the door or the light in the last couple of days. But Nili, this has been a really great time in your apartment. We've really gotten to know, the players have gotten to know each other better. We've all gotten to know each other better. The community continues to build. I hope a lot of you got to make it to the meetup last night in Hamburg. That was a great time. We're going to see the fourth game coming in just a moment. It looked like Viper stepped out for a second, so maybe we have just a moment to think about it. What do you see in Acropolis in Game 4 for these two guys with the Civ pools that they have?
Well, obviously, like, it's pretty tough to guess for us at the moment because we have so many Civs left. It feels like Slavs is a pretty strong pick there, going onto Scouts, going onto M&A, and you always build a lot of farms there. So that's pretty good. Indians kind of feel sweet. We don't have... Oh, we actually have El Dorado left. So Indians is something you might want to save for that as well. And on the other side, we have... Wait, Indians... Where did Chinese go? Chinese are for the Viper. So yeah, you want to probably save that. I feel Berbers would be something I could live with.
I was thinking about the last match, which was Viper taking the Franks, Liereyy taking the Indians. But like you said, this time around, we are going to have El Dorado, which the fishing advantage for the Indians is going to be a very big deal. So I think you're right. Maybe saving Indians is the more pragmatic choice. But I don't know. I mean, Liereyy does have to make it to game number 9. If he feels that Indians are the best Civ to win him this game, then maybe he takes the Indians now. But we'll find out in just a moment, guys. We'll find out in just a moment. I hope the Nili hype emote is flying through the chat. Some people are saying we're at 5K viewers or something crazy like this. Well deserved from Nili to put on such a great tournament. Guys, if you're here for the first time watching Age of Empires is so incredibly alive. You got to get back into this game. It's still such an amazing game. And we're ready, Nili, for game number 4. Of this series.
We during the last game we broke over 6K viewers there, so that was pretty sweet. And the highest viewer number for an unhosted channel that is only doing Age of Empires, I believe, is KBaby with 6.6K.
Okay.
So if we get to 6.7K, we might have the record here.
Okay.
Killer B, are you ready for that?
I'm ready for it, man. I'm ready to break our own record. I mean, we both, cast on Escape a lot, but let's break some records with an amazing game number 4. The map you guys are seeing is going to be Acropolis. We do have Liereyy taking the Berbers, Viper taking the Slavs, so Nili was quite on point with this matchup. The player in blue, Liereyy, down 2-1 in this best of 9 series. It's the grand final of Nili's Apartment Cup.
Berbers here indeed for Liereyy, wants to be mobile there with his scouts probably, and then go into either cheaper knights on camels or the beautiful camel archers.
Yeah, Berbers are a strong Civ on any map, and they will be great on this map. Slavs on the way, on the other side for the Viper, also incredibly powerful, as Nili adjusts the camera. Get my good side. Yeah, guys, it's good to be here. I'm Killer B.
Then I need 2 cameras.
To be your guest. Oh. Man, I'm blushing now. So, Liereyy won on this map in the group stage. How is he going to try to win this time with the Berbers? They have that great camel archer. What's the plan for him?
Well, the last time the Viper screwed up there, having the offensive woodline, and the Liereyy just went in there. We had the run there with the boar. I think shenanigans that the Viper shouldn't go for this time. And I feel another offensive woodline, if I want to see Liereyy win, it's by pressuring this spot.
Yeah, and people who don't know this map, they really should note that the woods on the middle of the map are big and thick. Oh, sorry, that got weird. But inside of your base, you have kind of small, manageable wood lines. So if you think that you're going to get pressured, you take that small, manageable wood, as the blue player Liereyy is doing here. If you think you're going to have some map control, if you think you can protect it, it is going to be more efficient to take the bigger wood line. But it's very far from your TC. Those clandestine lumber camps can get pressured quite hard.
Mm-hmm. Both for now going with 3 on wood, kind of indicating that scout plays are a likely scenario. We still have some deer in the back here, 5 even.
Okay.
It could have been worse to build a mill there.
Yeah, the Viper here does have a re left, but we are past the 4-minute mark. Liereyy has spent his restarts. We're going to see this game played through, but the Viper will have one in his pocket as the game goes on. As you said, 3 vills on wood for each guy, so it seems like a quick feudal time into scouts, but I guess we'll wait and see just a few more moments.
Yeah, and Liereyy, is he
taking
trying to...
just a couple of damage there.
And that's actually, I think that's a win. just to have these villagers drop there, and I think you're kind of trading like 20 food, maybe 15 food against 3 HP there. That's all.
Yeah, Lierey's going to work his way around, not in time to lame that villager bringing in the boar, but Lierey's just going to continue to get map reveal on the Viper side of the base. Viper Scout is also forward now. He's probably too late to Liereyy to lame him, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that Scout.
Oh, and still 5 sheep left. That indicates that he pushed 1 deer there from the left-hand side. So, well, a different approach there. Let's take a look. Did Viper even see those deer in the back? He did not.
Not seeing those deer yet, but he might still search around and find those. Viper's really great at revealing his whole map. It is a priority now for him to get out and find out what Liereyy is doing. The Scout, the most important unit in the early game. You got to get a lot of reveal from your opponent's map. And it looks like these guys should be clicking up in just a moment, maybe on 19 or 20 vills. And we'll see this game shift into a more aggressive mid-game. Who do you favor in a straight-up Scout war, Viper versus Liereyy, stylistically?
Poor, very good question.
That's what I'm here for.
Yes, you are. I think it has to be super even. I don't really see anyone having an advantage there. Both so careful with their scouts, won't take any bad fights. It is just the run away from the spearmen there as well. I think it might come down to who adds more spearmen, who can add the pressure. And then we have to ask ourselves, what's better, those wood lines or the open one?
Yeah, exactly. Those defensive wood lines inside of Lierey's base could be a big difference maker. Let's see how this shapes up. Notably, guys, 2 seconds difference between these two players on an identical build. We're at the highest level here. These guys are sharp as an axe, and there isn't really any error in that town center idle time. They're up almost perfectly here. A couple vills going to gold, though, for the Viper in the back.
Oh, that's something we didn't expect. So that will be...
Mining long distance, so he just wants maybe 50 gold out of this. Looks like he wants exactly 50 gold. What can you buy with 50 gold plus the initial 50 gold, Nilly? What can you buy with
It's
that?
either 3 militia and an M&A, or an upgrade that gives you extra HP on your scouts.
What is that upgrade? The Viper forgot that last game.
Yeah, indeed, it's Bloodlines. But, well, it will be indeed 3 M&A. Otherwise, he could have taken those 50 gold a bit later, because Bloodlines is something you can't afford early on.
Yeah, Viper is... He's searching around pretty intensely in Lierey's base. He must find something that he feels that he can pressure. So the Viper will go for some map control. Yeah, there is a hole there. Not actually, though.
Exactly,
yeah. Can't hit the villager from that side. But the Viper can try to get in and get some pressure. Lierey's moving out to stone. So neither of these guys is actually going for just a straight up... Okay, he's debating me. Stable coming down for Liereyy as we see the Viper hit the feudal age and potentially go for man-at-arms. There it is.
Not potentially, he is going for them. No eco upgrades from the Viper though. Okay, now he's coming in with double with X, but no horse color, so those farms won't be super efficient, and not enough food to even go for the villager production. Not the sickest ego ever.
Yeah, the Viper here is coming forward. I guess he's thinking that Liereyy is eventually going to be totally walled up on the top of the map. We've seen Liereyy play rather defensively in this map, and he's eventually going to close everything. The men-at-arms, of course, show up a lot earlier to the fight than scouts would, but those men-at-arms right now are actually slowly working their way toward the lumber line of Liereyy. Liereyy continuing to wall up. He did drop a stable, and we should see scout production begin. I don't foresee a lot of damage here. Oh, but that wood line is still open, actually.
Let's take a look how the Viper's trying to block there. He has low HP on his scout, though. Now trying to run away. Those villagers will make it home safe.
Yeah, a little bit of annoyance, and the Viper is going to maybe poach one of these scouts, especially that low HP one we have to keep an eye on. So a bit of annoyance, going to keep Liereyy inside of his base, and the Viper is going to continue to build up at home. What's his follow-up here, Nilly?
That's what I was looking for as well. I can't really tell you yet. We are not on gold. The farm... Oh, he did house color in the end, so that's good for him. Another spearman added. Well, Liereyy will try to chase him away.
Yeah, Liereyy is going to clean this up, but oh, he will lose a vill. I'm a little surprised by that. I think Liereyy could have maybe gotten away without losing that villager, but ultimately he should clean up the men-at-arms. Oh, Liereyy losing 2 scouts?
2 scouts. Well, 3 M&A plus in spearman is really some sick damage output there. And the Viper, I believe, he is fine with how much he put on the pressure on Liereyy.
Absolutely. Viper getting in some really nice damage. He's going to take a little bit of aggression toward his own base now from Liereyy, who's coming forward with scouts. What do we got?
A trapped villager. And the problem is, I think that one might not be shown. Well, He's trying to free himself now.
Okay.
Still 40 wood to go.
Yeah, he walled himself into a trap, but the Viper will get out of that trap and get things rolling once again. Liereyy is rolling forward as well with his scouts, in time to deny the Viper stable for a moment. There is a Spearman waiting in the wings there for our red player, the Viper, so he should be fine to get that stable up.
Kind of late stable, if you ask me. The map control will be heavily in favor of Liereyy if the Viper is actually going for them. But yeah, he's not on gold, so no transition into Castle Age as an option. I think Liereyy will just have so much more military numbers at the moment, 4-1.
Yeah, Lierey's going to have a moment to take some advantage here. The Viper went with men-at-arms, which we did not necessarily know was coming. I thought he was going just for a straight scout play. It will be delayed scouts for the Viper and wheelbarrow coming for the Snake. He's going to be on the back foot for a while defending, but I think he can keep this eco safe enough and maybe push Liereyy away. But we'll find out. We'll see.
I think with that open woodline, Liereyy needs to go onto archers and pressure this. And at the moment, the Viper should have no answer. I think this is looking really good for Liereyy. I want to see archers, spearmen, aggression. This far from Liereyy, not going to transition into it.
Yeah, so far Liereyy does not look like he has any intention to go that direction, but a tower or archers is really common on this map to pressure those woodlines. For now, it's going to be no pressure on either woodline. It's going to be Liereyy roaming around with some scouts, but not able to find any damage just yet.
Well, let's see how he is trying to ever apply pressure. He's now moving around with some scouts, is producing more, trying to defend with spearmen. For me, it feels like whoever has out the first 5 archers is going to have a big advantage in this game.
Well, let's see who is going to be the first one to transition over. Viper sending Vils to gold at the exact moment Liereyy is. Always great to see the pros sharp as a knife on the meta. At the moment, it is wheelbarrow coming for Liereyy. Quick walls from the Viper. Amazing quick walls once again. Liereyy continues to roam around. Oh, should have taken a poke there, though, don't you think?
Yeah, he could have, but sometimes it's tricky. You're trying to click the right-hand side scout, and then they reformate themselves, and sometimes you just don't get them. It's a bit random.
Yeah, Liereyy continuing with the scout production, so he is not going to be the first one to blink on scouts. And that villager, well, he should get caught by the Viper, but Viper is... Yeah, okay, he sees it. Passing by for just a moment. Obviously, these guys microing their entire economy and their armies at the same time. Viper earns a villager there, and Liereyy comes back with some scouts to fight.
And will actually lose one. Somewhat sloppy. Was trying to go back there. Maybe has them both in the same group, now going back, and he's taking a lot of damage unnecessarily.
Yeah, the Viper getting these small advantages in these fights, which end up being very important. Forging on the way for the Snake now, so that will help him a bit in the oncoming fights. We will continue to see scout production, I suppose, from Liereyy, but the Viper is, well, he's going to still try to poach a few more scouts here.
Oh, and didn't even get the kill against the low HP scout here at the front with 3 HP left. Forging, I don't really see that being too efficient just yet. And Liereyy, well, he has solid resources.
Yeah, Liereyy very close to the 800 food, 200 gold he needs to click. So is the Viper. Viper has a little bit more food, so he's able to afford forging and scale barding armor. So Viper is going to have the better scouts. He just doesn't have as many of them yet.
And I'm a bit surprised how they're transitioning there, because like archers would just be so good, and still both transitioning away. I feel like both had a map that could have easily died to full feudal aggression, but both going Castle Age.
Yeah, both guys going for the same approach. Second stable is coming for Liereyy. Bloodlines is coming for Liereyy as well. So the Berbers player is going to stick down the cavalry line. Both guys with some spears. Viper's here to try to push the action. But I don't foresee too much damage coming on either side. Should be a fight between two units that don't damage each other very much. Viper, is he transitioning at all here, Nilly, or is there a second stable? What's the plan in this case?
It is the second barracks. He knew if he just went for stable knights, he would easily get outcountered by the cheaper Berber camels. So therefore, trying to outcounter the double stable of Liereyy, and he will go with some aggression here. Double barracks.
Yeah, and right now your thoughts of going into archers seem even nicer. Liereyy, of course, would do a very nice job against spears or pikes with archers, but in this case, this fight's going down. Looks like Lierey's got a lot of spears in the mix. They are fighting the Viper's spears, though, and for now, both guys go back to their corners. Pretty equal fight, I would say.
I would say so as well, but well, we had higher numbers for Liereyy going into it, so in the end he's winning. More spearmen here to the front. I just still feel Liereyy needs to transition, like use that stone and build one of the greatest units in the game, the Camel Archer.
We will see if Liereyy has that on his mind in a moment. For now, he's going to hit the castle age just a few seconds before the Viper. He's going to drop down a TC on the front to solidify his hold of that wood line. And Liereyy is going to play this one patiently, I would say. He's not putting a lot of pressure on the Viper, taking a couple spokes from that spear, but all in all, it's a pretty equal match early on.
And now we have Knight and Camel production, barracks not being used, and the Viper. He is double barracks, double stable, full aggression into the face of Liereyy, and at the moment, those spearmen, they're damn annoying.
Yeah, Pikeman upgrade is now in. The Viper is going to put a couple pokes down on Liereyy, who went initially for some Knights here. Those Knights are going to stand and fight. Liereyy losing a lot of HP there, but he does clean the Pikes up for now. Viper can keep spamming Pikes for a while. He can keep spamming out double stable Knights, I suppose. But it's probably a 1 TC play for the Snake for a little bit, I would guess. Lierey's second town center is on the way up.
Interesting, right? 1 TC with that woodline, even building another lumber camp. I think that's just too risky. It's just so easy that he can get raided there and just instantly lose the game.
Yeah, that woodline is even open, so if you got a couple of Knights in there, as you said, it could be a game-losing conflict. For now, Viper's keeping the pressure on. Can he deny that town center?
It looks like yes. Don't tell me that is more than 99%. There is something behind the god. Look at how little HP is left there, and killing those villagers. Liereyy underreacting there.
God. Yeah, Liereyy with 1% left, maybe one more drop of the hammer from one Vil to finish that TC. Viper is here to try to overwhelm the position early on in the castle age, and so far, Liereyy is in the. He is raiding in the back.
Oh yeah, and that's so good. The Viper has no idea about that. Just know that he will lose 2 of those villagers.
Oh, we'll wall him in.
Oh, don't tell me that again.
Oh man.
Oh.
It is not as sexy as the 10 Cavalier walling, but at this early stage in the game, walling in 4 Knights is a really big deal. Really nice play from the Viper. He does lose some Vils, but that's really nice play from him. And now he can do whatever he wants on the front lines because 4 of Lierey's 7 military are trapped in the back of the Viper's base.
Oh man, and I'm not having enough hotkeys here on my keyboard to get all these instant replays running, only trying to save one at a time. But what can I do? You know what happened here, guys. It's highlight after highlight with those two.
These guys do not give an inch. If there's an opportunity to do something damaging or something trap-worthy, these guys will take advantage of it, and they've been doing great. Liereyy trying to dive in now to that wood line. The Viper, for the moment, is walled off on that side, almost. Yeah, looks like he's fully walled there. The Knights do eventually break the stronghold, but there is now a Pike in the mix and a couple Knights there to clean up. Lierey's actually getting some damage. Why is the Viper outside of his walls here?
I have no idea. He's returning the favor as well here, and it's just massive Knight production. Not enough upgrades there. Knights going down, but, well, villager count now. Liereyy is 10 ahead. After we saw that WTC, kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, Liereyy is going to break the walls. Viper's coming in behind with some Pikes. He should be able to clean this up. Not sure about the HP on the Knights, but I guess it's high enough because for now the Pikes are dropping. More Knights coming from the Viper, though. He's hemorrhaging quite a few villagers on this woodline.
Oh man, 50 to 36 villagers. Now, that is another case fight, including with the camels there for Liereyy. So, I feel he's in a good spot, although score is pretty low, but look at the stone count.
Yeah, Lierey's able to grab stone, he's able to have more villagers, and he's able to keep up enough Knight production to keep his base safe. That's a pretty good trifecta for him. Viper with a couple of really crafty plays in the last game, but he didn't win. With a really crafty quick wall here, but he may not win this game either. We'll see. It's still a very open contest, in my opinion, but Lierey's castle there is a big kicker for him. That's a really big advantage.
And Camel Archers are just such a beautiful, beautiful unit, and well, he will raid everywhere. That woodline so exposed. I'm surprised that he built the TC in the back here instead of over here at the front.
Yeah, the Viper is going to have some wood troubles because, as you said, Camel Archer should be roaming in here pretty soon. For now, the Viper is still trying to overwhelm this position. He's able to slow the castle for a moment. Might not be able to deny it, but let's see. Lierey's going to quick wall in some of the angles to those villagers, but not the entire spot. For now, Lierey's just microing around this. I think he's still fine.
Yeah, I didn't lose a single villager here, I believe. Maybe that was maybe even a pikeman from before. The castle will go up, and well, the Viper, he needs a sick transition here.
Yeah, the Viper is going to get that TC up on the front. Okay, so that's a pivotal point of the map for him. He's going to be able to solidify that wood a bit. Liereyy is dropping that castle, of course, and maybe some camel archers for him to round things out. Camels and camel archers are going to be a pain for the Viper. Stonewall's coming for Liereyy now to protect his eco, having to wall around the gray zone there, guys. He can't build on that part of the map. Lierey's in a solid position, Nilly. What is he going to try to do to finish this? Camel archers and what?
That's the
just
unit.
camel
Camel archers. And more camel archers. That's how this unit works. It's just so good. You're mobile. You have a lot of HP for such a kind of unit. And then also the incredible damage output. Yeah, just so sweet. And he is also getting in some more raids. The quick vault this time, still somewhat in time, but a villager lost.
Yeah, and, you know, Liereyy hasn't put a bunch of sledgehammer blows onto the Viper's economy, but he has continued to attenuate the snake. Just 45 vills for Viper, 60 for Liereyy. Liereyy was initially playing this with a smaller army. He's done a great job to manage that position, and now he's going to parlay that advantage into camel archers, which are now ready to hit this woodline.
And we said that woodline so exposed, and I don't like that TC placement, honestly. Or actually, like, it doesn't really matter wherever you build it, right? Maybe you should have gone onto stone and tried to get some defensive towers up?
Yeah, the Viper needs something to solidify that side. For now, the camels are doing a nice job to chase around the Viper's knights. Liereyy playing in the blue trunks with pressure with those camel archers is still in good shape. Viper here, 20 villagers behind, has added in some new TCs, but continues to take raiding damage, and it's Lierey's game to try to take home. He's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, playing with the blue trunks, but actually having green trunks under that even.
Yeah, exactly. 2 sets of trunks, just to be safe.
Yeah. Okay, and Camel Archer rating continues here. Maybe a bit of an overextension. Very low HP knights here could maybe even die, but those aren't the most important units here. No, I think Liereyy needs to come up with an idea how to more efficiently get that gold. Well, it feels like the game's somewhat stabilized, but eco advantage. Look at that.
Yeah. Big eco advantage for Liereyy. This is a game of push and pull, guys. I mean, you have to decide, when am I going to build more eco than my opponent, and when am I going to build more army than my opponent. And in the early game here, the Viper rolled the dice with aggression. We've seen players have a lot of success with aggression on this map, but usually it comes with scouts and towers, or men-at-arms and towers, men-at-arms and archers. Just straight melee units here for the Viper with double stables, double barracks. Has not been good, but there's some good damage there, Nilly.
And Liereyy just ducking and trying to run through those knights, and in the end there was no block, so didn't lose a lot of HP, and will get home, will regroup with more CA or camel archers. That's actually CA as well.
Yeah.
Oh, so I didn't misspeak. Okay.
We could call them CAA, just to be safe.
Camel
No, that's
archer?
not true. Well, camel, CA, archer. Anyway,
okay.
I digress. We will continue to see these guys microing around each other. Viper got in some good damage there, but still sits 20 vills behind as he transitions to a couple of ranges.
Let's take a look. What is the answer there? Skirmishes? It is not the most beautiful thing ever. You need to chase those CAA and, well, then it's like, it's good if we have one direct fight and the skirms can, well, just dictate, okay, now I will try to shoot you. But trying to chase those, not beautiful. And now look at that, 60 villagers and 20 of them idle.
Yeah, a third of Viper's economy is standing around, looking at the ground. Unfortunately, not able to work because of the camel archers roaming around behind them. Still more camels from Liereyy, obviously a natural counter to the knights. Liereyy breaks through here, and the Viper continues to take damage. Does he have another woodline? I mean, this is it, right? This is the only real major safe woodline that he's got. Yeah.
That's what we've kind of foreseen, right?
Yeah.
We saw that woodline and you said, like, that's something where we will see the aggression, and indeed that happened, and well, he's fine with the damage he did at the woodline. Let's take a look at the farms and the gold again.
Yeah, we take a quick look at the resources here. It's going to be, well, the Viper just spending on chain barding armor, essentially nothing in the bank. Liereyy is building up a bit of food, but not a whole lot of gold. Liereyy will have maybe a, well, we'll see how Imperial Age is when it comes, but I would think Liereyy with the bigger economy and the Camel Archer maybe will have a little more cost efficiency here. But we'll see. Skirmishers coming out for the Viper to try to defend. Both guys are starting to grab up relics, or the Viper is anyway. But Liereyy with a very solid center of the map. That castle and TC give him a wood line that's incredibly safe. What do you think about that castle?
Well, the woodline, and the woodline is safe already over here. So maybe wanted to have the gold and food a bit safe as well. We saw ratings coming over and over again. As you said earlier, no chance of walling into that stony area. So yeah, the only way to be super safe.
Yeah, I mean, the Viper here is behind. Often when you're behind, especially with a unit like Knights that might be countered by Camels, you can dive them into your opponent's eco and get some value, and that castle inside of your economy can really mitigate that damage. We'll see if that's the case in this match, but I would not be surprised to see the Viper find that castle the hard way.
Yeah, by running into it, wanting to raid, and probably just having the small moment like, okay, now I can go into it, and just running into death.
Yeah, exactly. Lierey's still expanding out to extra golds. Looks like the Viper has expanded to an extra gold up there just north of his base. Could be a big engagement coming, though, as these two players start to roll toward each other.
Well, I don't really see Liereyy willing to take that engagement. Well, now he just clicked imp and therefore did stand there for a small second. But, well, camel archers, some camels in the front, not a lot of pikemen. I think this will be a beautiful engagement for Liereyy.
Oh boy, it sure will. Camels countering the knights. You've got camel archers firing away from behind. The Viper is standing and fighting because, well, I guess he feels like he's committed. He's pot committed to this fight, but he shouldn't be able to win it. But let's see, the camel number is dwindling a bit here.
Yeah, but camels, what do they really matter? Like, camel archers is the unit he's going for, and that will kill everything. Now even snacking some of the skirmishes here, easy peasy for him.
Yeah, and it's one of those games where you have the lower vil count as the Viper, you have the incentive to make something happen militarily. Liereyy has just mitigated that damage for the entire match now, and as he transitions to Imp, he's going to have the higher quality army, he's going to have more vils, and he should be able to finish this match, but if anybody can pull out of this situation, maybe it's the Viper. Lierey's still expanding to the north. Viper up in the north, actually with a Siege Workshop battering ram coming out. So keep an eye on this one, guys. It's going to heat up.
What does he see? He has no idea about that. So maybe it's a prepared side attack. Is getting a lot of knights. Oh, maybe he house scouted that. Is now going for the attack. Did expect a TC to see.
Yeah, so do you think the Viper here, I mean, he knows he's behind. Is he going to stick in castle and really try to make a big, strong castle push here, or is he going to transition to imp at some point?
Well, we see his resources, right? He is continuing to get the numbers out. Actually, at the moment, well, everything idle. So I'm a bit surprised. Okay, now he's queuing up knights again. He will try to finish this in Castle Age.
Yeah, it's a strong tactic when you're a little bit behind. You can spend more. Imperial Age upgrade costs a lot of resources. The Viper can pour those resources into army and try to catch Liereyy off guard. Liereyy so far has basically parried every attack the Viper has brought this game, but maybe Viper can find pay dirt. He's going to need to find pay dirt soon because he has not done a lot of damage this game.
Heavy camel upgrade and bracer, so he will even continue doing more and more damage. The Viper, do we feel like he needs to start a huge attack now, or can he somehow get himself into imp?
Either choice is precarious because you are behind by quite a lot here. It looks like the Viper will dive those knights in. For now, he's still looking for an angle of attack, but Heavy Camel is really going to sour the pot here. He's not going to be happy with that at all.
And like, this is the big problem. If you are behind, it feels like every decision could be the wrong one. You could die just doing the castle attack, you could die in the transition to imp, and well, it is a tricky situation, and those players are handling it so much better than everyone else in the world.
Yeah, these two guys are two of the finest, maybe the very two finest. Ballistics coming for Liereyy, Heavy Camel, Scale Barding Armor. He's just going to thicken out his army with all of these Imperial upgrades. Great techs. He should be able to take over a lot of map control from the Viper. Here comes Viper for a dive in. And let's see if now is the time he's going to find that castle inside of Lierey's eco.
Where else could he attack? It's all walled up. Maybe this is a palisade wall only. But if he right-click, he will run into the castle. In the meanwhile, those camel archers are just going for the kill, and the Viper realizes, damn, that's a strong unit.
Nilly, you and I, we've been here working hard for a couple of days. I know you're exhausted, but this is exactly the result that we wanted to see. Liereyy battling back, and after taking a couple of punches from the Viper early, it's 2-2. It's anybody's game as we roll toward game number 5 on Gold Rush. What do you think, man?
Ooh, I love Gold Rush. Honestly, like, probably 2 of the 5 best games I've seen in the last 3 years were both on Gold Rush, and both including Tyrant players at that time, now Secret players, the Viper against Mr. Yo and Tato against Doubt. It's just the map to create more highlight scenes. I'm keeping my finger over that button.
Well, if Liereyy is going to stamp his legacy and try to take the throne from the Snake here today, why not stamp it on this great map, Gold Rush? This could be a turning point in the series. It's just one game of the best of 9, guys, but we're here in the grand final, and every bit of momentum counts. I can't wait to see this next match.
While we see at the stats here, the KD just so much better for Liereyy, and it's not like he fought against any cheap units there, and what a beautiful move. And well, players are ready already. They are really here to fight. I will give them a go, and we will take a look into the living room. It just got a bit louder there. It seems like players arrived. They are starting, and it's still like they want to sit in the dark there. What's going on with them?
Well, they're not very good-looking guys, so I can understand that they might want to hide from the camera.
They're generous to us that we don't really see them. So Eddie in the front, Hiko running over, and that's Skittle on the right-hand side, UKF, Baron UKF. Then we have Zero Empires laying there in the front. Next to him, Scarface Frostborn. And was that my phone? Interesting. Unprofessional here. And can you silent notification mod? What? I have no idea what that should mean. And well, now we have to rack our brains again. Next map will be Gold Rush, as you said. Controlling the center there in late Castle Age is the key. People love Britons here.
Yeah, Liereyy taking the Britons. We often see Viper drafting Britons in tournaments. It's one of his, secret favorite civs. He is going to, Lierey's going to have Brits in this case that he can take. In the last time they played this, it was actually also game number 5 of their group stage series. Viper had Slavs, Liereyy had Aztecs, and Viper won the match on Gold Rush. Of course, we don't see Aztecs on the board, and we don't see Slavs on the board anymore, so we're going to see something different here. What do you think, Nilly? What civs are we going to see in this case?
I think we will indeed see Britons. It's a very likely choice. Maybe the Viper is using Byzantines here, since he didn't use it on Mediterranean. Byzantines, pretty sweet. If you have the center control, you can go for a sweet monk push. You can have a beautiful, easy transition into Imperial Age. But if you don't control the center, your cheaper trash gives you a good chance for a comeback.
I think that's a really good choice. I think that Britons are a natural choice because this is a map where you need to control one part of the map, and a unit like an archer with extra range, it's a very nice unit to control. But Byzantines would be a great choice. Let's see what we have, and boy, oh boy. We gave it a guess, guys, but I don't know if we can take any credit for being right. We're ready for the next match, guys. Game number 5 of this best of 9 series of the Nilly's Apartment Cup Grand Final. I'm Killer B. To my right is the man himself, Nilly. And although we sucked at identifying what civs would be here, we're having a great time. We've got a great series on our hands. Who's got the advantage, Incas versus Celts on Gold Rush? Do you see a civ advantage there?
It's kind of tough. We don't see Celts too often, right? Celts obviously having the wood bonus there, having the nice boat riders and incredible siege. Nice for the setup there, but not typically the map or the civ here for Gold Rush, I would say.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see Incas and Celts. This is probably, I don't think we've seen either of these civs in the tournament so far. Let's see how this goes with a potential scout fight. For now, we do have Liereyy forward with his scout, trying to find a couple resources from the Viper. Notably, as you guys probably know, Gold Rush is basically stacked with a bunch of gold in the middle of the map. So you have to find the right moment to push out to that center area so that you can grab control and hold it. Sometimes you push out too early and you end up getting punished for it. Liereyy might snag a sheep here, but he could also snag that boar if he keeps rolling up to the north.
Yeah, and even if the Viper sees the boar stolen, he will not restart this map. Look at this.
Yeah,
this is
very
basically Black Forest for him.
Yeah, Viper with a lot of natural defenses with those wood lines could be able to wall himself in very easily. Maybe a drush into some walls and into some really nice security for the Viper. Liereyy for now is just camping out on that boar. Maybe he can snipe a villager here. Scout with more line of sight than the Vil, so the Viper does not see that eagle yet. And the Viper is probably going to lose this Vil if Lierey's on point. He should be able to block. Let's see. Viper will drop the house, and the Viper will survive.
How beautiful was that? That's where everyone in the world loses the village against Liereyy there. The Viper loses some mining time.
We need a Nilly chef if you're going to keep doing the chef kiss there. Lierey's still camping, waiting in the wings to at least try to grab the next villager that comes out. But that was a beautiful move, guys. To the uninitiated, to fans who aren't maybe seeing this game all the time, the Viper builds a house. The boar loses aggression because it's moving off of the foundation of a building. That's part of the game mechanics. And the boar goes back. If the Viper doesn't do that, the boar chases that villager down. Liereyy blocks, and that villager dies. So doesn't look like the sexiest moment in the game, but Viper saves a Vill, and that's a very big deal early on.
I don't like that the Viper isn't sending his villager, his scout back here. Now trying to go for the boar. He does not have any food under his TC at the moment. Let's take a look at that. This scout is too close to the TC. And yeah, villager production should still stay active, but a bit, well, hickey.
A bit awkward for the Viper. He did have a sheep stolen that Liereyy still has up in the north of the map. I think Viper has to grab both of his boars at some point. He is trying to go for tit for tat with the laming, and he will lame Lierey's Vill here. I don't see that villager getting home safe.
Indeed. And bop, for everyone confused, well, what are all those dead bodies? That's just the map design, and well, I don't really see Liereyy getting that boar without loot.
Yeah, the Viper succeeding where Liereyy failed. Basically the exact same situation, but Liereyy loses the villager there. Barracks coming up for our player in blue. What do you see on Lierey's side? I guess we haven't really analyzed his map a lot. He's going to have a back woodline to work with, a couple of nice nested stone piles, lots of hunt near his base as well. Barry's on the front for Liereyy, not nearly as wallable as the Viper's map. A decent map, but not nearly as nice as the Viper's.
And what can Liereyy really play here? It looks like a Drush, but he isn't really going on to gold, so it might just be M&A. Now trying to go for the boar, because the scout is coming home to protect his friend.
Yeah, indeed, that eagle will definitely make this harder for the Viper, but the Viper's going to go back for it nonetheless. The villager still has a long way to get home. And
look at the eagle blocking the boar there.
Beautiful play.
Oh, how pretty was that? The block at the front against the villager, the block of the eagle against the boar. Another highlight for me.
Absolutely, Nilly. This is a beautiful play. This is a great example of how the meta of this game evolves. Viper here is going to roll in with his scout in just a moment. We got a 20-second replay.
No. I canceled it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But thanks for going with it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Something didn't work out there with the replay, but well, it happens. Well, now going on to 2 militia, no third villager here, and it seems like he's just trying to defend that. Did collect 10 gold in the end, and well, you went for it, Killer V. Like, oh, obviously 20 seconds deeper. Maybe I just could have let you do it because it was live. Oh god, that could have been ugly. I'm just sitting there and like,
This series is so good that I don't even know if it's the past or the future right now. Like, we are just floating on cloud 9. You and I have been doing this for a long time. This has been a hobby, playing and casting this game for both of us. Doing it at this level with these guys in the next room and having such a great tournament really is a true joy. And this game is shaping up to be another interesting match.
And honestly, when I thought about adding player cams, I thought like, will it really add something? But seeing their reactions when like M&As are sneaking in or scouts are going through a hole, just like the O-phase low, just adds so much for my pleasure as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we couldn't have two better looking guys on camera. Of course, I mean you and I, but those two guys look okay too. For now, we are seeing the Viper in the red. He is on the way up to the feudal age. He's walling himself in, already has some militia out on the map. Liereyy, it says that he's not up yet. I don't know if that's an overlay bug or is he just not clicked up yet?
Liereyy didn't click up. We can see 500 food for him. That will be a Drush FC without walls against a guy who goes Drush FC with walls. Or is it even? It's not Drush FC. What am I talking about? It is M&A. The Viper now running back, and obviously he has the speed bonus, so he can dictate when he wants to fight.
Absolutely. The Celts player here should be in the driver's seat. Man-at-Arms coming in for him. He should be able to turn around and chase Liereyy down and get really good damage. As you said, Liereyy isn't walled. His map isn't nearly as wallable as the Viper's. But Liereyy is still going with the 26 villager up. Do you think that's a good choice here?
I think he is intending to do it. Rush FC. Let's see how much the Viper can really punish him here. We now see the engagement with the 2 extra villagers. He's going for the militia first. Maybe that villager here in the back. 15 HP there, but is letting her go. And it seems like, oof, good fight for Liereyy.
Absolutely a good fight. I'm not sure why the Viper engaged. I thought the 2 villagers would overpower him there, but for the moment, he has engaged once. He's coming back in again to grab those militia. I don't know. Viper is not going to get too much damage in because he's lost a lot of HP here.
Well, now he will get the kill, but in return, Liereyy is taking over here as well, going for that beautiful hunt that we spotted earlier. I just feel Liereyy, very ballsy move here. I think we can make it happen.
Well, in the last game, we saw Liereyy defending beautifully against larger armies for almost the whole game. This game he's defending versus Man-at-Arms early. He has gone up to the Feudal Age. His resources are really close if he wants to try to FC here. And so far, he looks very safe. Just 1 Man-at-Arms left.
Uh-oh, and we have more aggression coming in. Liereyy, that's something really interesting. Do you remember the game against, I believe, MBL on Arabia? Against Jordan on Arabia. It was a Mayans war, and Liereyy spotted, okay, my enemy has a very good Rush FC map, and Liereyy just played it open Rush FC as well. And that's the same thought process here. Liereyy scouted the map, sees that's a beautiful Rush FC map. I will play Rush FC without walls and will have the better eco, but the Viper outsmarting and going for the aggression.
Yeah, I think it's the right call here from the Viper, and you can often get away with this. Your opponent walls up in fast castles. You can go to the castle H2 because they won't have any units to pressure you. We are seeing Liereyy going to castle. We've got Viper with a couple sneaky forward buildings, and this is going to get really uncomfortable for Liereyy. He's going to find it. Very good. That's extremely important. Double range is coming up there now for the Viper.
And it feels like, honestly, I said Liereyy can make it happen, and I still believe so. It's 2 archer ranges, the gold defensively, the wood defensively, the food. I'm not even sure if Viper spotted that. No. I think Liereyy will have a solid transition here. Now aggressive tower, defensive tower, coming to counter that.
Yeah, and the Viper, as you said, he has a long way to go if he's going to get to the main part of Lierey's eco. We do have just those 4 villagers now going back. An archer or 2 for the Viper, but Lierey's fine with a couple of skirms. Should be fine for Liereyy.
All fine, and well, we have the Viper not on stone here, as we can see. Oh, well, he did send 2 villagers on stone, so we will see more towers. Hill advantage here for the Viper, and trying to focus down on some archers now.
Yeah, villagers coming into the fray. In the Feudal Age, they are an extremely important unit. Nice little buffer unit to keep your opponent busy. For now, it is Liereyy going past these units, chasing them down. Who's going to win this fight, Nilly?
It is just very surprising to me that Liereyy is trying to take this engagement here. He wants to buy time. He wants to wait for botkin arrow and then take way better fights than the one he's taking now. The win will be for Viper.
Yeah, Viper's going to clean up those skirms. Liereyy has 4 vills that probably aren't going to have a ton of damage coming in real fast with just skirmishers around them. But eventually, what do you see? What do you see?
Now it makes sense. He invested all those skirmishes to buy himself time because he's transitioning into Eagles.
Okay, so Liereyy transitioning over to Eagles to push this position. Viper's going to have a lot of trouble getting a tower rush going. The first tower is denied, and he might just go home now at this point.
Honestly, like, skirmishes against Eagle Warriors, it's just one of the worst matchup you could imagine. It's like war elephants against skirmishers or something. Like, they are just designed to kill that. I think they will just wait for the +1 defense, will wait for 4 Eagles or something, and then just smash this army.
Yeah, the Viper's still going to try to get the tower up. I guess he feels committed to this position. He's going to add in a couple of archers, but the Eagles are now upgraded to Eagle Warrior, no longer Eagle Scouts, and they'll put down a lot of damage rather quickly. They do produce very slowly, but Liereyy should be able to get them out in time to stop this tower push.
Do they produce so slowly? Isn't it like Eagle Scouts produce like 60 seconds and those produce in like 35 or something?
Okay,
I think that's one of the main differences why we upgrade Eagle Warriors.
Okay, nearly dropping knowledge on me.
I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like that's one of the changes there. We can look it up after the game.
All right, we will see those Eagles starting to roll out, guys. Viper did get his first tower down, so he at least has a foothold on this side of the map. But scale mail armor coming in, and those Eagles are going to get even beefier.
Villager, the Viper still 4 ahead, yeah, but he is still in Feudal Age as well. And as we can see with his resources, far away from getting to Castle Age.
Yeah, the Viper leaning heavily here in the Feudal Age to do damage. He's got a very small window because there's 4 Eagles out now. There's 2 more coming in from behind. That army could get trapped, Nilly, and this could be a terrible spot for the Viper.
Yeah, but he is maybe overcommitting here. And look at that. Liereyy knows that's a good engagement for him. And, well, that's still open, I believe. I believe the Viper could get out. He's even focusing down that villager. But I think he should save that army. Is that not open?
That is not open, my friend. And the Viper is going to lose, well, I think quite a bit of everything on that side. He will bring a couple of men-at-arms into the fray, but this is certainly not the fight he wanted. Dove in and got trapped, man. Liereyy with incredible defense. This game, last game, really looking good.
Yeah, every game kind of, right? Even the games that he lost didn't look too bad from him. And, well, now more towers up. Liereyy is losing some control from that main gold, but we have to remember, Pinkers, they need to work with gold, but still something left.
Yeah, it's all about timing on this map. You got to push out to the extra golds in the center at the right moment when you can grab and hold that territory. Right now, the Viper is committed to these towers. He's committed to feudal. Liereyy with a great engagement already, but the Viper will keep the pressure on and try to get something done. It doesn't feel super likely that the Viper can get more damage in here, Nilly. What do you think?
Well, the thing is, like, I believe that's a big mistake now with the villagers. Yeah, they have +1 defense because they're benefiting from the blacksmith upgrade. That's the Inca bonus, but, like, attacking both towers at the same time and all 3 doing damage, I believe Liereyy is losing way too many villagers here.
Yeah, the Viper is grabbing a lot of villagers on that second tower. Liereyy is down to 2 villagers left, and he's going to lose yet another, I think, here in retreat.
Oh god, that's a throw and could lose 2 more. No, the tower needs to focus on those two. Look at that, 5 HP and 1 HP and both are getting away. And the Eagles, yeah, they are beefy, but I still feel... Oh god, look at that, and he might even repair this. This is such a beautiful play. The Viper, I have no idea how, but Liereyy completely misjudged that situation.
Liereyy with hard counters and with Vils with extra HP, but none of that mattered because the Viper was able to calculate that situation correctly, and Liereyy took a ton of damage there. We'll see if he can still make those Eagles useful, but really nice play from Viper. Really nice play.
They just can't get into the tower and need to get some repairs done. And Liereyy now, defensive tower from him, goes for the siege workshop, finally trying to kill those towers that are so annoying.
Yeah, Siege Workshop feels like it's a little bit late, but it is better late than never. He'll be coming out to try to take these towers down from Viper. Viper's still roaming around again with those archers. He got bit once diving in. Maybe he gets bit again here, but maybe Liereyy does not have a Vil this time, and the Viper will get a tower as well to support the push.
Indeed, indeed. Those are the 2 differences here, and, well, I think it will be just super tricky for Liereyy. Even if he clears all this up, the gold control is still far off for him. The Viper on the way to the castle age, and I feel Liereyy, I don't really see him getting onto too many slingers to counter potential Void Riders.
Yeah, Liereyy right now has 10 military. It's all Eagles. He's still leaning toward pushing back this tower with Eagles and all of those archers. He will have a Mangonel, I presume, coming soon as well. There it is with the first shot. But it's not a clear path for Liereyy. He's in some trouble. Villager count is +12 for the Viper after those really nice engagements. But note, the Viper is still in Feudal Age, so there's still a lot of moving variables in this game.
Boy, and fighting against 2 towers there with 5 archers in each, it's just so many arrows, and Mangonels can't deal with that.
Yeah, I lost that Mangonel essentially for free. Lost the Villager repairing it. Oh boy. It looked like a great position for Liereyy 5 minutes ago. It looks like a very bad position for him now. But he's still got Eagles on the map. Still going to try to get something done.
So tricky. And yeah, walling here. That's just a beautiful map. And the Viper realized, well, against this strategy, yeah, well, counterattacks could be pretty deadly. But, well, no counterattacks if he can't hit you.
No counterattacks, no problems for the Viper. He's on the way to Castle Age. He will have a stable down to maybe build out a couple of knights here. Knights are usually pretty great after a tower push. We'll see if Liereyy can keep his Mangonel alive this time. Gonna lose another villager, and yeah, he's gonna keep the Mangonel going for the moment.
Oh man, and that aggression here will build another tower behind that. We will have the Eagles running around from behind, but with all of those arrows in the air, I don't really see that being too efficient, and even another stone gate. The story of the series.
Yeah, really great gate there from Viper. He's going to hold Liereyy at a distance. Lierey's still trying to mango down a couple of these towers, but Viper's repairing those as well. Lots of problems for Liereyy as Viper transitions to the Castle Age. What can Liereyy do to pull this situation back under his control?
So tough. He needs to attack before we will see like 5 knights or something. At the moment he's doing a good job there, but that's so much idle villagers. Viper now reaching Castle Age will have the beautiful transition. He will have a lot of resources to go for knights. I want to see a Krot, Boomerang, a Botkin Arrow, and maybe a University.
Liereyy with a nice mango shot there, grabbing a couple of archers down, but for now the Viper's towers stand, and Liereyy gives the GG. Wow, I did not really see that coming. I thought the Viper was running out of steam, but hey, I'm glad to be wrong. Viper takes game number 5.
It was this one engagement where he lost all... What is happening here? Oh man, okay, I'm screwing that up as it seems. Oh, don't use... What am I... Let me see instant replay. That was the bad engagement here, yeah.
Yeah, Liereyy dove in on the towers. He had the extra defense on his villagers, but those villagers were taking a lot of damage. 5 archers in that tower in the middle that you're seeing in the map, and a lot of dead villagers there, Nilly. That was a very, very big deal. And at the end of this fight, Liereyy doesn't kill any of those towers. He ends up retreating back with 3 living towers still.
Okay, I'm a bit weird. Like, why am I...
You are a bit weird, but it's
Yeah.
okay. We like you.
I will delete that scene now.
Okay.
And we will go into that. So some problems there, hiccups with the overlay, but now let's just go into... Well, that's instant replay as well, so we'll just see that again. And now finally, I'm back on track and have the scene on that I wanted to go for. Okay, let's take a look at the stats, shall we? And I think most important thing will be the KD here. Viper, although he fought Feudal Age against Castle Age with the better KD, that should never happen.
Yeah, especially with Eagles, which pretty much hard countered the army of archers that were out. But those couple of towers, they made a huge difference. Viper showing you how to... It's not the masterpiece that we've seen in the past, but that is a masterpiece, right? I mean, taking that game from one that looked like, okay, I have a 30% chance of winning, to taking it to, I have a 70% chance of winning with that one engagement. Oh, man. Huge moments for the Viper.
But I honestly feel like that wasn't like the great play of the Viper. I think it was really Liereyy throwing, and
yeah,
maybe with the +2 defense it works out, but even then, like, that was too many towers, too many arrows in the air. I just feel like
it's always easy after the game, you know, you and I, we can say what happened, but it's very true. I mean, those towers weren't exactly going to sever the main vein of Lierey's economy. You know, he was losing some farms on the front. But his gold was safe in the back, his wood was safe in the back, everything looked pretty clear for him. He decided to engage before there were too many towers, but apparently they were just enough, and the Viper pulls out a win in Game 5.
And an interesting thing, also for the Viper, kind of another indirect win in addition to this game, because he had a win with Celts, which was his pick number 7. So second weakest civilization for him, and still winning.
Yep.
Must be pretty sweet.
Yeah, and I don't know if I've seen Liereyy lose a game with Incas in this tournament. I haven't seen every match, but he's been incredibly good with Incas. That's a civ that he plays very well, but this time he will get a loss there, and we will prepare ourselves for game number 6, which should be Pond Arena coming our way. And I guess we have to think about what civs we're going to see there. I guess we can figure it out.
We can figure it out quite easily here. You can see it in the draft, and you kind of can predict it as well. We need to be up to Feudal Age super fast. We need to contest the pond in the center here on the pond arena itself. Trying to control this gives you a lot of map control, can give you fish as well. And we see the Viper picking the Mongols to go up early to contest that, and Liereyy at the other side, Ethiopians with the eco boost, early Feudal Age.
Both guys will have a nice eco boost as they transition toward the Feudal Age. This is Nilly's Apartment Cup, guys. It's the grand final, best of 9 series. You can see the score on the screen. The Viper up 3-2 with a very nice advantage, but we got a lot of games left to play. I got a feeling this one could go to 9. The 2 best players in the world, the best caster in the world, and some other guy. Happy to have you
Nilly
with us.
is the other guy.
Happy to have you guys with us. What do you think about this matchup, Nilly?
It has to be a better matchup for the Mongols. Just going up earlier is so sweet here, and he has a short distance. Also, he has access to that water quite easily. The other side, Liereyy, he needs to go out. Would maybe even think with that distance to call a restart, but not an option anymore.
Yeah, guys, Liereyy used 2 restarts very early. The Viper used 1 restart early, so the Snake has 1 re left. He can restart any game he wants before 4 minutes if he doesn't like the map or the way that his resources are positioned or early game laming. Viper has a re in the bank. So Nilly, talk to me about the meta on this map for people who might be seeing this one for the first time. We obviously have stone walls like Arena. We have a pond in the center. What are players going to try to do in the early game?
Well, as we said, good eco is just beautiful here for, the pond control, just to have, well, extra fishing ship that your enemy can't have. So going up early and trying to contest the water has to be the idea of both players.
Yeah, absolutely. That fish is a very important resource on the map. We will see both players luring and boars now. I don't expect to see any laming in this game due to the stone walls. And
People are spamming adminry, but why?
I think they saw that stone inside of the trees.
Well, that's not that's
That's
just
an extra
unimportant.
stone,
We have all the normal stone spots here for both players, all the gold, and people don't have to be connected towards the center. So it's normal game.
Yeah, this is
A normal neutral stone. All good, guys.
Yep, this is a neutral stone, guys. It's randomly generated on the map. That's not supposed to be one player's or the other's, right? So it's not part of the admin re-situation. Lierey's going to be fine to get this dock up. He could even extend his walls up a bit more if he wanted to on that side in the later part of the game. But for now, both guys into their first dock. Both guys will get some fishing ships out, and they'll transition over to the feudal age. But as you said before, the Mongols, with that bonus of gathering wild game faster, they should be able to get up really early.
And well, what is this? That's kind of weird that he's sending another villager to get that boar. Shouldn't that villager do the same job? Like now he has 2 at the top here. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, Lierey's economy is imperfect here, but he's going to grab that boar nonetheless. You guys can see that he's propping the gate open with the scout, because boars don't know how to open gates. Lierey's going to have a long run home, but he should scout block at least once here to slow the boar down a bit. So it's going to be all good, Nilly, as we transition into the feudal age of this game. Yeah, I mean, lots of noise in the other room. Guys are getting hyped. I'm getting hyped too, man. This series has been great already. Game number 6 on our hands right now. We got to see Liereyy grab. A win here.
Yeah, and you see those both players at the right hand side, super focused. Left hand side still likes it pretty dark in the living room here at the teams. The mood is good, and you can see they see themselves now, and we're just going back into the game. The mood is good.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all quite tired from working so hard this week to bring you guys a great presentation, especially Nilly. You did 100 hours, right? The week before this to promote Nilly's Apartment Cup.
2 weeks before that, yeah.
Oh, and now you've got to have somewhere near that number over the last few days.
Oh, it is like the weirdest thing is like that we also have so many games, right? We have this at series number 19, maybe an average of like 6 games. So I've watched like 100 Age of Empires game in the last 8 days, and it's like kind of getting blurry.
Yeah, it is absolutely getting blurry. I mean, I've done this for a while, but I've never done volume like that, and it's really challenging. I think you've done a great job to keep it going. We've had a ton of great casters coming through here, including the pro players themselves, who did a really great job.
Yeah.
We're going to transition now toward the feudal age with the Viper up on 19 villagers. Lierey's going to be 1 vill behind. The pond is quite small, but both guys should have 2 docks. Do you think Lierey's going to sustain any damage here?
Well, I think he might just instantly lose the border. The distance is just too long, and I think maybe Liereyy, with scouting how short or long the distance was, maybe he should have moved away and gone for another strategy. But he clearly will expect to lose the water and then need to come up with another idea how to win the game.
That's the beauty of this game, the beauty of random map generations. It's going to give you strengths and weaknesses, and you have to mitigate those weaknesses. Liereyy here is going to try to add a second dock. The Viper Scout is pretty low HP, so he can't deny it, but the Viper's probably going to see that foundation. He's going to note that down. Viper's second dock is coming as well. Feudal Age is in now for the Snake, and he is going to be able to produce something right now.
Why is he building that dock outside? It's so weird to me. Yeah, maybe it's only for the better fish here. It's so weird. Why didn't he build the dock inside?
Yeah, I think it's for the fish, but I don't know. We'll have to ask the Snake after the match. Fire Galley's coming from Liereyy. Does Viper have one queued up? It feels like it's been a while, and I expected that to be out already. There it is. Okay, 90% done.
Second dock is quite late, so I believe the first 2 galleys, fire galleys, will be out from Liereyy. He at 50% needs to navigate a bit. The earlier uptiming from the Viper giving him the advantage for now.
Yeah, Viper will roll forward and try to do some damage. He wants to snipe those fishing ships, guys. That's a great little bonus to your eco. It's like having an extra 3 villagers on the front, but now it's 2. Viper will continue to chase. Should get at least 1 more fishing ship, maybe both, but probably just 1 more.
I will see, trying to micro quite nicely, 13 and 15 foot, so surely does not want to lose those, really want to block off, and I believe he's just going for the snipe here, and, well, this will be very little eco on the water.
Yeah, Liereyy going for Viper's fishing ships rather than trying to keep his own alive. Viper with the 3 fire galleys out, so Liereyy is going back, and Lierey's taking damage.
Uh-oh, no villagers there to repair. That's another advantage here for the Viper. He can just repair with having those villagers around. Going for the snipe fishing ship where hurt before. And this is looking good for the Viper.
Viper's going to lose another fishing ship. He does have a few more ship. Well, the ship number is now 3 each, but here comes the demo raft from the Snake and a 4th fire galley. Viper's going to take over the water here. Not the greatest demo, but good enough, and he should take control.
Oh man, and I feel bad for Liereyy. Obviously, unfortunate generation there for him, and well, we will need to transition into Castle Age. Liereyy already set up with a lot of farms though.
Yeah, Liereyy is trying to adjust his eco so that he can keep his food eco going without his fishing ships. He's under a ton of pressure on the water. Viper kind of in the driver's seat after some good early engagements. We kind of expected that with Mongols versus Ethiopians. But Lierey's going to try again to push back out on water. We'll see if he can do it. It's a pretty important game here. He needs to find a way to get some momentum back from the Viper. Going into an elimination game next game, if he were to lose, just feels like his chances of winning the tournament are extremely low.
Yeah, then 3 match points for the Viper if he wins this one.
And a re in the bank, you know, it's not fun.
And still solid civilizations as well. Liereyy clearly wants to play this out and would love to take the win here. 3 on gold for him, has a lot of farms, and I just hope for him that we will have, still no horse color either. So, tricky situations. He's trying to come back on water.
Yep, Lierey's going to try to push back out by garrisoning up those galleys. Maybe we'll even see a demo ship along with that as well. For now, I guess I'm curious, where's the Viper at eco-wise? We've got 400 food, 100 gold for Liereyy. Viper is spending a little bit more aggressively. A little more gold in the bank, but not so much food.
That is pushing his food income obviously quite nicely there. Mongols hunt. And now we can see, he ungarrisoned there quite early. He's trying to go for the snipe. Will get 2 fishing ships for sure, forcing Viper to stay some more on water, but he will just get cleared up. Probably not worth it.
Viper's going to kill those 2 docks if this keeps going the direction it's going. He is cleaning up the fire ships as well. Is going to want to get more fishing ships out onto the water to take that advantage that he earned. Liereyy goes for the snipe. He gets a couple fishing ships, but Navy is back down to 0 here in just a second.
Okay, so we're expecting Liereyy to click up to Castle Age after the market finishes, and then the question is, will he try to go for the boom? Will he go for some Castle Age aggression? And if so, which?
I think we're going to have to see what he does. I think he could be safe to boom here because he's not going to be harassed from the water. He's got his entire economy inside the stone walls. He has several resource piles that are mineable that can't be pressured from the edges. Viper on his side is adding a barracks though and is on stone. So we'll keep an eye on what the Viper is up to. But I think Liereyy could boom if he wants to in this case.
Yeah, that's the beauty. And a lot of people think, yeah, it's unfortunate that he has tougher access to water, but on the other side, just think about it. If Viper lost the water, we had already archer landings coming his way, and it's really tough to defend that.
Yeah, absolutely. Liereyy clicking up to the Castle Age first. The Viper is taking that water control. In the long run, he'll have a nice little addition to his economy with 5 fishing ships, maybe even more to come. Viper's in good shape in this match, but Lierey's certainly got win conditions left to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethiopians, obviously a lovely unit as well. You have incredible siege. Probably, I love that damage output there. And if he gets onto Arbalest and onagers, maybe some traps there mixed in as well, it's getting tricky for Mongols.
Yeah, Mongols, of course, have that super OP unit, the Mangadai, but as you said, there's a lot of good counters to Mangadai in the Ethiopians in their wardrobe. So we'll see what Liereyy can get done here as Castle Age comes in. For now, I guess we wait and see what his plan is going to be. Maybe booming.
Well, 3 on gold kind of indicates booming for sure. He has a lot of resources. Wouldn't be too surprised if he even buys himself some more stone. We see that no one really used the market yet. We saw some wood sold, some food bought. The Viper now clicking up, roughly 2 minutes behind.
Yep, Viper will be a little behind clicking up. He will have water control, he'll have some fish, but Liereyy will have the extra TCs down quicker than the Viper. If you're Viper here and you do identify that Liereyy is booming, you just have to boom yourself, right? I mean, there's no real opportunity to push in this case, right?
I think so as well. You have to go with your, well, basically one unit that defines your whole civilization, and well, going for castle age aggression against a guy who's sitting behind 1.8k stone walls and was earlier up than you, not really an option.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. We will see 3 TCs immediately from Liereyy. The Viper was, I believe, on stone a little earlier on, so he could consider a 4th town center, but that could be stone that he's going to use for a castle. 550 stone in the bank already.
So that will be some aggression then. He's sending the archers forward. He will have the map control, and he will probably build a castle somewhere aggressively here.
Yeah,
and that's going to be tricky for Liereyy.
It does look like he's going to come with a castle. He certainly wouldn't have normally taken that stone unless he's planning something like that. If we look from the Viper's point of view, what can he see for resources here, Nilly, through the fog of war? He can see the forward golds from his opponent. He can see a little inside the wall. I wonder where that castle is going to come. Maybe on that right-hand corner. Yeah,
I think
looks
so as
like
well.
it.
This is just too tough. It's just like too clumped up, so I don't really like that positioning. Maybe he builds it over here, but it's just ugly to maneuver there. And whoa, Chad is predicting something else. What do you think about a siege tower?
If anybody's going to do it, it would be the Viper. A siege tower would work perfectly fine here. Siege workshop's coming. Your chat, you have a 3K chat. Yeah.
They're so smart. They're so smart.
Absolutely. We might have more than 3K viewers, but the 3K ELO of the chat is shining through. The Viper has used siege towers a lot. I mean, he's one of these guys who actually adopts this unit that many of us just don't even consider ever using. If those of you guys who don't know the game so well, you can transport units over a wall with a siege tower, so the Viper can get those crossbows right into his opponent's eco without having to break the walls.
Yeah, and if we thought like, what is he going to do? Aggressive castle or the siege tower hub? Why not both?
Why not both? Yeah. Just like your choice on the Berbers, what unit should he go for? Camel Archers or Camel Archers?
Yeah.
In this case, choosing both once again. The Viper, for now, will get that castle down. We'll see 3 TCs up for Liereyy. Liereyy needs some time to boom, but he's not going to have a lot of time.
I don't like that he didn't go for force TC here. He has so many resources floating. Or is that a super fast Imperial Age? Kind of looks like it, right? But then he needs to go for a lot of stone, and now the tower hop is real. He is inside.
Siege, man, oh man, transporting those units over the wall, 5 crossbows in your eco now. You're not prepared for this. Siege workshop coming down for Liereyy. Maybe a scorpion coming out to try to deal with this pressure. This is a very, very bad spot to be in.
And well, blocking the stone, which is just crucial. Blocking so many farms here as well. Viper is behind by 11 villagers, and he is somewhat playing this 1 TC, only now adding a second one.
Viper's also spreading those crossbows all throughout Lierey's base. That's just making it harder for Liereyy to do any work. He's moving out to stone now to try to mitigate this problem, but the Viper's certainly catching Liereyy on the wrong foot, and the Viper's in the driver's seat here. He does need to get some damage in. He does need to continue to get damage because he's invested in it, but so far so good for the Snake.
Absolutely, so far so good. Even getting in some kills that I heard, I didn't really see them. And well, he's just controlling so much area. Mangonel's now starting to clear up though.
Okay, Mangonel coming out for Liereyy. He's going to slowly clean these up. Viper can micro around that Mango. He has also split the crossbows up, so it will take Liereyy some time to clean this, although maybe not the cleanest micro from the Viper just there. But okay, Liereyy will stabilize the position a bit. Maybe the siege tower will bring a few more units later in the game, but for now, the castle drop should be complete, and the Viper's going to just siege down that wall.
That's going to be ugly. If you want to go for the defense here with Mangonels, well, that's not really going to happen against Mangodites. They have extra damage, they have mobility.
Absolutely. It's going to be incredibly difficult to get a player at this level to blunder Mangodai into a Mangonel. And those Mangodai are starting to come out. They're very strong, even in the Castle Age. Padded Archer armor is in. Lierey's adding fletching, and he's trying to make something out of this situation. But he has sustained some blows already. Liereyy with about 20 more villagers, but the Viper with those 6 fishing ships, so maybe we call it a 15 vil difference for the 2 players, and the Viper is now showing up to try to equalize the score.
And there we saw what we might see several times. Mangodai is running in, getting the snipe, running out. Liereyy with the sad face.
Lierey's in a tough spot, Nilly. What can you do here? What can you try to do to bring this back?
Maybe, well, I think the Viper just played it beautifully there. And well, nice ground attack there. Maybe go for more mangonels earlier, maybe scout the area. That was another big problem, losing his own scout so early and then getting surprised.
Lierey's getting forced into dropping some ranges. He's going to go crossbow and bodkin arrow. And he's going to continue to try to use mangonels to defend. Very tough position for Mr. Liereyy, who still sits on about a dozen idle villagers. Lots of farms that he invested wood into not being farmed on. Okay. Viper able to grab another mangonel there in a 1-for-0 trade.
And Liereyy must feel so helpless. He knows he has the better eco, but he can never get his eco into a real army here. I even wanted to say maybe knights are a good option, but obviously Ethiopian knights are bad, and the Viper can just run back to his TC as well.
Things are looking very bad for Liereyy as he continues to pump Mangudai into this, or Viper continues to pump Mangudai into this position. Ballistics coming for the snake, handcart coming for the snake. His eco is untouched. It's a bit smaller than Lierey's, but the idle time he's forced is probably going to make the resources gathered a bit in favor of the Viper. For now, the siege continues. Liereyy just needs some epic mango shots. He needs something great to happen while he starts to get his crossbowman production going.
Okay, those are the moves that are great for him. Mangonel getting the kill here and forcing Mangudai to do some miss micro. Look at that. He's 14 villagers ahead, but for a moment he just had 30 idols there.
Yeah, the idle number is a big deal, of course. I mean, you got to get those villagers to work. Right now, Liereyy is having trouble keeping that TC on enough health to garrison Vills. Viper is diving in to grab a couple of villagers. The Snake is playing this one very nicely, but Lierey's Mangonel micro has been pretty decent for a moment. He's going to get another one sniped. The lights are getting darker right now. Lierey's chances of winning this game are really dwindling.
Finally getting some crossbows out. Mangonel at 0 HP now. TC is getting repaired, so he is doing reasonably well. But still, the Viper in so much control. He can dictate the game. He can just go for more aggression and Liereyy has to react, or he can just fall back and, well, then just go for him. For now, Bloodlines.
Bloodlines on the way. Viper's stone count is probably quite healthy. I'm guessing he's got some stone in the bank to work with. Lierey's got some stone as well if he wants a defensive castle, but he's going to need some control of his own map to be able to put a half-decent defensive castle down. For now, Liereyy continues to sustain damage. The Viper's catching up on Vills. It's a 7-villager difference right now between these two guys. And now it's 5.
Well, it won't really increase, right? We have 3 TCs running here, 4 TCs now. On the other side, I believe the Viper is at 4 himself, and castle number 2 coming. Oh, and the defensive castle. Uh-oh. Doubt, where are you?
Out in the other room, famous for these sort of moments. Liereyy for now is standing and fighting. He's trying to dwindle the Mangudai numbers. Mangudai's and Mangonel's firing away that castle from Liereyy. He's bringing every single villager in the economy to build it. It has to go up, and it has to go up really quickly. Viper's still putting down a ton of damage. The Viper's castle is done. Liereyy is Titanicking here. This is absolutely not going to go up, and he has to go back. Oh, and he has to GG.
Oh god, and you see the living room over there. They were screaming and oh goddy. Well,
wow.
We just hear them shout, but let's take a look at that again. The Doubt Castle number 1 here. He is trying to get it up. Mangonel is microing. Mangonel is getting good shots. We have one miss micro there attacking the castle, but so many villagers, they are blocking each other there as well. The castle of the Viper is getting up in the meanwhile. What a beautiful, beautiful play. And Liereyy, you see on his face, he is already smiling. He knows. Yeah, we will just provided some highlights for the game, for the people next room.
I'm breaking a sweat. I'm getting goosebumps. That was an amazing moment. Viper stamping that victory with a really big exclamation point. He played a really nice meta. He actually surprised both of us coming with that castle, and he might have surprised Liereyy a little bit. Kept leaning on the young man Liereyy, and the Viper grabs a win, and he takes a really commanding lead at 4-2.
3 match points for him. People are getting crazy. People are loving it. KD, obviously, like if this game ends a minute earlier, the KD looks a bit different.
Yeah.
But well, with that castle in the end, that was just brutal. And the Viper even overtaking there. And we now go into game number 7 here, and let's take a look. Drafting, we will have no more Ethiopians and no more Mongols. So down to only 3 civilizations here. Liereyy needs to win all 3 upcoming games. Let's take a look. We have Regicide Fortress, Cross, and El Dorado. I believe the mind games will really be on what to pick where.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely critical to pick the right civ here. If you're the Viper, you need 1 match point to win. So obviously this one's for all the marbles. On Regicide, do you favor Byzantines, Vikings, or Chinese? I feel like Chinese is the one I'm leaning toward there, but what do you think?
Well, obviously they are the strongest of the 3, but if we remember, Chinese would be so much better on El Dorado as well. So you kind of want to save it there. Then on the other side, it kind of feels like Japanese are the civ for Cross, Britons probably for Regicide, and Indians for El Dorado.
Yeah.
But then, so you could give the Vikings against the Indians, kind of being the counter. That means you free yourself for Chinese for Regicide Fortress. But Chinese against Britons, also not super good.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point. I mean, as you said, Japanese makes sense on Cross. We like Indians on El Dorado. Viper might be saving Chinese, but the mind games are coming into play. I'm not sure what they're going to pick, but obviously this game could be the decisive match for the Viper. Viper's got that Shisha look in his eyes. He's ready to finish this one off if he can. We'll see if Liereyy can... I just want to see Liereyy fight back and win this game. There's a lot of... not a lot of pressure on him, but there's a lot of momentum going against him, losing 2 games in a row. You have to think about the emotional swings of, I'm down 2-0, I'm tied. Okay, I feel great. Now I'm down 4-2. I feel really awful. He's just got to win one for the Gipper here. He's got to pull one back and see if he can get some momentum.
And looking at him, it's not like he feels super fine. The Viper, still looking at it, and look at that. They are in the game. They took some time, and both of them were looking at the draft there. So they took their time. They put a lot of thought into that, and we will see how the mind games are being played out while going into match point number 1 for the Viper, and we will have Britons for Liereyy against Chinese of the Viper. I feel mind games, Liereyy 1, Viper 0.
Yeah, we will see this Britons-Chinese matchup. Of course, Chinese starting off with a couple extra vills, so the Viper has 14 villagers. Liereyy has 11 right now. That will give you a nice boost early on. Those of you guys who are not used to watching this particular map, you get stone walls around your base. You have a king on the map who can scout for you. You can often use your scout to lure in boars because you can heal that scout up in the castle. The resources are pretty standard to what people might be used to on a regular map, but you certainly need to take over more map control for the later part of the game. For now, we should just see guys going quickly up to the feudal age and then quickly to castle. I wouldn't expect very much else than that. Who do you favor between in this matchup? You said Britons, right? Over Chinese in this case?
I said Britons, but the more I think about it, like Chinese ego is just so strong there early on. And well, if you just go onto a Ram go with maybe some Scum through this, or maybe even a Ram Cavalier go, that's pretty much the weakness of Britons, to face Rams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's anybody's game to win. It's going to come down to decision making and execution between these two guys. Civs can give you an advantage, but it's the man behind the mouse and the keyboard that actually bring home the win. In this particular match, of course, Viper will have that better eco early. Both guys are scouting around. They're trying to find where on the map the extra resource piles are, where the relics are. It's going to be a standard build-up, guys. I don't expect a whole lot of surprising moves here early on. The king is faster than the scout, so you can't really snipe the king with your scout either. So, you know, nothing too crazy to happen here in the next minute.
The farm count is confusing here, guys, but this farm is added afterwards. It has more farms, so it was only those 5 farms spawning against the 5 farms here of Liereyy. So initially it was 5 against 5 5 against 5 farms. Time to come down again.
What a lot of people look at in the early game here is the thickness of the wood lines or the protectedness of the wood lines. You know, are you going to get harassed from outside your walls while you're taking wood? For the blue side of the map, there is some wood that's protected. Maybe some rewalling can help him a bit more, but it might be a little better on the Viper side. He's got a quite nice back wood line that should be pretty bulletproof in the early game.
I feel so as well. Would love to see like blacksmith, market, and then secure that gold spot or that area. Would be lovely for sure. Relic placement, a bit better for Liereyy as well here, if we take a look at the minimap.
Yeah, actually, quite a bit better for Liereyy. He's got 3 relics really close to his base. You could consider that one in the north maybe in No Man's Land, but it's closer to Liereyy than it is to Viper. So maybe Liereyy with a little bit of a nice relic generation. He will be a little later to the Feudal Age. Viper will be there first. As the Viper hits Castle, will he get more aggressive with an earlier monastery, or will it come up after a few TCs in this case?
Monastery will be interesting. I'm really curious to see how much they will go for their longbows and Tsukunus. I feel like with Britons you have to go for longbows. With Chinese it's somewhat optional.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what the Viper decides to do. He's in the driver's seat trying to eliminate young Mr. Liereyy here in game number 7 of our series. We are on Regicide after all. It's game point, guys. Nilly's Apartment Cup could be decided right here, right now. 2 best players in the world. The Viper has outshined Liereyy in these early games by a bit, but it's been very close. We're hoping that Liereyy can extend this series and give us some more drama. And thanks to you guys for being here to enjoy it with us.
Oh man, and so many of you have shown up, really giving us the pat on the back, how great we are doing. Thank you so much. We hope we provide the best games for you. And well, solid build up here. Don't get confused by the times, guys. It is Regicide. We're starting with more resources, and we are also starting with more villagers.
Yep, and you can see that Viper in this case is going to grab some stone and he's going to walk that back to the TC without building a mining camp. Very normal. You need a little stone on Regicide to get those extra TCs. Liereyy is going to grab a blacksmith market as well, I suppose. You can see the market coming down. Blacksmith is already up. So fast castle for Liereyy, a little bit slower because of the civ difference, but he's fine. Everything's fine so far for both players.
Oh man, and well, 4 on gold, saying he will build Tsukunus, and then the question is, like, Tsukunus against those longbows, I feel range advantage should be on the side of the longbows, damage output a bit better for the Tsukunus. I think we will see a lot of microdance.
Yeah, I think we will too. Can we quickly take a look at the Fog of War? I'm curious about how many relics we can see. So we've got the Viper with 2 relics in his sight. He's going to find a third, I think, in a moment on Lierey's side. Liereyy may know a little bit more. Let's see. No, he's got essentially the same view. He's got that 3rd relic in his vision as well.
And interestingly enough, the Viper didn't scout the map of Liereyy at all, saying he knew his strategy before the map started.
Okay.
He didn't care about that, and Liereyy, could he maybe go for the scout kill here? Not really, and well, the Viper with a plan.
Yeah, the Viper with a plan as always. He's going to run back now and get inside of his walls. Liereyy could try to chase, but we can sometimes see players trap a scout. In this case, we won't see a trap. Lierey's not going to dive in either. He's going to continue to scout the map. Viper's Castle Age is in. Immediate 2nd town center coming up there in the south for the Viper, and a 3rd town center over on his back gold. So Viper is ready to boom this one out. We wouldn't expect so much different than that. We'll see what Liereyy does as he hits the Castle Age in about 3 or 4 more seconds.
We are expecting the same, right? With the cheaper TCs there on the wood. It's just so easy to go for that sweet boom. And we will have the early monastery. We also have Longbowman and no fletching yet. TC at a sweet spot.
Yeah, 3rd TC out on that front area to secure that front gold. That should be very nice for now. Liereyy is still roaming around with the higher HP scout. So if the Viper wanted to put monks on the field, they would be... Well, the scout might be able to pick them, whereas 1 longbow can really defend your monk very easily for the blue player Liereyy. Liereyy, for now, just getting the monastery up early, going to grab the relics. So far, so good.
And it's a big advantage for Liereyy that the scout only has 10 HP. Will easily lose against another scout. The longbows will protect monks so much better. I feel Liereyy should get a lot of control here.
Yeah, your initial impulse was Britons are a little better than Chinese on this map. I know you are still thinking about that and evolving that. Both players will come with a plan, of course. They drafted these civs for a reason because they thought they could get an advantage with them. And we'll see how this unfolds in just a moment. You guys are watching just a quick point of view of Liereyy as he moves around and keeps his boom going. 27 villagers for the blue player. On the other side of the map, the Viper will have a few more vills. He was up a little sooner, and he added 3 TCs before the monastery. So Viper's going to have more more vills, Liereyy will have a couple of relics.
Yeah, so true. And well, so Liereyy is playing for the long run, and I feel also like if he once gets onto onagers and longbows, he is totally fine. The thing is, the Viper will have this early imp attack, and then he's trying to win this one. Let's take a look. Is the scout here trying to get something? I think he should just die. 6 HP there, and well, we'll probably even survive. So what I wanted to say, the Viper will probably go for a very early imp attack, if I read the situation correctly.
Yeah, it seems that's going to be the case. We'll see if Liereyy wants to dive in this time into the Viper's eco, as the gate should be open for just a second. Blue player will dive in. I think that's the right call. As long as he can avoid castle arrow fire, he can get some intel about the Viper's base.
Oh, well, we'll see about that. And that's a
boy.
lot of idle villagers, and he will get the snipe and must feel happy with
Okay.
that. And the Viper forced TC here. That's interesting. So that's not like the super fast attack. That's more like the big eco and, well, kind of the 6 Siege Workshop mash ram attack.
Let's see if that's the case. For now, Lierey's grabbing Loom. He's added in that third TC. He's building up his villager count. Of course, 10 vills behind the Viper already, and that number will continue to increase because the Viper has a 4th town center down. Liereyy is walking around guarding the relics. The Viper, for now, has kind of seceded the early game relic grabbing. Liereyy might be able to get 4 of the relics, maybe 5. We'll see.
The scouting intel actually not that good.
No, not good at
What
all.
did you see? He knew about the castle, he knew about the tower, so he's not really earning anything. At the moment, he's trying to protect those relics, still staying at the 10 villager deficit.
Yeah, Liereyy gets the kill on the Viper Scout. I guess he can, feel a little more confident about his monks going out on their own now, but not ideal for him. I would have liked to see him learn a little bit more about the map. Liereyy housed for a significant amount of time here, for about 15 seconds or so before he's going to get that house up.
Yeah, that really delays like 2 CCs at the same time. Kind of unfortunate. Would love to see another lumber camp over here, doing some shenanigans, but doesn't have the range to really block the woodline.
Not quite yet. Longbowmen, of course, do have a lot of range, but not yet there. Only on 6 range at the moment. Britain's player maybe in the next age can do a little bit more. But for now, Liereyy just takes map control and grabs Relic. Viper turtling up a bit. He's going to have 4 TCs and a great boom. 66 vills already for the Snake. And we will see some sort of a strong Imperial push from the Viper. And Liereyy, he'll have the relics. So who do you give the advantage to in that situation? The Viper pushing out an early imp, or Liereyy with the 3 TCs but all the relics?
I think Liereyy has the nice thing going for him also that he has the longbows. And if he just controls the front area, I believe Viper will have a tough time actually getting that push over there. Because obviously, Siege Workshops, you need them close to your enemy.
The cool thing about this map that is not always true when you're stonewalled in is that we have hills, and these hills can be really important focal points for the fight. If Liereyy can hold that hill in front of the Viper's base, Viper's going to have to spend a lot of resources climbing that hill. We'll see if that's the case as the game rolls on. Liereyy has taken a bit of stone now. We'll see what he's going to do in the long run. 2 relics in the bank for our blue player, and this game is about to heat up. We're about to see these guys transition into armies with teeth. Right now, Lierey's just keeping map control, finding the relics. Still missing that one in the corner, though.
Actually, he didn't see
He's missing both.
either. Yeah.
Okay.
So, running around with Longbowman, kind of expecting something. He's just trying to get more and more map control. Sees that the Viper has a good map and didn't go for anything. The Viper, he is going for stone. That might even be forward castle trap aggression.
Viper's building something up there. That's his university. Okay, so yeah, forward castle would make sense if he can take some map control. University needed for the Imperial upgrade, so that makes a lot of sense. For now, we've got 500 food, 400 gold in the bank for the Viper. Vill count at 89. He should be ready to transition into the Imperial Age very soon.
Let's take a look. Literally, if he scouts that, for now he's trying to get more control over those relics. He's getting into number 3, as we said, and oh god. Liereyy just clicked up to Imperial Age with the 3 TCs here. Is he now adding a 4th one? I think I would love that, but maybe like longbows. If you micro them properly, it's fine to have 90 villagers and 110 longbows.
You know what's interesting? After the Viper builds that university, he goes for ballistics. Interested to see that prior to clicking up, because he doesn't have an army to use that ballistics. Not sure what's the plan there. He just wants his castle to be more effective in this case before he clicks imp.
I think it's just maybe a bit of uneven resources there. Maybe too much wood, too much gold, and was just waiting for food. So just get that upgraded.
Okay, gotcha. Chuko News starting to roll out, guys. Of course, the Viper has now clicked up to the Imperial Age. He'll be a few minutes behind Liereyy. Not a few minutes. He'll be 1 minute behind Liereyy. Castle's going to knock down a couple of longbows there for the Viper. Liereyy has grabbed 3 of the relics, and it looks like he's going to get a 4th up in the north of the map. Do we see a 4th TC or not? Looks like we don't yet, right?
It seems like 3 TCs, and it seems like a lot of outposts. So Liereyy knows what's up. Oh, how did he... Ay. Didn't spot that relic. So unfortunate there over and over again. Saw the second castle, and he knows that the Viper is going for Chukunus. Shouldn't make him unhappy.
Yeah, I think it's fine, right? This should be quite okay for him. Imperial Age is coming, Viper grabbing Fletching. Both guys have a lot of upgrades to get before they're really ready for a true fight. But for the moment, it will be the Snake on 108 Vils on his way to Imp. Liereyy on 84.
Siege Workshops now on the way. And the big question is, what is Liereyy doing to react to that? He is putting a Siege Workshop, and I like that he's already starting the Mangonel production. Needs Onager upgrade, otherwise he will just get stomped by the Rams.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're going to see Mangonel production continue, the Onager upgrade come in, conscription right away from Liereyy. Lierey's on the way to Bracer as well, so those longbows will now have a whole mess of range, 9 range on those units. For now, Liereyy continues to build up. He's still a little behind on the Vil count, but he will full boom soon, and this game will switch into an Imperial Age match that could go quite a while, Millie. This could be a long match here.
Oh, we'll see. Liereyy has now the advantage to scout this. Could go on for quite some time. I agree. As I said, I expected the Viper to go for one early aggressive push. Didn't really happen.
Viper getting those siege workshops down. Is the Viper going Rams in this situation? Is that the plan? Yeah, it looks like Rams are starting to come out of his siege workshops. Castle up on that hill to the right for the Viper. Liereyy continuing to roam around with his longbows to get some damage in. But ultimately, the militaries are still building up. Still building up. Just 16 total for Liereyy, 21 for the Viper.
Oh, and now it's really time for the split micro of Liereyy again. I love how he's taking on to onagers. He is on longbows. He is accepting that he has a very small base, will play with 4 relics and more siege workshop. I think both of them are playing it very reasonable here.
Yeah, it's anybody's match to win. Liereyy is going for the Onager upgrade now. He's going for chemistry as well. Viper is on the way to Siege Ram. I think that those are the things that you were predicting earlier on in the match. These guys are kind of playing it straight up. And we'll see who can win the small fights early. We'll see who can get some momentum. Of course, guys, you should be cheering for Liereyy if you want to see a longer series, because the Viper can end it right here, right now, in game number 7.
And the Viper has very little vision of all those onagers. Obviously, we saw it didn't scout that much, and, well, he could just die against some onager shots, but, well, they are just far away, and that trap has quite some vision and can give him a nice heads up.
Rocketry on the way as well for the Viper. Ring Archer armor. His Rams are rolling forward. Liereyy is fortifying the hill to the left, so he's going to have to come over to find the Viper's army. And we will see an engagement here relatively soon between Chuko News and Longbows, I suppose.
Elite Chuko upgrade on the way, something that Liereyy cannot afford yet. I believe it's like 850, so he is working his way towards that. But his eco, 110 villagers, he's in a fine spot for the late game.
Yeah, Viper will come forward and get what he can with those first couple siege rams. Lierey's onagers are on the way over. Go ahead.
Ballistics. Fully cancelled.
Ballistics on the way.
Not anymore.
Oh, for
the university just went down. And that's
it's
a very
still
important
upgrade.
On
the overlay, but
yeah,
it's just a bug, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I see. Yeah, okay. So Liereyy powering up a university actually back inside of his base. His onagers are on the way over, but a nice bit of damage from the Viper. Really going to slow down Lierey's chances to fight this off. Viper's going to block with the Rams even. Beautiful.
And that will be some free kills there. Beautiful stuff there. And onagers now, is he focusing on the Chukunus or is he going for the Rams? It is pretty great either way. The Viper is running here and will snag those Rams.
almost an epic onager shot, but the Viper avoids the main part of that blast. But it can't be understated that you would love to have ballistics now on those elite longbows if the University hadn't been knocked down. New University is up for Liereyy. He's going to try again for ballistics, and a good onager shot there. Nice glancing blow.
Good start, and well, the problem is we need both players now to micro so much. You don't want to really fight against the Chukunus without any protection. The Rams are now coming forward. Oh, this is just so hard to micro for both of them.
Yeah, this is a little tough for Liereyy because those... Oh, that Ram does not kill another onager there. Viper's going to stand and fight and kill a couple more onagers, but the Chukonu numbers have dropped a lot. Lots of big onager shots in the last few moments. Lierey's castle is still under fire from a couple of trebs, and it looks like it's going to go down here in a moment.
Uh-oh, onagers out of position, only 1k HP left there. He needs to move forward with the onagers. Nice ground attack here, will kill that quite easily. Indeed, is moving forward, and I would love to see more villagers there for the repair. It's looking good at the moment for the Viper.
Yeah, Lierey's still struggling to get enough onagers out on that right side to push this back. His elite longbowman upgrade is in, but the numbers aren't high. Right now, it is 37 military for the Viper, just 19 for Liereyy. Viper fully boomed on 140 vills. He's going to continue to spam units toward this front area, and Lierey's going to have to find a way to stop him, or he's going to lose this match.
Oh, I need more villagers now. The castle is going down. This is so ugly. We are down to only 2 castles now for our British player, who's so relying on those castles, and now the sniping begins.
Yeah, we'll see if those trebs, which are notoriously inaccurate, can find damage on the onagers here from Liereyy. Lierey's got to show off that great micro of his to get some damage over the next few moments, but already losing 2 onagers here as the Viper comes forward with more Chukonus. There's another onager down. Oh boy, it's getting out of control a little bit here.
And so many Rams, and now the switch into Cavaliers. That's kind of interesting. Liereyy is seeing that the Chukunu numbers are surprisingly low, but just the Rams buying so much time.
Viper continues to come forward. Liereyy continues to go back right now. Lierey's going to have a chance to reboom and build something else up and push back out, but you'll note that the Viper's push is slowing down a bit because of all the resources he's investing into now Cavalier. Cavalier are not something Liereyy is really ready to counter, and they could be the end to this game if they dive in good numbers.
Well, we'll see about that. At the moment, very little vision. How are the numbers looking? And, well, we have 6 stables rolling. For now, 7.
Yep, Viper needs a few more. For now, Liereyy is pushing out a little bit from his base, leaving those onagers exposed, but he's got to try to make something happen because you can't just play defense all game long as Liereyy as the Britons here. Viper's still hanging out on top of his own hill. He's going to circle around behind this army. Oh boy.
Oh, and all the onagers exposed here. This could be so ugly. I don't really see the greatest. Oh, nice walls. Maybe can save them. That's a beautiful play. Needs another wall here. That's buying him so much time. But the University was already hurt. Oh, and those longbowmen. Beautiful move here, deleting that house. I believe that is a way better defense than I expected.
Yeah, Liereyy with a couple of very quick gates holds the line. Viper is going to pull back. He's going to wait for his Rams to knock down this gate, and the Cavalier are diving in again. Liereyy needs some more epic quick walls, and he needs them right now.
Oh man, going for some ground attack. Beautiful move there. Let's take a look if he can get another ground attack rolling for himself. The Viper is moving in. It feels like onagers are focusing down the Chukunus. The Cavaliers going down. Liereyy is holding.
Liereyy seems to be holding here. He will lose some onagers, but at the end of the day, I think it's 2 or 3 down. The Cavaliers have been taken down. Viper on the way to Bloodlines now. He's coming back with more Chukonus for another push. But Liereyy holds for a moment, and a couple good onager shots could turn this game around for him.
And another nice ground attack for sure. Now going for some pikemen there to defend Chukunu. Somewhat out of position. We don't have all the upgrades on the Cavaliers. No bloodlines yet. No +2 attack. Those onagers on the ground. But Monastery is taking a lot of hits as well.
Yeah, Liereyy here is holding on by a thread. Ooh, good onager shot onto the group of Chukonus. He's still taking down the Cavalier at a decent clip. Did mix in a couple of pikes as well. Onager number needs to stay high for Liereyy to have a good chance to win this one. I'm cheering for the kid. Come on, kid.
He is moving in now. Let's take a look. There's no Cavaliers left. I believe he can clear this up. He can clean this up, honestly. There's nothing. Onagers should be so good here. Pop 140 to pop 190, though Cavaliers every time they come, it's so tough for Liereyy. He only has +1 defense. The Ram going further forward, no ground attack this time. We don't have any pike, and if all the onagers are going down, I think Liereyy will have a very tough time here. Killer B, hold my hand, please.
Come on, man. We can do this together. We can do it together. Right now, Viper is overwhelming that position with more Cavalier. Liereyy was focusing on a ram for a moment, lost a little damage output, but he's starting to get overrun by the Viper. 54 military to 14. Those onagers were absolutely pivotal to Lierey's defense. GG, congrats, comes in.
Nilly's Apartment Cup champion is the Viper, the big favorite, the best player in the world. He made it happen again. The most dominant player probably of Age of Empires times, and the living room is clapping there. They are happy with what happened, and well, the Viper with a smile there. Liereyy did put on a great show. In the end though, it is secret, the Viper taking it.
Really great game to cast. I'll just remind people that we do have an interview coming with both of the players, so don't go anywhere because we're going to have these guys in just a moment. They're going to shake hands. They're going to exchange congratulations. Really great tournament for Liereyy. He really showed up. 16-year-old guy playing face-to-face with guys who are older and maybe more experienced in the game, but he brought it this week, and he really did give the Viper a run for his money in several of those games. Viper, the snake, the king, still the man on top of the Age of Empires world, but who knows for how long, because that kid Liereyy, he's getting better.
Oh man, and he won 2 maps in the best of 7, now he won 2 maps in the best of 9. It still is the dominance of the Viper, but at some moment I had the feeling we could see Liereyy taking the crown here.
Yeah, absolutely. There were 3 or 4 moments in that series where I was getting goosebumps because of really intense moments. Liereyy nearly able to take those games from the Viper. There were a couple of moments that we'll get into with the players when they come in here. But at the end of the day, we will see a win for the Viper, and it will go 5-2 as a score to end this series. Really great series of games, Nilly. The Apartment Cup, absolutely a success.
6.5k viewers, my friend. Man, what have we done? Give me a high five there. That was just so good. Thank you all for being around here. We will have the interview now. Oh god, that's like 100 short of breaking the record.
Okay.
I'm just so happy.
Let's push it to the limit.
I will get in contact with you. The donations have been flying in as well. So many subs. Love you all, guys, and we will wait for the players to come over with the interview. Let's take a look how they are doing, and well, obviously they need a small breeze. They're I'm not really sure. Could you go over there and ask them for the interview, because it doesn't really make sense to unplug all their equipment now, because we are waiting. We are ready to hear what they have to say to us. Oh, guys. This all has been incredible for me. I hope you all had a wonderful time. We will ask the players what they thought. Obviously, we had so many great maps here. Killer B and I were thinking about clever questions to ask them this whole time. And top 30 in Twitch. Hallelujah. Guys, we are esports. Me, those guys, and you as well. The Viper. Have a seat, my friend. Let's maybe make space for all of us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
What a series here, and Liereyy will move in as well. Killer B will take the interviews questions from the back there, and Viper, maybe to start off with the part where we talk about feelings.
Feels good. Feels good, man. No, I'm very happy. It was really tough games. So I'm happy to bring it home.
Okay, so Liereyy, you were somewhat close. You had some good wins, some very close games that you still lost in the end. Devastated or still happy with your honestly amazing performance?
Well, I mean, I'm very happy to be here. First of all, I learned a lot for this week. Met so many good people. It was pretty nice, but my performance, I got from day to day better.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, this time I made clearly less mistakes than I did the other games.
Mm-hmm.
Still made here and there a few, but I'm satisfied. But of course, not the result I wished for.
Obviously, and now the guy for the clever questions is coming from behind there. So first map was, or maybe we'll just talk about the draft. Celts and Byzantines.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of unusual tips.
Why?
Because we haven't seen them too often yet.
Well, now it's the best of 9, so you'll see way more civs. So you're kind of forced into these good second-tier civs, and Kelsen Byzantines are 2 of them.
Okay. How happy were you with your civ picks, Liereyy?
I was happy. I mean, the first 2 games were like even, I think. So you could pick whatever civ you want. So mostly gonna be even games. Then the draft. I mean, I think it was even, kinda. Maybe. I think I had better civs for like the land maps, the open ones, like Acropolis, Gold Rush, and those. But he had like Chinese, obviously, who are strongest was the strongest civ on the Reset Fortress. I mean, I still had Japanese and Indians for the Radha and Cross, so if I won one of those games I lost, would have been closer.
Obviously. So then, Franks against Burmese, we had like that was like such a sign of confidence for me. MBL has been smashing everyone on Land Madness, and then Liereyy takes the win away from him, and you still take that as a home map?
Yeah. Well, I didn't watch the games, but I spoke with Jordan and Tato how we played Land Madness. They told me I went Burmese and just like men at arms into Aramba, which is quite greedy. So I figured if I just play scouts into archers, which has a great economy with Franks on that map, then I should be able to punish him. So I thought I heard MBL played scouts into skirms, so I think that was the wrong choice by him. So yeah, I think Franks with the economy they have on that map, they should be favorites against pretty much everyone.
And then we kind of knew that Liereyy would go for Arabia, Mayans, and then he went for Aztecs. Why?
I feel like Aztecs it's a very close match.
Get a bit closer to the microphone, all of us maybe.
It's a very close matchup in general, but I had a feeling he would play like skirms, archers, feudal age, and then transition into plumes if I went with Aztecs. And if I just went eagles, try to get the relics and bring it to late game, I